Kyoto. The entrance of a somewhat remote alley. Bakugo, be careful later, this villain is very dangerous. Li Tian said with a serious face. Dangerous? Bakugo was taken aback. Looking at the serious Li Tian, she felt strange in her heart, she had never seen Li Tian so serious before. Time back to half an hour ago. Li Tian and Bakugo, who were taking different courses at the best genist hero firm, but they were both babbled, suddenly heard the telephone ringing on the dedicated line between the firm and the police. It stands to reason that this kind of thing is not surprising, after all, as a very popular hero firm, the hotline dedicated to the police will ring once, two or three times in almost every 3 days, but the key is here. Just after Hero, an assistant from Best Genist office, answered the phone. His expression changed instantly after hearing what the police said on the phone, and then, under the strange eyes of several people from Li Tian and Bakugo, after staying away from the two of them muttering together, unexpectedly. Li Tian and Bakugo were entrusted with the police task of capturing villain. Bakugo still vaguely remembers that the professional hero who answered the phone at that time changed his face greatly when he heard the content, but it is not right. If it is really that kind of vicious villain, it is absolutely impossible to give it to us. Could it be that that guy is really dangerous but he doesn't know why it won't cause harm to us? Bakugo turned his head to look at the bouncing little loli in the alley with full of doubts. It was a fresh and delicious little loli who seemed to be only about 1.34 meters tall, wearing a blue and white Lolita-style cute loli outfit, with 2 golden ponytails tied behind her back, bounced and shook. This doesn't look dangerous no matter what. Bakugo's mouth twitched. As if seeing Bakugo's intentions, Li Tian spoke seriously from the sidelines, and said, Bakugo, don't be careless. In this era of quirks, you should look at quirks more than age and appearance. Quirks. Makes sense. Bakugo's eyes were fixed, and he looked solemnly at the little loli who was bouncing around and humming a ditty in the alley. After 3 seconds, the corners of Bakugo's mouth still twitched uncontrollably. Could it be possible that in the future he will surpass All Might's #1 hero Bakugo, and the first villain he faces will be a primary school student, and a primary school loli girl? What is this? Shame on you. Come on, Bakugo. If I come, the battle will be over in an instant, so I will hold the line and give you a chance to practice. Li Tian commanded with righteous words. Don't command me. Bakugo snorted coldly, but still walked towards the alley. He won't be polite to Li Tian about this kind of thing. They are followed by the assistant hero of Best Genist hero firm, waiting to rate them according to their performance, work experience, even if he doesn't care much, but he definitely doesn't want to be a loser and be returned to Xiangying. Stop the villain in front of me. Bakugo walked out in a fair manner, shouting 3 times. There was a clear and light hey sound, as clear and moving as big pearls and small pearls falling on a jade plate, and immature and cute. If the top quality lolicon is here, I'm afraid it will fall to the ground with weak legs in an instant, but it's a pity yes. The person who appeared in front of this cute voice is the extremely incomprehensible Lord Blast. Give me a good hand and catch it, it's best not to resist. Bakugo walked towards little Lolita, with a grin, his dark back and bad lines, just like a perverted big bad wolf walking towards the poor little girl. Sheep. However, it's really strange that there is a hero who dares to face me in front of me. A childish and lovely voice sounded, saying, little Lolita, and turned to face Bakugo. At first glance, I thought it was an angel walking out of a fairy tale. However, Bakugo raised his brows, and moved his hands behind him with 2 big grenades. The shock wave of the explosion instantly pushed him to rush over, and then he directly pressed the little Lolita to the ground. As expected, you are very weak. Bakugo looked at the little loli indifferently and said. Being pushed down on the dirty ground, the clothes and face of little Lolita were stained with dust, but she showed no sign of fear. Because hero cannot kill, even a villain, especially a villain like him who is powerless. Giggle. It looks like hero little big brother, you don't know me. Pushed to the ground, little loli giggled happily. Then, knowing you were before Bakugo could finish speaking, he froze with astonishment. My voice. The crisp voice came into Bakugo's ears, making her understand that it was not her auditory hallucination just now. Subconsciously, Bakugo let go of the hands holding little loli, looked at his gloved hands in astonishment, and then touched his chest, which was soft and bouncy. Play you big-headed ghost. Bakugo's handsome face became hideous, and he suddenly turned his head and glared in Li Tian's direction. Is she pretty after being a girl? Li Tian, who had entered speed force mode instantly, looked at Bakugo. Let's not talk about that. At least it is B by visual inspection. The hair is still afro, but it is inexplicably softer than before. The edges and corners of the cheeks are also fused, and the skin is even more tender and smooth visible to the naked eye, with a slender waist and looks a lot taller. Typical skin white beauty, long legs. Bakugo, your mental quality is not good. Li Tian's voice sounded behind Bakugo. Looking back suddenly again, Bakugo glared at Li Tian, who was carrying the tortoise shell behind him. Oh no, the tied-up, little Lolita. His silver teeth were almost crushed. You tricked me again. Bakugo's voice was as clear as a nightingale, but there was undisguised anger. What do you mean by cheating you? This is to remind you that you must be careful of the sneak attacks of these cunning villains in the future. Even if you are facing such a cute loli, you must not relax. Li Tian shook his head in a majestic manner. The little loli in his hand showed it to Bakugo. Like you, I didn't get information about this villain from the firm's professional hero, but why can I cheat? Oh no, I can remind you instead of you reminding me. What? Li Tian said righteously. Bakugo. This is the retribution that you usually walk alone, never caring about news and gossip, and said seriously with a straight face. This villain is called Zhuan Yinwei Yang, which can be regarded as a very hot news on the internet this year. Among them, there is only one for her quirks, a gender conversion, and her revenge for other people in this society, sex. But she launched a series of revenge because of the weird quirks one day, and the reasons have been reported in detail. Why don't you know? This is one of your biggest shortcomings. Although you are smart and careful, you are too arrogant. As a professional hero, although it is inevitable to face some unknown villain of quirks, but for the known villain of quirks the villain doesn't understand, that's too much dereliction of duty. Li Tian's eyes were round, and he shouted menacingly. Bakugo. Bakugo glared at Li Tian with angry flames in his eyes, clenched his silver teeth, and squeezed out a word from between his teeth. You bastard. Delete the photos in my hand first. Ahem. I'm sorry, it's easy. Li Tian coughed twice without changing his face, and put his mobile phone into his pocket without any embarrassment. As for deletion, why do you want to delete it? Why do you need to delete the photos you took with your hands? Besides, what did you ask him to delete? He didn't do anything. In one hand, she has already used quirks once, and her quirks must be converted from a girl to a boy, and then the boy can be changed to a girl, and then repeat this cycle in an infinite loop, so she cannot cast quirks now. Let's go. Bakugo G. Cough cough, Bakugo King, you can contact the police and hand in the task. After finishing speaking, Li Tian turned around and turned into a bolt of lightning, and the speed force suddenly activated. Dodged Bakugo's angry pounce and appeared at the entrance of the alley. Let's go. Bakugo G. Cough cough, Bakugo King, you can contact the police and hand in the task. After finishing speaking, Li Tian turned around and turned into a lightning bolt, and the speed force suddenly activated. Dodged Bakugo's angry pounce and appeared at the entrance of the alley. Oh, that's not right. What am I doing away from? Bakugo is a woman now. Isn't this the time for my grasping dragonclaw hand, which I have practiced so hard for several years, to show its brilliance? At the entrance of the alley, Li Tian suddenly reacted, turning around and looking at the delicate-looking Bakugo G in the alley. I turned my head decisively and left. Sure enough, I'm still too kind. How can I do such a thing that takes advantage of others' danger and adds fuel to the fire when I treat my classmates? Li. Duplicity. Tian righteously criticized. I'm from duplicity. A genius is not that kind of scum. It's not because I didn't have the courage to use the catch, dragonclaw hand stunt on Bakugo, the man of the past. How could he not even have that mere sesame-sized courage? Li Tian walked out of the alley with the burly little Lolita, who was trapped on his shoulders. That back view. Looks like a perverted dead house who abducts Loli. After a while, the police car sensed the place Li Tian had notified. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Li Tian, who was carrying the little Loli who was tied, and the policeman uncle almost didn't draw his gun and opened fire. After all, this scene, no matter how you look at it, looks like a pervert kidnapping an underage girl. However, the reputation of Zhuanyanweiyang is still very big, and they all knew the goal of this mission, so they quickly reacted, and embarrassedly took over the Yinweiwei from Li Tian, who had a black line. Positive. After the police left, Bakugo, who was hiding in the alley, came out with a gloomy face, staring at Li Tian with a gloomy face. That terrifying aura fully confirmed that sentence, and the blackening was 3 times stronger. Ahem, don't worry. This ability will expire at around 3 a.m. tonight, Lily said with a light cough. 3 o'clock? Bakugo-ji said with a gloomy face. Quirks, who turned yin back to yang, is gender switching. Since she was born, she will switch sex every 24 hours, that is, 1 day. At the same time, the ability exerted during the previous gender will automatically become invalid. This is the only one at present. The way to get in touch with this ability, as for why it is 3 o'clock, it may be because she was born at 3 o'clock, Li Tian explained. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Does that mean I have to maintain this posture for a whole day? The roar in Bakugo-ji's eyes almost swallowed his reason, but I don't know if it's a relationship with a girl, but Bakugo endured it. Came down and didn't break out. Okay. Quirks, which has turned yin back to yang, actually has a series of effects such as beauty, hair whitening, slowing down aging and restoring skin and hair elasticity. Everyone whose gender is reversed by her will be greatly improved after they return to their original state. This is why he used quirks illegally 8 or 9 times in a row, yet he has not been sent to prison, but instead came out again and again. Li Tian patted Bakugo's shoulder comfortingly. Okay. The skin is quite smooth and tender. Tokyo Airport. Mad Uncle. A girl threw herself into the shriveled All Might's arms, looking at All Might with tears in her eyes. Haha, long time no see, little Melissa. All Might looked at the girl with a bright smile on her face. Mad Uncle, you really can't recover anymore? Melissa asked All Might with tears in her eyes. All Might is very ordinary. When he passed on one for all to Green Valley, he already had this awareness, and said with a light smile, well, my body can no longer support me to fight. Let's go. Let's get in the car first and then we can talk. All Might looked around and patted Melissa on the shoulder and said, looking at the people around who had noticed him. Melissa nodded and got up from All Might's arms, but the eyes that looked at All Might were already full of unresolved sadness. Get in the car. Dad is very worried about Mad Uncle. Melissa said in a low voice, if Dad wasn't allowed to go out at will on my island, I'm afraid Dad would have flown over the day before yesterday. David, he shouldn't be crying. All Might joked as he looked at the depressed Melissa. Crying. Melissa whispered, Dad, he cried a lot, and kept saying that he was 1 step late, and it would be great if he could be 1 step earlier. All Might was taken aback. Mad Uncle, come with me to my island. Dad and the others are already researching a treatment plan. 10 walks can cure Tate Uncle. Melissa looked at All Might and said seriously. No need. You told David that you don't need to study the treatment plan. I know the situation in front of me best. All Might shook his head. Doesn't he know that other people don't know? The so-called body can no longer support him to fight is just an excuse. Although his body is seriously injured, it can still support him to fight for half an hour or even an hour. The reason why he can't fight is when he was fighting all for one for all's power is exhausted. Mad Uncle. Melissa looked at All Might beggingly. Ahem. Facing Melissa's gaze, All Might couldn't help coughing twice. That's good. I'm a teacher at Shangying High School now, and this semester will end in about 1.5 months until summer vacation. Summer vacation. I will go to my island to find you during the summer vacation. Melissa's eyes lit up immediately, and she nodded repeatedly. Mad Uncle, is this where you live now? It's much worse than before. Melissa asked casually as she looked around All Might in Shangying's bachelor apartment curiously. Haha, this is my special request, it will be inconvenient to live in if it is too big. All Might came out from the kitchen with tea. I'll come, Mad Uncle. Melissa hurried forward to take the tea tray. All Might didn't have the politeness to ask Melissa to pick it up and start pouring tea. Melissa, you came here this time not only because of my injury. My island, even if you were just a trainee researcher, if you want to apply to leave the island, it will take half a month for approval. All Might asked curiously. My island, as the most technologically advanced place in the world with the most scientists, is extremely strict in terms of entry and exit. The same is true for tourists visiting the island, and the same is true for the researchers on the island. This is to protect my island, to protect scientists and researchers. For safety, what is more important is the huge scientific research data and advanced scientific research results in my island. This. Melissa was taken aback, and a look of embarrassment suddenly appeared on her face. Mad Uncle didn't tell me that. I almost forgot. The original purpose of my visit to Neon this time was actually for the 15-year-old boy who awakened quirks that Mad Uncle mentioned last time. Melissa said embarrassingly. Scratching his head and laughing, because I searched my island's information for a long time last time, but couldn't find any cases, so I was curious and wanted to come over and observe. Find young Li Tian. All Might nodded knowingly. As David's friend, he was very aware of the obsessions these scientists have for certain things. It's not impossible for Melissa to come over because of any of his calls. Is his name Li Tian? Where is he now? Melissa asked extremely. Unfortunately, these 2 days are the professional experience of Hero High School. Li Tian has already gone to the professional hero office for internship. All Might shook his head and said. I went to the office. Melissa's face collapsed, her eyebrows frowned slightly. Mad uncle, when will that professional experience end? To end. It will take 7 days, and today is the first day. All Might said without thinking. As a teacher, he still knows the middle of these activities. Is over. I only have 5 days of vacation, and I have to fly back. I can only stay here for 4 days at the most. Melissa raised her head with a look of discouragement, and Melissa was watery. His big eyes stared at All Might. Melissa, just tell me what you have. Mad uncle will definitely help you with all your strength. All Might said with a twitch in the corner of his mouth. Which mad uncle will take me to? Li Tian's youth workplace experience hero office. Okay. Melissa stared pitifully at All Might with her big watery eyes. I knew it. All Might said helplessly, before answering. Can. Yeah, thank you mad uncle. Melissa jumped up excitedly. All Might was speechless, looking at Melissa who was sad because of him just now and now happy because of a trivial matter, couldn't help but feel helpless. A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea, the ancients did not deceive me. Haha. How could you idiot hero catch up to me, obediently follow me and eat farts? On the streets of Kyoto, a heavy locomotive passed quickly on the road. The most astonishing thing is that there is no driver on the heavy locomotive that is so fast, but the locomotive itself is in a fast form, but the sound of the locomotive is undoubtedly the voice of a male human being. And in the back, the few hero who can wander between the buildings or fly in the sky in the distance have extremely ugly faces. But the speed of the locomotive shuttling through the traffic was at least 160 to 70 kilometers, and it kept disrupting the traffic order. The moving vehicles were either forced to stop or forced to change lanes. The order instantly became chaotic, and even several driving cars lost control and turned over on the spot. Fortunately, several professional hero who were tracking the locomotive not far away shot one after another, and did not cause too many casualties. Body and machine, villain, quirks, body integrated machine, can be integrated with any machine, incarnate the machine to manipulate freely, can perfect the power of the machine, of course, the things that the machine can't do, after the body melted machine, he still can't do it. But now, with his body integrated into the gear of the motorcycle, if he wasn't on such a busy street, fearing that the car would crash and kill people, his speed could easily reach more than 300 to 400 kilometers. And this is also the reason why those professional hero have ugly faces. In this kind of place, they can't chase, they can't catch up, but they fight, but they don't dare to shoot rashly, and once they run into an open place with a body and a weapon, they can only follow behind at full speed. Eat ass. Haha, you bunch of useless hero, you are only worthy of eating my exhaust. The heavy locomotive burst out with self-satisfied laughter and mocking sounds, and at the same time, accompanied by a deafening there was a sound, and a thick black smoke spewed out from the rear of the car, filling the air. At this time, whoosh, on the side of the pervasive black smoke, a golden light that is hard to see with the naked eye disappeared in an instant. In the golden light, Li Tian's galloping figure passed by the side of the exhaust gas, and instantly caught up with the speeding heavy locomotive, driving side by side. Li Tian glanced at the locomotive beside him, a strange look flashed in his eyes. This locomotive is too exaggerated. The length of the two-wheeled heavy locomotive is not inferior to that of an ordinary private car, and its height is also comparable to the height of ordinary people. The huge engine looks like the heart of a monster, roaring. However, the speed of this locomotive may be astonishingly fast in the eyes of others, but in Li Tian's eyes, the speed of this locomotive is no more than a baby's toddling speed, too slow, too slow. Li Tian took out the wrench that he had prepared earlier from behind, hooked the corner of his mouth, and then quickly knocked on the shell of the locomotive. It's not that he doesn't want to unload the motorcycle handsomely, it's because he couldn't find any place to start with this motorcycle. Who can teach him that this kind of car should be unloaded from that screw? Fortunately, the wrench was not in vain. Li Tian looked at the heavy locomotive that had been knocked out by him 2 or 3 times, with a smile on his face. The embankment of 1,000 miles was destroyed by an ant nest, and a gap appeared, and the next step was even simpler. Under the package of super speed force, Li Tian moved his hands quickly, and one after another the motorcycle parts were smashed by Li Tian. Ahem, they were dismantled and thrown into the sky. Anyway, in the state of speed, force, those parts thrown out casually are almost the same as standing still for Li Tian. In less than a second or two after Li Tian caught up with the motorcycle, the monster-like heavy motorcycle was torn apart by Li Tian and turned into a skyscraper of parts. When the group of professional hero who were chasing after their bodies and guns arrived, what they saw was Li, who was chatting with the onlookers on the side of the road and looking at how to put a bunch of parts back together. Oh no, it's the Flash, with an unspeakable body and weapon tied up. Forehead. A group of professional hero looked at the ropes tied to the body and the weapon, and the corners of their mouths twitched in silence. They looked at Li Tian with strange eyes. Seniors, it shouldn't matter if this locomotive is dismantled like this, Li Tian said innocently, pointing at a pile of parts beside him. It's okay, Flash, this guy's quirks, unless he wants to, if you don't dismantle his fusion, then he won't come out at all. A female professional hero said to Li Tian. Explain. Different from the unknown at the beginning, the current Li Tian, in the circle of professional hero in Kyoto, can be regarded as a little famous. At least it won't be seen as a student. Li Tian also has an impression of this person. Just now the other party was running and chasing the body and weapons on the tall buildings behind. Of course, it's different from Li Tian's running that ignores gravity. Every 10 or 20 steps Rikito is about to run out, he kicks and jumps to the opposite tall building to run again. Repeatedly. Li Tian couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw that kind of jumping ability. If he could have that kind of jumping ability, he would definitely have a big increase in driving in places like cities or forests, and even his own speed would be improved. Promote. That's good. Li Tian heaved a sigh of relief. This heavy motorcycle looked super expensive at first glance, and he couldn't afford to pay for it dismantled like this. After conciliating a few words with a group of professional hero, Li Tian turned and left. And everyone looked at Li Tian's leaving back. Ah no, it was Li Tian's disappearing figure in an instant. There was a touch of emotion in his eyes. A new generation replaces the old one. Those old professional hero who have debuted for 2 or 3 years will be suppressed by newcomers. And after Li Tian left, in the alley not far away, 2 figures, a man and a woman, walked over one after the other. Mad Uncle, that's him, Melissa said, looking at the direction Li Tian was leaving with her eyes sparkling. That's right, that's Li Tian boy. All Might, who was tightly wrapped and covered his face, nodded, with a smile on his face. Although the power is gone, his eyesight is still there. The speed that Li Tian erupted just now cannot be seen accurately, but it definitely far exceeds the speed that Li Tian showed during the Battle of Shunye. Obviously, in this short period of time, in just a few days, Li Tian made great progress. Li Tian called his quirk speed force, which is an all-round speed increase that can be freely manipulated by his own will. I estimate that the speed he just exploded has exceeded 1,000 meters per second. All Might explained. Road. 1 kilometer per second? Melissa's little mouth opened into an O shape, very cute. It's unscientific. It's 1,000 meters per second, but he just ran silently and didn't move at all, Melissa exclaimed. As a scientist, even with the word backup, he understands how terrifying it is for a person to run at a speed of 1,000 meters per second. The gust of wind caused by running alone is enough to create a devastating storm. If you turn to running, it couldn't be easier to create a super tornado. Haha, I'm not sure about this, but Li Tian should be able to control the damage he causes, All Might said with a smile and shook his head. Then I'll go and ask him in person, Melissa said with curiosity on her face. Let's go, Mad Uncle, let's go find him. Don't worry, Li Tian and I have already made an appointment. We will meet tonight. During the day, he still needs to participate in the workplace experience, All Might said with a smile. Okay then. Although Melissa was a little discouraged, she didn't feel dissatisfied, and she smiled again when she turned her head. I haven't been here in Kyoto yet. Uncle Matt, take me around for a while. Let's go shopping. Haha, speaking of it, I haven't done a good shopping here in Kyoto for so many years, I can get my wish today. All Might scratched his head and smiled. Hey. A smile suddenly appeared on Melissa's face. Then let's go. On the other hand, Li Tian obviously didn't notice that All Might, who had made an appointment with him, would arrive early, and he brought a beautiful girl with him. The third one, unfortunately, I haven't met any villains suitable for hand-to-hand training. In the Speed Force, Li Tian galloped leisurely, his eyes casually scanning the still world around him. Although he didn't even get a temporary license, it's against the regulations to do anything to villain, but after obtaining the professional hero license, He can patrol the vicinity and decide to save people or take them according to the situation. Next villain. It's a pity that Li Tian has no salary yet. But soon, I will have money soon. Li Tian suddenly thought of something, and then there was a smile in his eyes. After years of unremitting investigation, Li Tian finally determined that in this world 100 years ago, there were no comics similar to his previous life. Should I copy first? No. Should I draw DC first? Or should I draw Marvel first? Or find a Japanese manga to try out? Or draw them all? Li Tian grinned, imagining himself the scene of making money every day. When the young master has money, the first thing to do is to buy a laboratory. This may not be affordable, forget it. Rent a laboratory, rent a few scientists, give me enough to fill my stomach. I invented that energy bar, and after eating so much food every day, I'm almost anorexic. Li Tian rubbed his stomach with a bitter expression on his face. A remote mountain forest area. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A group of purple-black mist appeared out of thin air, forming a small vortex, and 5 figures rushed out of the vortex in a panic. One of them staggered and fell to the ground, and then the vortex quickly dissipated. The moment it dissipated, there was loud shouting and rolling mud and rocks from the other end of the vortex. The sound of the rolling mud rocks shook the world, but the instant the fog dissipated, only a large group of mud rocks poured in, and then everything subsided. 5 bewildered figures, together with Kurogiri, who appeared in a condensed form in an instant when the purple-black mist dissipated. A total of 6 people were all buried in the rolling mud and stones in disgrace. What the hell is going on? Sigongmu roared in a low voice. At this moment, only the big hand covering his face was left, and the gap between the hand molds on his face could be clearly seen. An incomparably ferocious face. It's not easy, you are being followed. A figure stood up in the mud and rocks beside Sigongmu. It looked like an ordinary face of passers-by. Mimi looked like she was smiling, and she didn't look like a villain at all. But when he opened his mouth to speak and opened his eyes, a pair of ferocious upside-down triangular eyes were full of ferocious murderous intent, and the other 2 also got up from the mud and stood behind him, staring fiercely at the 3 of them, saying something hands-on gesture. The base they had prepared for 10 years was destroyed like this. How could they not be very happy? Impossible. After I rescued Shigaraki and Kurogiri at the very beginning, we used Kurogiri's teleportation quirks to hurry, and no one could track the teleportation. Another strong man with a hideous face and a tall stature, he shouted in a low voice. This person is the old subordinate of All for One who saved both Nikugaraki and Kurogiri when All for One attracted points of attention. But that's the truth. Our base has been established for more than 10 years and has never been discovered, but the pair of triangular eyes showed an angry killing intent, just 3 days after you arrived, was found to have destroyed. Moreover, it will take at least 2 days to quietly gather the power to destroy our base. Do you think I have enough reason to doubt? The tall and strong man opened his mouth, speechless. In his heart, there was also unavoidable doubt, and he looked at Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Shigangmu also stopped his mania at this time, and fell into deep thought. Of course, compared to tracking, I think it is more likely that the opponent has some peculiar quirks that can lock your position. Triangle-eyed suddenly changed the subject, and said, however, I think the specifics and reasons should be up to you. It is a small test to be judged by the error recognized by the adults. Otherwise. Following the words of the triangular eyes, there was a half-smile expression on the other party's face. Smiling tiger, you want to betray your lord. The strong man was stunned, and looked at the hanging triangle eyes angrily. It's too ugly to say betrayal, it's just that my lord is in a mess right now. As for the heir he chooses, I, as a subordinate, want to see if the young master can lead us to rescue my lord. Triangular chuckled lightly, with a pair of destructive temperament. His eyes were closed again, with a kind look on his face. You. The brawny man wanted to say something, but was stopped by Shigeoki raised his hand. From the gap of that big hand, Shigeoki looked at the person in front of him coldly. He has a kind smile on his face, and there is no surprise on his face. He is not stupid. As early as 3 days ago, when he came to this base, he had already foreseen this scene. Even if the attack did not happen this time, the other party would probably find a reason to test him and want to take him back. These lawless, old divisions of teachers, that's such an easy thing to do. The time when All for One was arrested this time brought him a huge blow, and what he replaced. The growth after the blow was also huge. Thinking about it carefully, the previous battle between Shen and Yi was very inexplicable. He was attacked for no reason, his teacher was also attacked, and even the doctor was attacked. Let's not mention the location of his teacher, the doctor's residence, but even he doesn't know. But there's one person who knows all 3 locations. And has even been there more than once. That is. Tamura Shigaraki's eyes flicked to Kurogiri. It's this little thing. Shigaraki looked at the cleverly disguised tracker in his palm, and his cheeks twitched uncontrollably because of anger. It's such an inconspicuous little thing that caused all this. Black mist, black mist, black mist, you really deserve to die. Nigaraji turned his head fiercely and glared at the trembling Kurogiri. The tracker in his hand instantly collapsed and shattered. A terrifying malice that seemed to destroy everything burst out, and Nigaragi's face was covered with white gloves. The big hand of the hand model turned into a burst of black debris and fell to the ground without a sound. Under the feet of everyone, the mountains, rocks, grass, and trees are rapidly withering and collapsing under the malice at this moment. The vegetation is withering, and the rocks are crumbling and smashing, as if the end of the world is coming. I. Hei Wu looked at Sigongwu in horror. His eyes were full of disbelief, and he was completely speechless under this malicious attack. His gut told him, move, you will be smashed to pieces in an instant. Let alone Kurogiri, who was being targeted. Even the other 4 people on the side facing Tamura Shigaraki at this time were shrouded in the crisis of death, as if they were facing a ferocious hunting beast with bare hands. This. The strong man looked at Sigongwu in horror, but suddenly he couldn't help being excited. There are successors, and his master has successors. Okay. So strong. Smiling Tiger couldn't help but took 2 steps back, wanting to subconsciously want to stay away from Sidongmu at this time, and the pair of triangular eyes that opened again to look at Sidongmu no longer had the sinister viciousness before spicy and hidden deep ambition, replaced by only the fear that has not melted for thousands of years. This malice made him couldn't help but recall All for One, and the doomsday scene before him also made him couldn't help but recall All for One. The eyes of the other 2 people looking at Shigoki also lacked the previous banter, replaced by fear and respect. This scene of malice and destruction lasted for a full minute. Never mind. With the sudden opening of the dead handle tree, everything around him suddenly dissipated, and the previous malice that seemed to be approaching the end quietly dissipated. If it weren't for the withered flowers and plants around, the collapsed rocks were silently telling everything that happened just now. If it weren't for the fear on their faces, it would not have dissipated. I'm afraid they will all think that what happened before was just an illusion. Since the matter has already happened, there is no point in pursuing it. Kurogiri's ability will be very useful for the next plan. His life will be left behind in the plan to destroy society. Without looking at Kurogiri, he said indifferently. Yes. Kurogiri trembled when he saw the indifferent eyes of Nigaraji, and indeed he responded happily. As for this thing. Shigangmu looked at the black embers on the ground. A look of coldness flashed in his eyes. I probably know when and who made it. Who is it? Kurogiri asked subconsciously. This thing made him miserable, so he naturally hated it. We appeared in front of the hero only once, and that time. Who else could quietly put this kind of thing in your neck, Gator? Dead Kuraki said coldly. There was a murderous look in Kurogiri's eyes. Although Kurogiri's ability is still useful and cannot be killed, it does not mean that this matter can pass easily. With a glance at Shigaraki, Kurogiri suddenly trembled and lowered his head involuntarily. He had already remembered that the only time they appeared in front of Hiro was Hiro, and that time, the only thing that could put something in his neck guard. Kurogiri thought of the kid who held his neck brace and almost took him down, and there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. In addition to being shocked, Kurogiri, who was extremely resentful towards Li Tian, also felt a touch of panic, just made that judgment in an instant, and left behind the tracking device, which is unbelievable. However, other than this possibility, Kurogiri really couldn't think of how his neck guard would leave something like a tracker. That person is definitely the enemy of the future. Kurogiri understood instantly, looked at Shigaraki, and wanted to speak. However, let's go. The teacher should have arranged a lot of things, said Shizuoki, turned around and prepared to leave, without even looking at Kurogiri. Yes, young master. The burly man quickly followed up, looking at the back of Saganmu. His eyes were full of fanaticism. Smiling Tiger and the other 2 followed silently. Only Kurogiri, after seeing the attitude of Shikuraki, silently closed his mouth, and the resentment towards Li Tian in his heart suddenly became stronger by 3 points, and then hurriedly followed. Although Kurogiri knew about the matter, he didn't know the coordinates of the location, so he couldn't use teleportation. In the front of everyone, Shigangamu's face was far less calm than the others imagined, and the almost distorted expression was full of hatred. It's not going to end like this. That damn brat. Sorry. I didn't pay attention to the time when I was practicing. Li Tian sat down embarrassedly, and looked at All Might and Melissa who were sitting opposite. Puff haha. Even during the professional experience, don't you forget to practice? All Might spat out a mouthful of old thank you, and laughed. Well, I learned something new this time, and I thought of something very interesting by analogy, so I can't wait to start practicing. While talking, Li Tian covered his hands with ease. The bag of All Might's blood was thrown into a trash can in the distance. That skillful technique made Melissa on the side stupefied. Is that your quirks, Li Tian, just now? Melissa asked impatiently, her eyes glowing with excitement. You are. Li Tian looked at Melissa with a strange flash in his eyes. For the girl who appeared in the movie, Li Tian naturally recognized it, but shouldn't she be in my island at this time? Why did she appear here in Neon? It's because of the All Might retirement event early? I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Melissa Heald, the niece of Mad Uncle, and I came to visit Mad Uncle from the United States. Melissa quickly introduced herself. Melissa, hello. My name, All Might should have already told you. Li Tian also replied with a smile. Yeah. Melissa nodded vigorously, and her face that had just calmed down became excited again. I pestered Mad Uncle to ask a lot about classmate Li Tian. That classmate Li Tian, the one just now was did you awaken quirks when you were 15? Li Tian vaguely guessed the reason why Melissa would appear here, nodded with a smile, and responded generously, yes. I'm sorry Li Tian, I was too shocked when I found out that you had awakened quirks, so I asked a friend of mine. Melissa is my friend's daughter, because I was too surprised, so I. All Might said shyly. It's okay. Li Tian shook his head, he had no intention of hiding this kind of thing, and his predecessor's 15 years of quirkless career were naked, so he couldn't hide it either. And isn't Green Valley just like me who awakened at the age of 15? There may be more and more teenage quirks who awaken in the future. It won't be so strange. Li Tian said like a joke. Green Valley? Melissa was startled, she didn't know Green Valley yet. Li Tian, is that Green Valley? Melissa looked at Li Tian in disbelief. If he hadn't misunderstood just now. All Might's forehead instantly dripped with cold sweat, and his heart skipped a beat. He almost forgot that Green Valley also awakened at the age of 15 or inherited one for all quirks. Li Tian looked at the expressions of All Might and Melissa, and instantly understood that All Might probably didn't tell Melissa about Green Valley. He's my classmate in Shangying, Li Tian said slightly embarrassed. Then, he is also a quirks who awakened at the age of 15 like you. Melissa said, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Yeah. Didn't All Might tell you? Li Tian pretended to be surprised and said, this wasn't because he deliberately tried to trick All Might, but was just the truest reflection of being an uninformed person. Green Valley is a powerful quirks of the power department that is completely opposite to mine, by the way, it's very similar to All Might. Mad Uncle, you haven't even told me. Melissa stared at All Might with wide eyes. That. Haha, because of the example of Li Tian boy, I wasn't so surprised when I found out about Green Valley boy, so I forgot about it for a while. All Might scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. That Green Valley. Melissa said. He also went to the workplace to experience. Wherever he goes, Melissa will not have enough time. All Might said quickly. That's it. Melissa looked regretful, and then looked at Li Tian again. Then Li Tian, can I ask you some questions? Of course. Li Tian nodded. Thank you very much. At the door of the restaurant, Melissa thanked Li Tian. She didn't ask about Li Tian's detailed quirks, which is definitely a secret among secrets for anyone, so what she asked was Li Tian's feelings and experiences before and after awakening quirks, and invite Li Tian to my island for physical examination and quirks examination. No, Li Tian shook his head and said with a smile, borrowing my island's equipment to conduct a quirks examination is something that most people dream of, and Melissa also promised to help me research food that can supplement my physical abilities. I should say thank you, I was right. How can? Melissa blushed and said that it was the equipment of my island, but how could she have that ability? Even his father would not be able to use those equipment to do private research. She promised Li Tian it's just an inspection of the equipment in his own research room. Of course she also told Li Tian about this. What Melissa didn't know was that if he hadn't said so, Li Tian might not have agreed. After all, unlike other people's cognition, Li Tian is very clear that his ability is not quirks, but a superpower, the Speed Force. If the test was carried out in a regular institution on my island, then he has a lot of ability. There were so many turmoil. More importantly, looking at Melissa, who left with all might, some thought flashed in Li Tian's eyes. Li Tian is very important to Melissa. It can be seen from the universal gauntlet given to Green Valley by Melissa in the theater version that allows Green Valley to punch with all his strength, and it can be seen that Melissa is really an out-and-out genius in scientific research. At least here in Neon, Li Tian can guarantee that there is no company that dares to pat its chest and say that it can make equipment support companies like Melissa's gauntlets. And Li Tian just lacks such a talented companion. Forget it. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Li Tian shook his head. After all, he is not the type who is good at calculating and can think up plans in advance to turn people into his companions. The golden Speed Force lightning jumped, and Li Tian instantly turned into a golden streamer and disappeared in place. Kyoto City at night. Undoubtedly, what the night brings to the city is not only the colorful neon lights, but more. But it is the best umbrella for crimes. According to surveys by some non-governmental organizations, the crime rate at night is 3 to 5 times higher than that during the day, and some places are even more exaggerated. And the consequence of this is that there are more and more powerful groups of professional hero patrolling at night than during the day. But it doesn't have much to do with Li Tian. After all, before obtaining the permit, even if Li Tian obtained the temporary license, he would not be able to go out to walk the streets and fight for justice, let alone not obtain the temporary license now. Night is Savitar's world. In the shadows, a deep voice sounded in the alley, and a tall figure slowly stepped into the darkness. Oh, I'm going to wipe it. No, this line is too mediocre. Crouching in the dark alley, Li Tian, whose whole body was covered in silver armor, had a flushed face. After all, he is not really a teenager. Even if he recites this kind of secondary school lines, he is inexplicably shameful here alone. After calming down, Li Tian stood up again. It was inconspicuous when he was squatting just now, but he can clearly see it after standing up now. At this time, Li Tian, who is wrapped in silver and iron-colored armor, is a big man of more than 1.9 meters, which is quite taller than before. It is nearly 15 or 6 centimeters taller, and its figure is also much stronger. That huge armor is as spiky and hideous as the real Savitar in the DC world, and the helmet that completely covers the head only reveals the same blue light as the body in the eyes, flashing in the dark alley in a blink of an eye. It looked a little weird. This outfit didn't look like a hero, but more like a certain villain. It took Li Tian more than a month, and he took the time to study and experiment at super high speed with super speed, and hammered out the armor with his own hands. I can't say how good the defense is, but handsome absolute. And what Li Tian is going to do next, it is not an exaggeration to call it villain in this world. Standing in a somewhat dim alley, Li Tian looked at the neon lights of the bustling streets of Kyoto on one side, and the dark alley that seemed to swallow everything on the other. In the gap of Savitar's armor, blue light flickered. Some crimes don't deserve to be forgiven. A deep and hoarse second voice sounded, accompanied by some heavy footsteps. Li Tian raised his feet and walked slowly towards the dark alley. Under the moonlight, in a dark abandoned building, in the empty and dilapidated lobby on the first floor, a woman with long hair who couldn't see her face but had a fiery figure was tied to a chair and fell into a coma. And in the darkness around the woman, 6 or 7 figures hid in it and surrounded the woman tightly, not letting go of any corner. Boss, is this bitch really that valuable? This is $100 million, can the old guy give it to you? A fat, pig-headed man with a height of 8 feet and a waist circumference of 8 feet said in a low voice in the dark. Following the opening of the pig-headed man, 5 or 6 other people around him also pricked up their ears and listened. Among them, there are alienated quirks who are similar to pig-headed men. There are also bald-headed men with scars on their faces who look hideous. There are ordinary-looking office workers, and there is even a cool-dressed man with a hot body, a woman. But what is surprising is that the last person to answer turned out to be a handsome young man who looked about 16 or 17 years old. Of course I will. The boy sat under the moonlight and stared at the laptop in front of him, and said softly, "This woman is worthless, but the child in her belly is very valuable. You can't imagine a woman who is almost barren how much the sterile old thing desires for children." Indeed. Haha, that old thing will definitely give money. The handsome young man seemed to be full of prestige among this group of guys. As soon as he opened his mouth, the other robbers next to him looked at him. However, this woman's quirks are really weird. She can even conceive that kind of infertile old thing. But this figure is really hot. The bald and strong man with scars looked at a long-haired woman who was tied to a chair not far away and fell into a coma, couldn't help smacking her tongue. Her eyes slapped fiercely on the sensitive area of the other party. The fire in his eyes was not concealed at all. And the other robbers were similar. When they looked at the woman's hot figure and pretty face, their eyes were extremely hot, as if a flame was burning. Be honest with me. This time is different from the previous few times. The hostage is not this woman but a child, and the blackmail target is not an ordinary person. The handsome young man frowned, glanced at the surrounding people, and warned, when the money is in hand, you can find as many women as you want. This woman is now our cash cow. Hey, boss, we all understand, just look at her, and won't touch her. The bald man smiled, and then looked at the woman's eyes and scratched them a few times, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. It's a pity. Like the same, without the slightest movement. Just understand. I think you don't want to experience the power of money after you get the money. The handsome young man looked at the people around him, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes, and he turned his head to look at the notebook in front of him again. Computer. After a while. Drip, there was a crisp sound from the laptop. To the ears of the robbers around, this DD sound is absolutely heavenly, because it symbolizes wealth. The money is in hand. The handsome young man looked at the series of zeros on the laptop in front of him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When the robbers next to him heard the handsome boy's voice, they all immediately became excited, but no one spoke, but each of them held a weapon and continued to be vigilant around the surroundings, but their eyes were aimed at the handsome boy's face from time to time. It's hard to hide his excitement. Feeling the stares, the handsome young man's mouth curled up with a disdainful arc, and then disappeared in an instant. He stretched out his hands and moved in front of him, and quickly moved on the keyboard in front of him. Transfer. This is the most common action criminals take after they get the transferred money. Hearing the tapping on the keyboard next to their ears, the robbers also became excited. This windfall is more than 10 or even dozens of times more than what they earned in the first half of their life, enough for them to eat for a lifetime. However, boss, someone is coming. A voice came from the headphones worn by the robbers. Someone. Swish swish swish. One by one, everyone present became vigilant, and all of them looked at the ruins outside the house with murderous intent in their eyes. But the handsome young man who was transferring the stolen money frowned. It's coming so soon, isn't it? The handsome young man closed his eyes, and opened them again after 2 or 3 seconds. A look of doubt flashed in his eyes. It will take at least 5 minutes for Hero and the police to lock this place. Who is this sudden comer? But at this time, the sound came out from the earphone again. The sound was very small, apparently deliberately lowering the sound. It's a guy wearing armor all over the body. I can't see what it looks like. I've never seen it before. It shouldn't be. Before he finished speaking, there was a muffled sound from the earphone, and then there was no sound. The shadow has been killed. How is it possible? The only woman among the robbers cried out in disbelief. Her voice was not loud, but her shock could be heard. The other people around also had surprise in their eyes. Their companions who went out to watch the shadow quirks are called stealth. After stepping into the darkness, they will disappear, making it difficult to detect. But now, the other party was dealt with in less than 10 seconds after they found someone. Thinking of this, the robbers frowned one by one. Their eyes became more vigilant. They looked at each other, nodded and walked out of the building. Never seen it before. Hero who just debuted, our villain who wants to cheat on others. Different from other people who moved, the handsome young man was sitting still, with a flash of light on his face after a touch of strange color, but the movement of the hand did not stop at all. On the contrary, it was a little faster. The other side. In the corner of the abandoned building not far from the dilapidated building, Li Tian wearing the Savitar armor looked at the fallen villain at his feet, and the earphones dropped aside, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. Idiot with a light-up Bluetooth headset in a place like this? Cursing his lips, Li Tian turned his head to look at the abandoned building that was ignoring meters away, and walked over there with somewhat heavy steps. The silver armor was under the moonlight, and the blue light kept flickering. Li Tian took a step forward, and before he could go far, he saw several figures jumping out from the second floor of the abandoned building, rushing towards this side. Is it really a gang of criminals? Li Tian looked at the figures rushing forward from a distance, narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not stop walking. The distance of 50 meters is very short. Almost 2 or 3 seconds later, 3 figures appeared in front of Li Tian. The moonlight was very bright, and Li Tian could clearly see these 3 figures. One was a pig-headed fat man, 10 bald-headed and scarred brawny men, and 1 ordinary-looking office worker. Who are you? The pig-headed fat man looked at Li Tian. A blush flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice. Li Tian looked at the 3 people in front of him. His eyes showed a thoughtful look, and after a second or two, Li Tian spoke slowly, and a hoarse voice sounded. I've seen you. On the police's arrest warrant, Koji Zutu, 3 robberies and murders, 2 burglary murders, a total of 9 people were killed, knife scars, 1 manslaughter by fighting, 3 policemen who were attacked and escaped, robbery 3 murders, Shikun Wanhee, 3 burglaries, 4 rapes and murders, 3 robberies and woundings. It's time to wash away your sins. Listening to Li Tian's hoarse opening, the 3 of them were not surprised at all. Is it a weak and unknown hero? The scarred bald head moved his neck, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face, and with a wave of his hands, he turned into 2 sharp knives and walked towards Li Tian. It's really lucky, I haven't killed hero yet. The other 2 on the side also stared at Li Tian. The pig-headed fat man immediately swelled up, more than 3 meters high, and the hair on his body was extremely lush, and the pig-headed human body turned into a tall wild boar man. The seemingly ordinary office worker started to move around non-stop, walking under the moonlight, bringing up afterimages, and the afterimages quickly separated and turned into independent figures towards Li Tian. Rushed over. Very good. Li Tian twitched his mouth as he watched the 3 figures rushing towards him, and took a step forward. The weak speed force that had been covering his body surface suddenly increased, and golden electric arcs danced on his body surface. B. After passing through the gap in the armor, the golden light turned into blue light and flickered. And Li Tian didn't use all his strength to solve the problem with super speed like in the past. Instead, he maintained the increase of the speed force at about 5 times, kicked his feet, and rushed towards the 3 of them. The first contact with Li Tian was the phantom transformed from the afterimage. Li Tian didn't even move, completely ignoring the phantoms one after another and rushed forward. Clang. With a crisp sound, Li Tian directly grabbed a dagger stabbed from his side. Under the moonlight, the faces of most of the office workers showed disbelief, and he hurriedly wanted to let go, but... Boom. Even though the armor was a bit heavy, and the speed force was not fully activated, Li Tian's movements at 5 times the speed were still astonishingly fast. Once he got up and turned around, Li Tian kicked the man in the face and sent him flying out. With the weight of the armor and the inertial power of 5 times speed, Li Tian's kick is not too light or heavy, but it is not something that the villain of Quirks, an illusion avatar, can bear. Passed out directly. Since Li Tian recognized these people, he naturally also knew that their quirks, an ordinary person who creates hallucinations, has no practice value for Li Tian, so there is no need for him to show mercy. Along with Shikun Wan's fainting, the pile of phantoms also disappeared quickly, revealing the Savatar in the middle. Looking at the scene in front of them, Scar's bald head and the wild boar man didn't care at all. A look of contempt flashed in the eyes of Shikun Wanhee, who was lying on the side, and his eyes looked as if they were broken. They were originally just a group of criminals who had been summoned. They could not be called companions at all, so how could they have any unnecessary reactions? Don't think that I am also that trash, go to hell, kid. The bald Scar roared, jumped up, looked ferociously at Li Tian in midair and pointed at Li Tian with his blade-like arms. Tian chopped down. Facing the knife, Li Tian glanced at it from the corner of his eye, his feet changed slightly, and he staggered to the side. Even if the bald Scar landed and his arms swept across, Li Tian was still stepping on his feet, dodging easily, and casually with a fist swing, the bald Scar was pushed back. As expected. This step is used well. It really saves a lot of effort to dodge, and the counterattack in the middle is indeed much smoother. Li Tian looked at Scar, who retreated, and murmured in his heart. This is the first time he has used his steps in actual combat. But at this time, the 3-meter-tall wild boar man who looked like a tank attacked fiercely, shouted angrily, and waved his fists the size of a human head vigorously, thinking of Li Tian, and rushed over. But at this time, Li Tian stepped forward with his right foot, and rushed directly in front of the pig's head. The left hand wrapped around his waist jumped suddenly, twisted, bang, 10 times the double-speed fist directly hit the wild boar man's waist heavily. Rakido is not considered strong, but he hit the wild boar's weakness heavily. The wild boar man immediately let out a cry of pain, but he didn't back down at all. His eyes were red, and the pig's head was extremely ferocious like a monster. Hoochie, hoochie, panting heavily, the pig's head continued to smash towards Li Tian, enduring the pain. As expected of a wild boar, its skin is rough and its flesh is thick. Li Tian still made a slight mistake with his foot, and easily dodged away. What? The wild boar roared and punched Li Tian non-stop. The scarred bald head repelled by Li Tian also reflected at this moment, realizing that a person might not be an opponent, so he also roared and rushed forward, waving a pair of saber arms. The tiger and the tiger are full of wind, slashing nonstop. Under the attack of the two, Li Tian, who was wearing what looked like an extremely heavy armor, was as light as a butterfly wearing a flower. He was not touched by the two at all, and looked extremely awkward. So weak. Looking at the two, Li Tian frowned involuntarily. One pig's head is powerful, rough-skinned and thick-skinned, but extremely clumsy, while the other's saber arm is extremely sharp. Even if it accidentally brushes the ground under his feet, it can easily cut cracks on the ground, but he doesn't know how to swing it. Originally, he thought how strong a villain would be if he could kill several times without being arrested. The result turned out to be weak and pitiful. Li Tian frowned, and the lightning flashed in his eyes. With a strong kick, he rushed towards the two of them. His clenched hands suddenly swung out. Without the slightest mercy, the fists that exceeded the speed of sound hit directly on two people. Bang bang. Two muffled bangs. The wild boar was directly blasted out, and Scar's bald-headed knife arm was also broken in response, and the whole person flew out like a tattered doll. Standing still, Li Tian couldn't help shaking his head. Practicing with this kind of villain, it would be better for Li Tian to do more training in the sea by himself. But at this moment, a slender whip shadow suddenly sprang out from the shadow beside it, with a zzz sound. Li Tian, who has been running at a low magnification speed, reacted in an instant. His super dynamic vision allowed him to clearly see the attacking whip in the dark with the help of moonlight, which was made of steel. The whip is covered with dense barbs, which looks hideous and terrifying. This is. Li Tian's complexion changed slightly, and he stepped back quickly. In an instant, Li Tian retreated 10 meters away. But at this moment, that whip shadow also whipped at Li Tian's position just now, and then received the Minister of Shadow quickly. A ferocious whip mark appeared on the ground. Li Tian had no doubt that if there was someone there just now, he would definitely be torn to pieces by the barbed steel whip. So handsome. A chuckle came out from the shadows, and then a fiery woman with a ferocious steel whip came out, looked at Li Tian with a smile and said, "Hero little brother, you have knocked down a few scumbags that my sister managed to find. How should you compensate my sister?" "I don't know." Li Tian looked at the woman who appeared suddenly, and frowned slightly. He didn't have this person in the list of villain wanted in the best genist office. Which one just now? The power of the blow, if it is a villain, will never be declared undisplayed. However, in this case, only villain can appear. Hasn't there been a villain that has been witnessed before? Li Tian snorted softly. The timing of the shot just now and Rakido added this hideous weapon. Li Tian couldn't believe that this woman was a new villain. Therefore, it could only be villain who have not been witnessed. Kicking off his feet, Li Tian rushed towards the woman without hesitation. What an impatient little brother. The woman grinned softly, but she didn't hesitate in the slightest. The ferocious steel whip in her hand waved without hesitation, like countless sensitive poisonous snakes, towards Li Tian came quickly. It's too slow. There was a flash of speed in Li Tian's eyes, and everything in front of him slowed down, but Li Tian's feet flashed in the middle of the whip shadows one after another with strange steps. You're so nimble, but too naive. The woman's eyes flashed coldly, and the whip she held tightly in her hand twitched suddenly, and her quirks instantly enveloped her. At this point, it spun crazily like a storm, and the ferocious barbs instantly turned into extremely sharp blades. The whole whip instantly turned into a terrifying killer like a meat grinder. Accompanied by this change, the whip, which was originally extremely fast, went up to 3 floors in an instant, and the speed of its dancing soared instantly. The wind swept through the clouds, and tightly surrounded Li Tian, who had already stepped into the shadow of the whip. Tear Li Tian into pieces. You must know that the armor on Li Tian's body is just the shape he knocked out. Apart from covering his face, its defensive power is almost negligible, let alone this big killer that looks like his face can be torn apart. Okay. Li Tian suddenly applauded in his heart at this time, his eyes trembled. He came out this time to find villain to practice. Naturally, the stronger the villain, the better he will make an appointment. Maintaining this speed, Li Tian didn't use all his strength to activate the speed force, but just widened his eyes, brought his dynamic vision to the limit, and stepped harder and harder. After all, there is only one whip shadow in the sky. No matter how fast you swing it, it will not become 2 whips, and in the eyes of Li Tian, whose dynamic vision is already inhuman, this whip shadow can still be captured, which leads to in the sky full of whip shadows, blue sky can always find a gap to dodge and move forward. How could it be? The woman's complexion changed instantly, seeing Li Tian jumping in her invincible whip blade. Incredulity flashed in her eyes. How could someone be so flexible? I don't believe it. With a low growl in her heart, the woman held the whip firmly in her hand, and frantically urged her own quirks, swung them, and instantly turned into a steel tornado capable of tearing everything apart. However, in the steel tornado, Li Tian seemed to be dancing on the blade, completely unaffected. Very good. Amidst the extremely dangerous steel tornado, Li Tian's face flashed a look of joy. Although in the moment just now, he urged God's speed to increase a lot of speed to dodge, but at the same time, the frequency of his dodging is also several times higher, which means that the effect of his practice has increased again. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds of the steel tornado. After a full minute, Li Tian's dodging steps, which were still immature, became more and more proficient under this ultra-high-intensity training up. Almost. Li Tian felt his own footsteps become smoother, and looked towards the woman whose speed of swinging the whip had started to slow down. Swish. Li Tian kicked his feet, and easily passed through the shadow of the waving impenetrable whip, appearing in front of the woman. There was no intention of talking at all, because the knife in his hand directly slashed at the woman's back. Different from the embarrassment of confronting Hong last time, this time, after Li Tian specially asked for advice, he slashed down with his hand, and the woman fainted straight away. Of course, Li Tian can't guarantee the specific severity of the injury. Standing where he was, Li Tian thought about it. Although the series of actions just now looked much more handsome than before, for Li Tian. It really doesn't suit my fighting style. Li Tian scratched his chin, the sharp fingertips collided with the steel chin creaking, and a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Color. Why does he slow down and fight villain slowly when he can instantly kill villain at full speed? Play cool. Oh, stop making trouble, that kind of thing. A look of confusion flashed across Li Tian's face under the mask. Handsome, it seems to be quite important. Forget it. It's not completely useless. When you become Savitar, you can avoid suspicion by using this method of fighting, and now I can turn around when I encounter a villain like all for one who can't hit a punch. I've punched you a few more times. Li Tian patted his face, forcibly comforting himself, then walked towards the abandoned building where these guys came out and passed the doctor. It's impossible for this group of villain to just gather here. On the other side, among the dilapidated buildings. The handsome young man listened to the quiet movement here, looked at the progress of the laptop in front of him, and a look of disappointment and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. For Li Tian outside, he naturally hated Li Tian, and wished he could kill Li Tian. This spoiler is broken into pieces. It's a pity, in 3 minutes, the money will be completely transferred. The handsome young man murmured to himself, and stopped his movements. I didn't get the money this time, and I was so alarmed. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to tie up this cash cow again. It's too risky to take her away now. Turning his head, the handsome young man looked at the fainted woman in the hall, with even more disappointment on his face. As said, with the kind of old kid who would go crazy for future generations and have money and a lot of channels, he didn't dare to act rashly. Even if he blackmailed him this time, he would take a huge risk. It's a pity, if she was found earlier. Maybe a lot of money can be defrauded from all over the world by using this quirks. In front of the abandoned building. Li Tian snorted slightly, looking at the scene inside the building with some doubts. A woman who seemed to be kidnapped, and a 16 or 17-year-old boy who looked harmless to humans and animals. Is this kid the head of that group of villain? Li Tian frowned involuntarily, and silently increased his vigilance. If humans and animals are harmless, it is impossible to suppress those villain with blood on their hands. You must know that even the 3 pig-headed men, the knife-armed man and the hallucinating guy are weak and pitiful, but after all, they are villain who have repeatedly committed major crimes and have not been caught by the police and hero. How cruel to say, but definitely cunning enough. And the woman who came out in the end, not to mention the general villain, can be suppressed. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Li Tian's mind in an instant, but his whole body was covered in armor, but no one could see it. Hero. Or villain? The handsome young man looked at Li Tian, who appeared in the hall, with a faint smile on his face, without any nervous opening. Neither. Came out a hoarse and low voice. Understood. Qingshu young man smiled and nodded, so it's the new debut Dark Hero. Dark Hero. Li Tian didn't stop talking. Of course he knew what the so-called Dark Hero were. He is not the first one to hide his identity and come out to be a hero. Decades before him, there were countless hero licenses all over the world, but he hid his identity and used quirks to attack villain without authorization. Such people are collectively referred to as Dark Hero by underground organizations. However, the official face is to regard this group of people as villain. But it is not pursued, not arrested, not wanted, let them go, unless these people are completely plunged into the dark, and make real villain behaviors, then they will be regarded as real from the inside to the outside. Villain. What's the name? Qingxiu young man asked with a smile. You're very confident. Li Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the handsome young man, then raised his legs and walked over. You can't catch me. The handsome young man raised his eyebrows and said confidently. Then give it a try. Li Tian's eyes were densely packed with lightning speed, and with a kick, Li Tian rushed towards the handsome boy maintaining 5 times the speed. And that handsome young man looked at Li Tian who was rushing over quickly, with a faint smile in his eyes, standing where he was, with no intention of dodging at all. Huh. Looking at the handsome young man who was already close at hand and could be reached with a single hook, Li Tian's eyes flashed vigilance, guarding against the handsome young man's quirks. But even so, Li Tian punched out without any hesitation. Li Tian's own strength combined with the sudden stop of the lightning speed brought huge inertia to the lightning-fast punching, and the punch was as fast as thunder, and then. Under Li Tian's stunned gaze, the handsome young man didn't use quirks to defend or dodge at all, and flew upside down, spraying blood in midair, and Li Wei could even see a few pieces of internal organs in the blood. Li Tian looked at the handsome young man who made him extremely vigilant with a bewildered face, flying like a tattered doll for more than 10 meters, then smashed heavily against the wall and then fell to the ground. What's the situation? Hey hey hey, the handsome young man lying in the blood suddenly laughed, raised his head, there was still a smile on his blood-soaked face, but the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time, obviously still very painful. I want to be a hero. I don't know if a murderer can continue to be a hero. The handsome young man looked at Li Tian. There was no fear of death in his eyes, only a playful face. Just because of this reason, you choose to die? This is super paranoid. Li Tian had a painful expression on his face. No. Li Tian frowned slightly as he looked at the handsome young man lying in a pool of blood. Although the shock of the scene in front of him made him unable to react for a while, but after thinking about it carefully, there is no reason at all. Taking my own life without any resistance at all, just to prevent him from becoming a hero. How much hatred and hatred. And Li Tian couldn't see the slightest fear of death from the handsome young man's eyes. Even a crazy person, when faced with the imminent death, couldn't be so calm and joking. However, it is an iron fact that the person in front of him is dying, and Li Tian can clearly see this. Who the hell are you? No fluctuations in the tone could be heard in the hoarse voice. While Li Tian was speaking, he was also thinking about pieces of information that might be the villain in front of him at super high speed. Who? The handsome young man grinned ferociously. Of course it's villain. Very bad villain. Li Tian looked at the handsome young man. A flash of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He saw that there was a very faint phantom attached to the body surface of this handsome young man, which was almost invisible in the darkness. Pursuing the soul. Li Tian blurted out directly, calling out the name. Possessed ghosts, villain, unknown real name, unknown gender, unknown age, quirks, guessed to be similar to the soul out of the body to control other people's bodies, hiding in the dark. The number of times of possession has been found to be more than 15 each time. He committed a crime of different size and controlled his body to commit suicide after committing the crime. I've been recognized so quickly. Hearing the name Li Tian called out, the smile on the handsome young man's face slowly disappeared. He curled his lips, and looked at Li Tian with displeasure. You are quite smart, a rookie. Is it? How about it? Do you want to mess with me after becoming a villain? I am the person who likes to take in homeless companions the most. If I think about it, I will release those guys outside. I will take you in. If you don't agree, then tonight's video, is uploaded to the internet. After the possessed ghost finished speaking, he didn't intend to pay attention to Li Tian. The pain of this tattered body was coming to his mind wave after wave, and he didn't want to continue to suffer for no reason. With the thought, a phantom like a ghost floated out of the handsome young man. The phantom is very faint, almost invisible in the dark, and very blurry, like a mosaic with 10 or 8 layers. It soared into the sky in an instant, passed through the ceiling of the building, and disappeared into the vast night. When villain. Li Tian looked at the handsome young man who was about to die after the possessed ghost left. He has already understood now that this handsome young man is probably a real young man, not some villain who kills people. Indeed, after this article is exposed, Li Tian's Savitar identity will definitely be destroyed. Be branded in the camp of villain. But all of this is based on the premise that the handsome young man is dead. With somewhat dull steps, Li Tian walked towards the handsome young man who was lying on the ground. At the same time, the blue light in the gaps in the armor exploded, becoming 10 times and 100 times stronger in an instant. Under the moonlight, the entire abandoned building shone with a strange blue light, and it took more than 10 seconds for the light to gradually dim. Then, accompanied by dull footsteps, Li Tian walked out of the abandoned building, took several villains who had passed out with him, and disappeared into the vast night. The bright moonlight reflected the scene in the abandoned building. The unconscious woman was still unconscious, but the rope on her body had been untied, and she lay flat on the ground, and beside her was the handsome young man covered in blood who was tied up and thrown there. Although the young man's face was pale, his breathing it was gentle, and it was obvious that there was no danger to life. In the middle of the two, there is a mobile phone with 2 screens, and the voice of questioning is still coming from the mobile phone. A few minutes later, a series of sirens broke the dead silence of the abandoned area, and a dozen policemen and several heroes rushed to the abandoned building. On the other side, Li Tian tied up those villains who had been knocked unconscious by him in an indescribable posture, and directly packed them all away. This group of villains is a big harvest of his hunting tonight. He turned into Savitar, and came out in the middle of the night, not only to exercise his skills, but more. Li Tian actually wanted to use this group of villain to study the effects of his speed force on people. What a manifestation. Of course, Li Tian has already done experiments on animals, and this group of villain is just for Li Tian to be on the safe side, fearing that people are different from animals, and will lose the chain at critical moments. No, the handsome young man who was possessed just now became Li Tian's first human experimental subject with honor. As a result, it was also very successful. Under the influence of Li Tian's supernatural speed force, the serious injury on the other party's body, which was fatal enough, quickly recovered hundreds of times, although it did not completely recover to its health before it was injured. But it is indeed not life-threatening. On the rooftop of a commercial building 5 or 6 kilometers away from the incident just now. That's it. Li Tian casually threw the villain on his body to the side. His experiment is not a dangerous experiment, and it can be completed in a few minutes. When the time comes, these guys will be tied up and thrown down. Standing on the edge of the roof, Li Tian looks at the police station not far away, with a twist of his mouth. Tick, perfect. Turning around, Li Tian walked towards several villains who were still unconscious. The speed force gives others the ability to recover at a super speed. Li Tian has already experimented, although there may be a little sequelae afterwards, it is undoubtedly very successful. When the speed surged after the Battle of Shunye, Li Tian faintly discovered that, unlike before, he could only passively use the speed force to enter the extreme speed mode. Now he can already perceive and even slightly affect the speed force in his body. Like using the speed force to temporarily grant the super fast recovery ability to others, it is also because of this that Li Tian can do it. And the next experiment Li Tian will conduct is to see if he can transmit the speed force to others, and create other speedsters just like the DC universe. He started to run in a silver armor emitting blue light. It wasn't the golden lightning that Li Tian brought out before, but a blue and silver phantom, and quickly ran around. At the same time, Li Tian controlled the super speed force he generated while running at super high speed to rush towards the comatose Shikun Wanhee. In Li Tian's opinion, this weakest guy is also the most damned. Even if a speedster comes out early, Li Tian is sure to take him down, and he can use his heart to cripple or even kill him. As soon as the speed force connected to the West Village Magic River, Li Tian could clearly sense the West Village Magic River through the speed force. With the thought, the super speed force linked to Shi Kun Wan's body quickly penetrated into his body, and the injury stunned by Li Tian recovered at an incredible speed, almost in the blink of an eye. The other party's injury completely recovered, and as the injury recovered, Nishimura Wan's consciousness gradually recovered. His eyelids trembled slightly, and his fingers began to move slightly. Nishimura Genkazu's eyelids opened, his eyes were full of bewilderment, and he subconsciously raised his hand to touch his face. He instinctively remembered, I fell into a coma because of a heavy blow to my face. However, boom! Li Tian's figure appeared beside the newly awakened Shikun Wanhee, kicked him in the face, and directly sent him flying. In midair, Shi Kun Wanhee, who was inexplicably hit hard, looked bewildered, with deep confusion in his eyes, and then rolled his eyelids, and passed out neatly. No way. Li Tian didn't even look at Shikun Wanhee, who passed out again. Just now, when he linked the speed force to Nishimura Wanhee, the opponent's movements from waking up to raising his hand did indeed have the same super abnormal speed as the real speedster. It consumes too much. Different from Li Tian's running without any pressure when running with the speed force, Li Tian immediately felt the heavy pressure from the speed force just by raising his hand after the opponent entered the speed mode. Protecting the other party's body and making the other party have super speed consumes an astonishing amount of energy. Just the act of blinking and raising one's hand is no less than the consumption of Li Tian running hundreds of thousands of kilometers.
Try 2 more times. Li Tian took a deep breath, looked at the other 3 people, an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes, and then started the experiment again.
The test results came out soon, and like that Shikun Wanhe, when these 3 people entered the extreme speed mode, they also needed to consume a huge amount of super speed force that Li Tian could not bear to move. Even, that wild boar man might consume several times as much speed force as others because of his weight. It seems that if other people want to use the speed force to accelerate, they need to consume too much speed force. Li Tian shook his head with a regretful face, but besides the pity, Li Tian was actually a little lucky in his heart, secretly happy. After all, he was just an ordinary person a few months ago. Of course, it would be better if only he had the powerful superpower that he finally obtained. However, if you think about it carefully, if you want to increase the speed, you must consume energy. The faster the speed, the more energy will be consumed. Li Tian murmured to himself in a low voice. As for why he doesn't need to consume such an exaggerated amount of energy to enter the speed force, of course it's because he's a jerk. Continue to the next experiment. In a good mood, Li Tian ran again, linking the speed force to several villain. However, this time Li Tian didn't urge the speed force to integrate into the opponent's body after linking, but instead try to absorb the opponent's own speed. It is unbelievable to say that absorbing other people's speed, which is similar to conceptual things, can also absorb. This is some kind of second-rate science fiction. But the speed force is originally a mysterious power born from the sublimation of speed. It was originally a speed similar to the concept, why can't it absorb speed? In the DC universe, the same people with extreme speed can absorb the speed of others, or, more precisely, absorb the kinetic energy of other things to increase their own speed. This is the case with the most famous race between the Flash and the Cosmic God, absorbing the kinetic energy of the entire Earth, and the speed of the Flash is even faster than the space movement that occurs in an instant in an absolute sense. Successful. Li Tian felt a flash of excitement in his eyes as he felt the speed coming through the super speed force. The next step is, Li Tian directly disconnected the speed force link with those people. Haha, it hasn't disappeared. Li Tian suddenly became excited. Although this increased speed is insignificant, Li Tian can clearly feel that the speed has indeed increased, and this speed has not disappeared with the disconnection of the speed force link, but still exists in his body. Li Tian could feel that the concepts of the speed of the other people that existed in his body could be returned with just a thought, and there was no need to use the speed force at all. And if he doesn't want to return it, he can only borrow it for about 10 minutes at most at this speed, and then he will return it automatically. However, even if it is 10 minutes, Li Tian is very satisfied. For his speed, 10 minutes is really not short, and he can faintly feel that he can accommodate a lot of other people's speed. Even if there are enough people, his own speed can even be doubled or tripled. This is not a small number. For Li Tian, who has already reached the terrifying speed of Mach 5, 2 to 3 times, this is the terrifying speed of Mach 10 to Mach 15, 3 to 4 kilometers in 1 second, and Li Tian can do it in the blink of an eye. You can go straight out of several streets. Very good. Li Tian is undoubtedly very satisfied with this success, and then continued to do other experiments. In the study of the speed force, he didn't just have these 2 or 3 ideas that needed to be tested. After 4 or 5 minutes, Li Tian was content to let go of the villain who woke up and then fainted, and then woke up again. After tying these people tightly with ropes, and after adding some injuries to their bodies, Li Tian threw these people off the edge of the roof, but the height of 6 or 7 floors, there are the rough-skinned and thick-fleshed wild boar was at the bottom, so it wouldn't kill anyone. Kyoto City, the Kita Ward Police Station, no, it should be the Kita Ward Police Station. Although there are indeed quite a lot of villain activities in this area, it is already considered a relatively remote place, so it is not an important police station. It is just a small police station. This must be another accident over there. In the police station, an old-looking policeman couldn't help shaking his head when he heard the sound of sirens in the distance. These goddamn villain make trouble every day. Every day can't the trouble be stopped? How could it stop? After retiring from All Might, this period of time stopped again. Another policeman also shook his head and said, "This world is going to change." Boom. A loud noise suddenly came from outside the police station, which startled the two people who were on duty at night. Subconsciously, they pulled out their guns and became vigilant, aiming outside. There are villain haunting here, so they couldn't help being careless. The two men who had been vigilant for a long time came out, looking at the tightly bound villain. The two policemen stared dumbfounded at the villain who were tied together and couldn't break free. As the police, they naturally recognized the wanted fugitives among these few people at a glance. Good luck. The two looked at each other, and instantly understood the meaning in each other's eyes. After all, they are old people who have been in the police force for more than 10 or 20 years. Even if they have never encountered this kind of thing, they have heard it countless times. On the rooftop, Li Tian looked at the two policemen who were excitedly notifying the headquarters that villain had been arrested, turned around, and slowly stepped into the darkness. The identity of Savitar, Li Tian has long decided that this is destined to be an identity that can only be kept in the dark, and will never be actively exposed to the sight of others. Even when using this identity, even Li Tian will use the speed, force as little as possible, and his fighting style will completely change, striving to be completely separated from his main body. What a disappointment. This is a small dwelling, the heavy curtains are closed tightly, no light can penetrate, the lights in the room are not turned on, the only light source comes from 3 computer monitors that are on, and on the monitors, a series of data streaming information flashed across the screen quickly. In front of the monitor, a somewhat scruffy-looking middle-aged man's glasses reflected light. Looking at the monitor, he frowned, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. That kind of injury has been rescued. That guy is still alive. Really, capable. While talking, the middle-aged man stretched out his palm and put it on the computer monitor. The next moment, a series of windows popped up on the screen of the computer monitor, and various data flashed in the windows. Sure enough, I can't find it. The middle-aged man put down his hands, shook his head, and sighed. Although this Quirks is indeed very strong in the internet world with his computer technology, it doesn't mean that he is omnipotent. Can't know everything. Just like this time, he didn't find any information about the Savitar, who disturbed his game this time. Forget it. The dark hero who just debuted must have left very few traces. Wait for a while, maybe this guy can become my new toy. He left and walked over to the small bed in the darkness. Lying on the bed, the middle-aged man closed his eyes, and a vague phantom floated from the man's body, then soared into the sky, and disappeared without a trace through the ceiling. On the bed, the middle-aged man was in the phantom. The moment he left, his head tilted slightly, and he immediately lost consciousness. On the coast more than 100 kilometers away from Kyoto, Li Tian's figure appeared here. After hiding the tightly packed Savitar armor in his hand in a crevice of a reef, Li Tian finally back to a training place he chose. Similar to the time in Binhai City, Li Tian's choice of seaside exercise location is also located in a secluded place that is sparsely populated and surrounded by mountains and forests. On the beach by the sea, wearing shorts, Li Tian walked into the sea with bare feet. The seawater at night was icy cold. Even Li Tian couldn't help shivering, until most of his body was submerged in the seawater, and after a while, the coolness gradually dissipated. However, this is not a good thing, but Li Tian's body temperature is dropping, so Li Tian will feel the coolness of the icy seawater dissipate. Standing in the middle of the sea, the night waves come one after another. Rakito is not too big, but the waves come one after another, as if it never stops. If it is an ordinary person, it may be difficult to stand firm here, but Li Tian had long been used to standing in the sea, and he stood firmly in the sea without even the slightest resistance. Thorn. With a thought, Li Tian lifted his right foot and stepped forward slightly, and the speed force instantly enveloped his whole body and activated. In an instant, Li Tian's body trembled at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and a large amount of heat was generated during the trembling process, allowing Li Tian's gradually cold body to regain heat. 10 minutes. Li Tian murmured. He could feel that his body could support the shivering and heat generation for 10 minutes at most. After this time, the heat stored in his body would be almost exhausted. Generally speaking, Li Tian would not go into the sea for training at night. After all, it was the same as now. Just maintaining body temperature would consume quite a lot of physical strength of Li Tian's body, and he couldn't sustain the training for a long time. But in the seawater, Li Tian moved his hands and feet, and murmured earnestly in his eyes, "I hope that what I felt before was not an illusion." Call. Taking a deep breath, Li Tian's whole body, lightning speed and lightning jumped instantly. Boom. Li Tian swung his fist, and a gap appeared in the waves under the night, and a small water splash exploded. On the surface of the sea, Li Tian, who only showed his head, looked at the splashing water in front of him, and couldn't help showing a smile on his face. Sure enough, it's not an illusion. Li Tian clenched his fist, and a smile couldn't help showing on his face. When he swung his fist just now, he didn't cancel the speed force at the last moment, but he swung his fist in extreme speed mode. Obviously, although the power of this punch is not as powerful as a full-strength supersonic punch, it is far greater than Li Tian's usual punching rakido. This is what Li Tian noticed in the previous battles. In the ultra-low speed extreme speed mode, Li Tian could faintly notice that he seemed to be able to cancel the protection of the speed force to himself, or to cancel the protection of the world from the speed force. And it turns out, he was right. Before I couldn't do this in the super high-speed state. Apart from the fact that I had no control over the speed force, the more reason may be that my body can't bear the pressure of the super high-speed state. After losing the protection of the speed force, it will be completely broken, so the speed force will instinctively protect me. Li Tian said silently, feeling the speed force inside and outside of his body. Li Tian walked out of the sea to continue the experiment after thinking about it. The reason for the experiment in the sea is that the seawater can show the power of becoming stronger very intuitively, which is far more intuitive than in the air. Bobby found a target and hit the test directly. Come easy. Just now, he only maintained about 5 times the increase in speed force, and he didn't feel too much pressure. Now, he needs to know the maximum speed he can bear. 6 times. No problem. 8 times. 10 times. 12 times, I feel it. When Li Tian maintained the increase of the speed force at 12 times, and cancelled the protection of the speed force, Li Tian could clearly feel the pressure on his body, and the muscles began to growl. If it lasts longer, Li Tian could already imagine the consequences of his own muscle fibers breaking down. But with a super fast recovery physique, Li Tian can easily withstand this simple injury. Continue. With a thought in Li Tian's mind, the arc of super speed force leapt rapidly, and Li Tian's originally tyrannical speed increased sharply again. 13 times. 14 times. 15 times. 16 times. Finally, after increasing the speed to 16 times, Li Tian's body was already creaking, and Li Tian could feel the muscle fibers of his body being torn as he moved his limbs. What's more intuitive is that at the 17 times speed up, Li Tian couldn't control the speed force to remove that layer of protection, as if the speed force's instinct was stopping Li Tian from continuing. It seems that my current physical limit is 16 times the speed. Li Tian silently stopped the speed force and began to think. Although the limit is 16 times the speed, it is obviously not suitable as a means of fighting under that limit, so the most suitable speed for Li Tian's current battle is about 10 times the speed. Double speed should be the limit. But under 10 times the speed, the inertia force that can be used without stopping the speed force, coupled with the super dynamic vision and nerve reaction speed brought by the speed force without hiding, is obviously powerful enough, and as a speeder, Li Tian, I don't think there is any situation that can make him choose to continue to hide and not use the speed force, but choose this desperate method. 10 times the speed mode. From now on it will be called rapid mode. If the super speed power is fully activated, it will be the super speed mode. The super speed mode will appear as the flash, and the speed mode will be Savitar's fighting method. Li Tian quickly decided down. The water stains on his body have long been dried under the rapid mode test and the super high-speed tremors that generate heat. Li Tian quickly changed his clothes, and then fully turned on the super speed mode, flying. No, faster than flying he rushed towards his residence in Kyoto. But in this late night when Li Tian was busy, none of Li Tian's classmates was idle either.
Bakugo, who is also in the best genist firm like Li Tian. Even though best genist didn't teach him how to become stronger, but with the stimulation of Li Tian, he never stopped doing high-intensity exercises from the first day he arrived in Kyoto.
Perhaps the quirks that have turned from yin to yang still have a hidden effect. After Bakugo transformed back, in addition to discovering that his skin is much better than before, he unexpectedly found that the power of the sweat secreted by his palms has increased much more than before. Even Li Tian secretly saw that Bakugo was debating whether to go to the yin and yang and come again a few times. Okay. Just like anyone else who has been casted by turning back to yang. Really fragrant beg. Most of the other students in class are not wasting their time, as the most intuitive people affected by Li Tian's behavior, that is. Iida-kun. The professional hero Slime shouted loudly. Yes. It was still the serious and rigid voice, accompanied by faint blue flames coming from the exhaust holes of the legs, the sound of the engine at full power, and Iida speeding towards him in the distance. Instantly appeared in front of a villain who wanted to escape, and blocked him. And the professional hero Slime who called Iida just now rushed over quickly and swallowed the villain directly. Feel beautiful, Iida-kun. Professional hero Slime encouraged Iida. Professional hero Slime, as the name suggests, is indeed a jelly-like slime. In the transparent jelly, the villain who was swallowed by the villain is tightly bound, it's hard to break free. Thank you for the compliment. This is what I should do. As a student of Shangying, I. As always, Iida's righteous words. The professional hero Slime on the side couldn't help but twitch slightly, watching Iida forcibly suppressing the desire to complain in his heart. Different from the original book, the hero killer Stain was surrounded by 1,000 hero who arrested the League of Villains during the Battle of Kano. After being caught as a windfall, Iida was still unwilling, but he did not go into the dead end just as paranoid as the original. It is even more impossible to choose a hero office in Suichi randomly, but to choose a suitable hero office for workplace experience. While absorbing the experience of becoming a professional hero, it is also desperate. Train yourself, and work hard to train yourself into a hero that can bear the name of Engenum. The temperature of the flame is enough, but do you want to burn the house next to it? Tightly control the burning range of the flame, even if the flame is surrounded by gunpowder. Don't light your fire until it touches it. Endeavor's stern roar kept coming. Not far away, Hong clenched his teeth. The sweat on his forehead was evaporated by the raging flames from the left half of his body before it appeared. Diddy. Endeavor's cell phone rang suddenly. Taking out his mobile phone, Endeavor glanced at the incoming text message, frowned, and then quickly looked at Hong. Stop it. There is a task assigned by the police. I'm telling you to follow me, Endeavor said, and walked straight out of the room. And Hong also stopped the flames half of his body, and silently followed Endeavor without saying a word. Originally, because of Li Tian's appearance at the sports festival, Hong, who was not able to fight against Green Valley to enlighten him, should have been deeply confused and hated, and shouldn't have appeared. But I don't know how Aizawa Shota talked to him, what he said, and he suddenly thought about it strangely. Although he still didn't forgive Endeavor, he went to the Endeavor hero office just like the original book. Dad's training on using fire. In addition, although it has not been officially announced, but as number 2 hero Endeavor, after All Might retired, it has become the number 1 of Neon. Well, the number 1 Endeavor needs to be corrected. The grumpy Neon is responsible. Even if he is not willing to become number 1, Endeavor must always be running around to fight against villain. As number 1, he will do his best to suppress the turmoil, and following Endeavor, he will definitely not lack experience in fighting villain, is growing rapidly. There is also Toru Hagakuri, a childhood sweetheart who was most influenced by Li Tian. Different from the little transparency in the original book, now she has become an eye-catching little transparency. After the sports festival, as one of the most dazzling students, Yi Yin also received a large number of invitations from hero offices, and Yi Yin also chose his favorite hero office workplace experience. With Li Tian's intentional or unintentional indoctrination during training with Li Tian on weekdays, the current Yi Yin is also growing at a flying speed. The last one to change due to Li Tian's influence is Green Valley. Compared with the desperate fighting style in the original book, which is not favored by others, Green Valley, which is fully covered by One for All, has been mastered in advance, and its appearance at the sports festival is quite eye-catching and highly anticipated. However, in the end, under the recommendation of All Might, I went to the former One for All friend Gran Torino for special training. And Gran Torino, who is a thorough combat faction, has a more straightforward training method for Green Valley. After a simple test, he directly took Green Valley to areas with many villain, and started training under his guard. I took the Villain Crusade tour. And as an insider of One for All, Gran Torino also consciously or unconsciously guides Green Valley's use of One for All quirks and the development of moves. At present, under the dual guidance of actual combat and Gran Torino, Green Valley is also progressing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And most of the others in class are also like this. Each and every one of them has experienced a lot during the week of workplace experience. In addition to Class A, the biggest winner of the sports festival, Class B of Hero has actually received quite a lot of invitations from Professional Hero. Professional Hero with real vision will naturally not think that Class B is weak just because of their temporary performance at the sports festival. On the contrary, those Professional Hero with discernment will not lose their enthusiasm for Class B at all. After all, from the perspective of quirks alone, The average level of quirks in Class B is actually slightly better than that of Li Tian in their Class A. Of course, this is the conclusion after excluding Li Tian, who is a bad guy. Time goes by in a blink of an eye day by day, and the 1-week workplace experience has passed quickly. Kyoto. As the number 3 professional hero, Best Jeanist is extremely busy on weekdays, so Li Tian and Bakugo's departure was as quiet as when they came, and they were still quiet when they left. That bastard, how dare, how dare. At the station, Bakugo's anger soared into the sky, and he was about to explode. On the side, Li Tian one-face serious solemn looked at Bakugo, who was 28 points, wondering what brand of styling gel Best Jeanist used. No matter how Bakugo's hair was washed, combs have no intention of changing back at all. Speaking of which, the haircut is actually not ugly, but for some reason, after matching it with Bakugo's face, I feel inexplicably full of joy. Bakugo, A. Sooner or later, I'm going to kill that bastard. When the time comes, Bakugo, you can give the Bull King an afro, and let him go out and parade in the street, Li Tian said with a smile on the side. Good idea, but I want to turn that bastard into a bald man. As if Li Tian's idea had opened his mind, Bakugo said with a ferocious smile on his face. It's better to tie it into a double ponytail. Baldy looks good. Achoo. In the Best Jeanist hero office, Chao Bongsheng Wang sneezed out. Hey, Niu Wang, do you have a cold? Is it because you were too tired recently? The cowboy beside him asked in surprise. It was the first time he saw Best Jeanist catch a cold. No, those two little bastards should be talking bad about me. Best Jeanist rubbed his nose expressionlessly and hit the nail on the head. Haha, definitely, that's right, cowboy laughed. Seeing the smiling faces of cowboy and others, Best Jeanist shook his head involuntarily, and turned to look out the window with worry in his eyes. These two children, there is no one to worry about, Best Jeanist sighed in his heart. Not to mention Bakugo, a child with self-esteem problems whose hair roots are full of reports, even Li Tian, during the contact during this period, Best Jeanist has also confirmed. This is definitely another problem child. Even, compared to Bakugo, Best Jeanist is more worried about Li Tian. He could see that what Bao Hao carried in his self-esteem from the bottom of his heart was his longing for hero, and his almost unshakable strong will. He didn't see this from Li Tian. Perhaps, in his eyes Li Tian is a good person and a good student, but definitely not a good hero. Even if Li Tian's strength has long surpassed countless professional hero, the same is true, he did not see the longing for hero from Li Tian's eyes. On the contrary, he could see it from Li Tian's eyes and actions. To the very faintest disregard for the rules of thought. I hope you don't go the wrong way and step into the abyss. Best Jeanist looked at the blue sky and became worried silently. There are still 2 opportunities to experience the workplace in 2 years. I wonder if Xiangying and I can lead that kid to the right place on the road. Niawang, here is the consumption list for this week. Cowboy suddenly handed over a list. Then, the corners of Best Jeanist's eyes twitched imperceptibly. I don't know if Xiangying can lead him to the right path in 2 years. Best Jeanist silently looked up at the sky and meditated. Puff ha-ha, a burst of laughter resounded throughout the corridor. Xiangying High School, Hero Class A. Although I saw it in the group before, but. I can't bear it at all. Kirishima and Siro looked at Bakugo who walked into Class A, and laughed without restraint. Bastards, don't laugh. If you laugh, I'll kill you. Bakugo, who had 28 points on his forehead and bulging veins on his forehead, yelled angrily at the presumptuous 2 people in front of him. Boom. The 28 points on Bakugo's head exploded instantly with a roar. Puff haha, haha, it exploded. Ah, no, my stomach hurts, haha. Not to mention Kirishima and Siro, even the other people who didn't really want to laugh at the scene couldn't help but burst out laughing at the scene in front of them. What are you all laughing at? You can hear laughter from the other end of the corridor. The classroom door opened, and Li Tian walked in. As soon as he entered the classroom, Li Tian saw Bakugo's swollen durian head, with a smile on his face. There was a hint of disappointment immediately. What? It has been 48 hours, and the effect of the medicine has passed. It's a pity. I wanted everyone to see how good you are, Bakugo. 48 hours? Drug effect? Hearing Li Tian's words, Bakugo was startled for a moment, and then suddenly thought of something. He vaguely remembers that after being changed by Best Jeanist for the first time, it was easy to change his hairstyle back, and then. The next morning, he woke up and took care of it happily looking at his arrogant hockey afro, and after washing his hair, His hair type became 28 points inexplicably. And, no matter how hard it is to explode again. Calculate carefully, the first day of workplace experience is not counted, the second and third days are 48 hours, the fourth and fifth days are 48 hours, the sixth and seventh days are 48 hours, and just now, count the time seems to be exactly the elapsed time of 48 hours on the seventh day? That is to say, the culprit who made him score 28 points for 7 days, found it. Bastard, I'll kill you. Bakugo lost his composure instantly, rolled his eyes and rushed towards Li Tian with a ferocious face. It seems that Ochako has been exercising very hard this week. Li Tian walked to his seat and looked at the awakened Uraraka beside him, and complained slightly. Because Cha-Cha went to the office of the fighting hero, so. Yi Yin on the side couldn't say anything, even if it was the fighting hero, this awakening was a bit too exaggerated. Go. Li Tian's super speed and lightning arc flashed away. After pressing Bakugo under his body and knocking him unconscious with a knife, he looked at Yi Yin as if nothing had happened and asked, by the way, did you meet any villains during this week's training, or something? Hey, don't knock people out and act as if nothing happened, okay? Not to mention Kirishima and Shiro who were facing Bakugo just now, even Yi Yin and several others watched the scene in front of them with twitching corners of their mouths. Well, Bakugo is alright. Yi Yin said. It's okay, he just fainted for 10 seconds, and he's almost used it. Li Tian threw Bakugo, who was pushed on the table, to his seat, waved his hand and said. Get used to it? What's the meaning? Everyone blinked and then saw Bakugo, who was lying on his seat, woke up, gritted his teeth and glared at Li Tian with a cold snort, turned his head and forcibly calmed down the expression on his face, before packing up his bag and getting ready to attend class. The way he behaved was inexplicably distressing. Kajiang was bullied so miserably. On the side, LVGU looked at Bakugo with a look of astonishment, and at the same time, there was worry about the childhood sweetheart in his eyes. He knew Bakugo's nature very well. Not to mention Bakugo, there is only one around, and Bakugo, who looks calm as if nothing happened, is also in disbelief. Look, are you alright? Li Tian spread his hands and said. This is an agreement between him and Bakugo. Because when I was at Best Jeanist, I don't know why Bakugo was always inexplicably angry and annoyed at Li Tian, who was gnashing his teeth and looking at him, so Li Tian simply made a deal with Bakugo for 3 chapters. Rush up to fight, and then you are not allowed to hold grudges after the fight, just do what you should do. This agreement has been in effect for 5 days, and Li Tian is almost getting used to it. Everyone. Shangying High School, Stadium Y. This is a complex industrial park with trails all over the place like a labyrinth. In Shangying High School, there are many similar stadiums, each of which is designed to allow students to adapt to fighting villain in various environments in advance. It can be seen that Shangying High School, as Neon No. 1 High School, has strong capital. Today's hero basic class will be taught by me and All Might. Aizawa Shota and the shriveled version of All Might stood in front of the class and said in a low voice. All Might, except for Li Tian. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at the shriveled figure behind Aizawa Shota. All Might. This is the first time most of them have seen All Might in real life since the sports festival. I come also. Even without those muscles, All Might still walked out with a smile on his face and a loud shout. His shriveled body was doing the previous showy movements, which made All Might look a little funny. But including Li Tian, no one laughed. Everyone looked at All Might with a sad face. Ashido Mina cried out. The tears of the other girls were rolling in their eyes, and even several boys looked at All Might with red eye circles. Alas! 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 All Might looked at a group of students who were about to cry, and couldn't help but panicked and became at a loss. Don't cry. When All Might was at a loss, Aizawa Shota's shout came to everyone's ears. As hero, now is not the time to cry. All Might has exhausted all its strength, not just to see your tears, but to see you smile for a better future. For us, a better future. What Aizawa Shota said was coupled with All Might's bewildered look on the side. Except for a certain guy who couldn't get excited, one of them was all excited, with firm gazes in their red eyes. The changes in the students also made All Might startled. The panic on his face gradually dissipated, looking at the students with firm eyes in front of him, and the silhouette of Aizawa Shota beside him, a smile suddenly appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, he still has a long way to go to become an excellent teacher. In the middle of the crowd, Li Tian looked at the red eye circles around him, blinked, and then reacted instantly. the weak speed force lightning launched, and the lacrimal sacs in the corners of his eyes instantly vibrated at super high speed. The eye sockets instantly turned red, and tears turning in the eye socket. No one can see that this is a husky mixed with wolves. Big, as the first hero basic course after the workplace experience, I decided to hold a rescue training competition as a test for you to test your own achievements. Aizawa Shota said lightly, the specific rules, let All Might come to explain to you. Sleep first. Forehead. Everyone looked at Aizawa Shota, who took out his sleeping bag from nowhere and lay down on the side, and couldn't complain anymore. Ahem. All Might coughed twice, attracted everyone's attention, and then began to explain. The rules of this competition are that groups of 5 are divided into 4 groups. After sending out the distress signal, the 5 people set off in different directions at the same time, and then it was up to who could save teacher and me first. We're going to save All Might. Everyone shouted in unison. Everyone's eyes were sharp, and their voices were extremely decisive. All Might was taken aback, and then hurriedly said, then teacher will go to the designated place to prepare first. Looking at the figure of All Might leaving, everyone present had a feeling. A feeling that they might have to wait a long time before starting the game, work. On the other side, Aizawa Shota, who just lay down in the sleeping bag and has not yet fallen asleep, opened his bloodshot eyes with a dissatisfied expression on his face. As for the reason, All Might left without grouping the students. Reluctantly standing up, Aizawa Shota divided the crowd into groups of 1, 2, 3 and 4 before lying down again. About 20 minutes later, at the gate of the Stadium Y, a group of students arrived at the rescue message from All Might. And the first group of players who were waiting everywhere in the sports field couldn't wait a long time ago. The moment the All Might distress signal was sent out, 5 people leapt out at the same time. Li Tian's super speed power, Green Valley's one for all full coverage, Bakugo's blasting flight, Ida's engine, Zero's Spider-Man-like tape. It can be said that the 5 most powerful people on Flight are all compiled by Aizawa Shota in this group. The ending is already doomed, isn't it? The moment he received All Might's distress signal, the speed force fully activated, covering Li Tian's whole body. His legs bent slightly. Li Tian jumped vigorously, and the moment he retracted the speed force, Li Tian seemed as if like shells soaring into the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, Li Tian's whole body appeared at a height of tens of meters above the sports field. High in the sky, Li Tian can clearly see the scene below. One for All is fully covered, and even more explosive than the fully covered Green Valley. Bakugo is gliding in midair, and Ida is speeding and jumping on pipes, just like Spider-Man Zero wandering around with the same launch tape, and All Might standing in the middle. When Rakido ran out of energy and rushed to the highest point, Li Tian laughed, aiming at the direction of All Might and quickly fell over. With the blessing of super speed, even falling, Li Tian's speed is the number of ordinary people 100 times. With a slightly dull sound, Li Tian's whole body directly slammed heavily on the platform where All Might was. Time. 1.02 seconds. With a grin, Li Tian showed a big smile at All Might. I'm coming. About 30 seconds later, Bakugo and Green Valley felt. There was no surprise for Li Tian, who was here long ago. When they were incorporated into this group, everyone including themselves already had a unified consensus on who would be the number 1. However, Bakugo also showed displeasure on his face when he looked at Green Valley, who arrived at the same time as him. 30 seconds later, Zero rushed over while wandering in midair. As soon as he landed, looking at Li Tian, Bakugo and Green Valley, who had been standing here for a long time, Zero suddenly showed a helpless expression. Although this kind of place is very suitable for his quirks to exert strong mobility, but see who you are not compared with. Leaving aside Li Tian's speed that is impossible to match in his life, Bakugo's blasting power is far superior to his, let alone Green Valley's One for All inherited from All Might. If Green Valley can play with all the power of One for All, although the speed is still not as good as Li Tian, but it can definitely use the same way of traveling as All Might, so its mobility is naturally needless to say. After Zero arrived, another full minute passed before the last Ida rushed to the platform where All Might was. Although Ida's mobility is indeed not weak, this kind of labyrinth-like dense industrial area is not a suitable place for him to play. It doesn't matter which method Li Tian chooses to rush directly from the sky. Otherwise, no matter how fast Li Tian is, he will definitely lose 3 or 2 seconds in this maze-like place. The first place is Li Tian, but everyone should be aware of their application of quirks and the progress they made when they entered school. All Might looked at the 5 people in front of him and said with a smile, everyone, just in this state, let's meet the upcoming final exam. Final exam. Li Tian was startled, and it took him a long time to realize that this place is not the homeland of his previous life, but Neon. There are 3 semesters in a year, so in comparison, the time of each semester is a little weaker than the previous life. And now, before the end of the first semester, there is probably 1 month. Li Huo scratched his chin, that is to say, after 1 month, it will be summer vacation, and then you can go to my island. Just thinking about it, Li Tian suddenly saw that All Might was gesturing to Green Valley, and whispered to Green Valley to find him after class. This scene, Li Tian has an impression. It should be the scene where All Might is about to tell Green Valley about the origin of One for All, but All for One has already been arrested, so I'm going to tell Green Valley about the origin of One for All, isn't it too late? Li Tian looked at All Might speechlessly. To be honest, as a hero, All Might is undoubtedly well deserved, but as a teacher, All Might is a black teacher who doesn't even have a teacher qualification certificate. If it wasn't for All Might's identity, maybe one day All Might would be banned from teaching because he doesn't have a teacher qualification certificate. After Li Tian and the others finished the first group, the competition of the second group soon started again. Compared with Iida, whose slowest time was only 2 minutes in the first group, the mobility of the remaining group members was far less strong, and the speed was naturally not so fast. It took a whole afternoon until the get out of class was over. In the first few minutes, the last group finally finished the game. Locker room. Sweat drenched almost everyone's uniforms. When the game fell into a delay, they were not just idly watching the big screen, but were doing high-intensity basic exercises. Treasure. I found a treasure. Suddenly, Putao shouted excitedly. Treasure. Unlike the last group, who were full of energy because they hadn't trained much, the others glanced at Putao weakly and casually. How could there be a treasure in the locker room? However, this must be the treasure left by the predecessors, Shao Keshin's Cave of Redemption. Putao excitedly tore off a piece of wallpaper on the wall of the dressing room, and a small 2-finger hole suddenly appeared on the wall, in front of everyone. Originally, the boys who were dismissive all stared at the unusually conspicuous hole in the wall. Next door. Where is the next door? It's the girls' locker room. Putao's nostrils spewed air, and her excited little face flushed. Stop, Mineta-san, peeping is illegal. Iida immediately rushed up to stop him with righteous words. However, Putao's whole body seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, unexpectedly bursting out with amazing speed and strength at this moment, directly grabbed 2 sticky balls with both hands, just grabbed them and lay on the hole, letting Iida exert all his strength can't pull it off. Resisting Iida's tugging, Putao chanted frantically, moving his eyes towards a small hole. Li Tian, aren't you going to stop Mineta? Yi Yin is over there, Shoji said to Li Tian. Nothing. Li Tian shook his head, looking at the grapes that were desperately looking at the past like an idiot. That kind of bright hole in the middle of the wall. Even girls can see it if they don't pay attention. What's more? What? Before Li Tian could finish speaking, Mineta let out a scream, and at the opening of the small hole, Jiro's earphones slowly retracted from the hole. You've been yelling for so long. Are you the girl next door? Li Tian said quietly. Eyes, my eyes. Falling to the ground, Putao covered his eyes and rolled while crying bitterly. Seeing the tragedy of Putao, the boys spoke in unison. Deserved it. Li Tian has no interest in getting involved with All Might and Green Valley's private date in the afternoon. After school, Li Tian went to the secret training ground by the sea for training as usual, but this time Yi Yin didn't come with her. As soon as school was over, all the girls in class went shopping together. On the surface of the sea, Li Tian with full power was running on the waves, galloping at a high speed. Li Tian's face was full of wantonness and excitement. The more he ran, the more Li Tian fell in love with the feeling of running. This kind of wanton, free and carefree running gave Li Tian a feeling of flying freely, as if all his troubles were far away, fell behind. A golden lightning cut through the sea. Li Tian's figure rushed straight towards the beach from a distance, and stopped on the beach. Sweet clothes. Every time after the boring training, Li Tian would run wildly on the sea like this as if to vent, and every time he ran a lap like this, no matter what kind of irritability he was in, he would be cleared away, and he would feel better. Under the setting sun, Li Tian's excited expression gradually eased, and his excited mood gradually calmed down. Looking at the red clouds in the distance, a ferocious smile suddenly appeared on Li Tian's calm face. It's almost time, it's time for Savitar to go out. Since the first time he appeared in armor, in the next few days, there was no night in Kyoto that lacked the figure of Savita. The number of villain and villain gangs falling into the hands of Sueda has reached double digits. Circles and a small circle of police circles spread. Moreover, Li Tian really found out such things as being chivalrous and righteous, punishing evil and eliminating good. It's really addictive. Kyoto City, Kita Ward. Boom. With a muffled sound, a blood-stained figure fell heavily on the street. What happened? What? The figure that suddenly fell from the sky made many citizens on the street panic. This world where there are a lot of villain is not very peaceful. If the villain and the hero are fighting, they have to run for their lives to avoid being affected. It seems to be a person, injured. Someone looked at the motionless figure lying on the ground, and said cautiously, "Don't go there. Be careful." Someone also held back his companion who was about to step forward, with a worried expression on his face. There were not many people around who fell on the ground as if they were dead. Instead, most of them walked around and left quickly. However, no one stepped forward. After a while, the loud siren of the police car came over, and 4 or 5 policemen rushed over quickly. The 3 isolated the surrounding citizens and were alert to the figure lying on the ground. The other 2 policemen stepped forward to check the fallen figure on the ground. Sir, are you all right?" One policeman was checking the figure's injuries, while the other helped the figure that had fallen to the ground, and tried to ask questions. "Tien. Tanaka Police Department, he is Brock." The police officer who asked the question looked at the face of the figure, and suddenly his face changed drastically, and he almost threw the figure out of his hand subconsciously. "Blake." On the side, the policeman who was checking the injury quickly raised his head to look at the other person's face, and then his expression also changed. "Brock. It's not their police or any hero, but a villain, a vicious villain. There are as many as policemen in the hands of the opponent, and even more people. There are as many as 20 or 30 people, and their personality is extremely cunning. Quirks is also very good at escaping. He never fights professional hero every time, but just flees with all his strength, so he escapes from professional hero several times. But that cunning Blake was beaten up and thrown on the street like this. Who did it?" Tanaka's police department looked shocked and felt inconceivable. "Whoever did it, caught this bastard, but avenged our colleagues," a policeman on the side said, gnashing his teeth and looking at Blake, who had collapsed on the ground. He had a classmate who graduated from the police academy together, but it was lost in the hands of the other party. Police department. Tanaka nodded, but there was no relief on his face. Typing Brock like this, throwing it here, first of all, it is impossible to be the handwriting of professional hero, then. Is it the villain's internal strife, or that group of unregistered guys? Police department. Tanaka thought quietly. The group of unregistered guys are naturally the so-called dark hero who have not obtained professional hero qualifications, but hide their identities and ignore the rules and use quirks to attack villain. Strictly speaking, every dark hero should be classified as a villain, because they all use quirks against villain illegally. But this part does not want to be controlled by the government, nor is it willing to use quirks to become an ordinary person, let alone become villain. There are many dark hero, and there are many powerful ones. For some people, the official will not offend if they can. At least not all of them can be pushed into the villain camp. What's more, it's not a bad thing to have a group of vigilantes who don't need their funding. But when he was thinking, he didn't notice that on the top floor of the tall building beside him, a figure glowing with a faint blue light quietly retreated into the darkness after seeing Brock being taken over by the police below. Li Tian, or Savitar, the Brock below is his handwriting. Perhaps for hero of other professions, Brock, who is desperate to escape with all his strength, will be as slippery as a loach and difficult to catch, but for Li Tian, the speed force does not need to be fully activated, it is just a burst of rapid mode, which is easy catch up with it. And throwing it casually on the street is also a habit that Li Tian has just developed. Compared with him carrying the villain and running all the way to the police station, it is better to throw it casually on the street and wait for the patrolling professional hero or the police come and take it away. However, that guy just now is really powerful. Jumping between the tall buildings, Li Tian thought of the villain, Brack, just now. The opponent's skill is definitely much stronger than Li Tian's, and his fighting style it is also completely combined with other quirks, and the explosive combat power exceeds the level of 1 + 1 = 2. Even if you just want to run away, you can fight Li Tian with 5 times the speed mode. When he finally saw that there was no hope of escape, the opponent desperately tried his best. Li Tian's 5 times speed mode could barely resist him. And this battle also taught Li Tian a lot of things. On the edge of the rooftop of a sparsely populated high-rise building, Li Tian was about to take off, and stopped, looking at a few vans in a dark corner not far below. Although it was very late at night, the vans actually couldn't attract Li Tian's attention. What made Li Tian really stop was, beside the van, several muscular men were stuffing packages one by one onto the van go in. Not far away, there are a few small gangsters who look out for the wind and the like. Is this an illegal transaction? Li Tian's eyes narrowed, and he looked down, ready to rush down and make a move. However, "Don't move," came a stern voice. Huh. Li Tian's footsteps stopped. Of course, the voice wasn't calling him, but calling those suspected criminals below. Li Tian stood on the edge of the roof and looked down. Not far from the vans and the punks, two women appeared there. Who are they? Li Tian frowned, looking at the two women who appeared there. He couldn't help but feel familiar, but he couldn't remember. This is not good in the second dimension. Too many faces are similar. It's hard to recognize if you change clothes and hairstyles. Woman. The villain who were carrying the sacks to the van also stopped their movements, looked towards the source of the shouting, raised their eyebrows, and smiled grinningly. Gigi? Didn't you agree to wait for the reinforcements to arrive? The blonde woman among the two women asked in a low voice while looking at her companion who was standing beside her. Those guys are carrying women. The green-haired woman called Gigi whispered while staring at the people not far away. Woman? The blonde woman's complexion changed, and she understood instantly. If it is about the goods or other things carried by the other party, of course they can watch the other party leave, and then follow it up, even if they can't track it for a while, it doesn't matter, but for human beings, especially women, how can they watch the other party leave? They couldn't keep up with each other's vehicles without a car or other means of transportation. It seems that we can only fight. Chuxuan Luzi's eyes froze, he squatted down, and pressed his hands to the dirt floor. The soil on the ground surged instantly, and tall and ferocious clay monsters rose from the ground. This quirks is. Li Tian from above looked at the movement below, and a flash of clarity flashed in his eyes for an instant. No wonder he looked familiar at the two people below. Isn't he the other party, the North American short-hair cat and ragdoll cat of the hero group Pussycat invited during Xiangying's sleep in the woods? One is the soil flow quirks who can manipulate the soil, and the other is the auxiliary search quirks, which can clear up all the intelligence of up to 100 people in sight, even the location and weaknesses. Why are they here? I remember that the Pussycat group's activity area should be in the hills and fields, and they are rescue hero. Did they come to Kyoto to play? Li Tian looked at the scene below and narrowed his eyes slightly. Strictly speaking, these two women are not fighting type. Oh. Hero combined Pussycat's North American short-hair cat and ragdoll cat. In the middle of a group of villain. 10 villains stepped forward and grinned. Li Tian can recognize these two people because the other is the professional hero who has one of the few appearances in English and Chinese, so he is very impressed, but the villain of the other party can recognize the quirks of the North American shorthair at a glance. The two of them in urban activities are really amazing. Hee, it's really lucky. Although you are a little older, the status of the two of you as professional hero can double your price. Villain Hamasaki Ryukyu grinned. As expected, is it a female trafficking group? Tomoko Shiratoko, also known as the Puppet Cat, had an extremely ugly face. For this kind of criminal group, it is undoubtedly that all female hero, and even all women are disgusted. Everyone, the opponent's quirks are used to manipulate the soil flow and search. Before attacking, please do not use quirks. Katsuo Hamasaki shouted loudly. Clear. Got it, boss. The figures on the side grinned and walked towards the two women, moving their hands and feet one by one, but they rarely used quirks, only a few body-strengthened quirks were used, and they rushed towards the few clay monsters. Sure enough, I've been recognized. The face of North American shorthair cats changed slightly. Originally, they were not dominant in numbers. Villain's quirks are almost unknown, and now their quirks are still recognized by villain. Up. Deadlock. No, crisis, absolute crisis. The number of villain is 26, all of them are physically fit males, among them are 8 body-strengthened quirks, and the rest are unknown. The puppet cat quickly repeated the information she could see, and tried its best to support North America's short-haired cat. On the rooftop, Li Tian's incarnation of Savitar looked down at the battlefield below. He was hesitating whether he should go up and help. Of course, it's not because he's afraid of these villain, or because he's afraid of appearing in front of professional hero, he's just faintly heard the conversation below. A group of human traffickers, and a group of women selling houses. For this kind of villain, Li Tian naturally wished to get rid of them as soon as possible. But Li Tian thinks that the group of villain below is not so simple. The actions of the other party are not like a small criminal group, but more like a squad. A squad of a large criminal group. Of course, this is just what Li Tian thinks, not necessarily correct. But what if? In case the other party is really just a small team, if he saves the two of them and the people in the car now, there may be more women and even other people in danger. This is also the reason why Li Tian hesitated. Wait and see. Taking a deep breath, Li Tian's gaze became firm. If he wants to intervene, Li Tian can choose to help at any time. Now is not the time for him to take action. What he needs to do is to wait for the opportunity, waiting for the opportunity to save more people. After making the decision, Li Tian didn't hesitate any longer, and calmed down to hide his body and watch the battle below. No, that can't be called fighting at all. Although the warcraft made by Quirks, a North American short-hair cat, is not weak in combat power, but in the city, there are concrete steel bars and asphalt roads everywhere, and the soil for her to drive is extremely rare. In addition, these villain none of them are weak. Just the 8 villain who exposed the strengthened or alienated Quirks blocked all the earth monsters she created, while the remaining dozen or so people surrounded the two of them. 2 women who are weak in melee combat, and Quirks can't fight, and a dozen vicious villain who haven't exposed Quirks, naturally don't need to say much to solve it. Almost in the blink of an eye, the leader Hamasaki Ryu activated his Quirks, taking advantage of his unpreparedness, directly hypnotized the 2 women, causing them to fall into a coma. And the moment the North American short-hair cat fell into a deep sleep, the earth monsters that were still struggling coughed lightly and scattered, turning into pairs of dirt clods. The battle lasted only a minute or two from the beginning to the end, that is, it ended within a few tens of seconds after Li Tian decided to hide. Even Li Tian was a little speechless at this time. With such a disparity in combat power, they stood up without hesitation and wanted to block this group of villain. It should be said that he is really self-sacrificing for others, or that he is out of his mind. He didn't believe in the quirks of Ragdoll, and he couldn't see the huge difference in combat power between them. There should be someone behind. Li Tian was thoughtful. How to say, it is also a professional hero, so it doesn't mean you don't even have this point. *********. The North American short-hair cat and the Ragdoll cat who fell into a coma were thrown into the van with a set of sacks by the gang. It can be seen from this that Hamasaki Ryukyu is very concerned about his quirks, Tianfan Baishin. Even if they knew that these two were professional hero, they threw them into the van casually like everyone else. Soon, the sacks carried out one after another from the abandoned building were loaded into 5 vans. Li Tian reckoned that if these 20 or so big men were removed, there would be at least 20 or 30 sacks in the van, and a sack means 1 person, which means 20 or 30 people who were arrested. After the loading was completed, these people did not clean up, but also packed into the vans, and drove directly into the dark alley beside them. Observing carefully, Li Tian could find that, after the 5 vans left, the piles of mudclods here still had obvious battle traces, but there was no trace left on the ruts of those vans. Apparently, there's some sort of special quirks on the other side. Li Tian took a deep breath, and quickly moved the Savitar armor on his body. After a while, the blue light in the gap of the Savitar armor after being refracted by the light reflected by the Speed Force lightning disappeared. This is a small mechanism that Li Tian thought of when making it. It can thicken the armor at ordinary times, and when it is pushed down, it can cover up all the blue lights used for handsomeness, which is convenient for stealthy actions. It is very simple and practical, isn't it? After getting ready, Li Tian instantly broke out, extreme speed mode, 10 times. Activate. The opponent's convoy had just left. Li Tian caught up with the 5 vans easily, then slowed down, quietly followed them not far away, hiding his figure, and was ready to go to their lair. However, the other party's next actions shocked Li Tian. These 5 vans did not follow Li Tian's idea to go to the lair, but turned around in the northern district of Kyoto City, and the previous scene appeared 3 times in succession. Get in the car, sack. From the initial 5 vans, it soon became 8 vans. Different from the previous 5 vans, there were no figures of those criminal groups in the 3 new vans. Except for the driver and the co-pilot guard, the people behind them were all people pretending to be trafficked. After adding the first 5 cars are also added. Li Tian estimated that in this convoy, there were at least 60 people who were caught. Li Tian took a deep breath. The coldness in his eyes became more and more fierce. Some people don't deserve to be forgiven. Following this convoy, Li Tian tracked it for a full 2 hours. Finally, the van convoy that became 10 vehicles dispersed and turned into a 3-3-4-3 team van convoy and left Kyoto, North District. Looking at the 3 vans leaving separately, Li Tian's face was slightly solemn. Although he guessed that the destinations of these people were all in one place, he dared not, and could not bet. "I hope you won't be seen," Li Tian murmured silently in his heart, and when he moved his feet, the speed force suddenly exploded at full speed. In an instant, Li Tian's speed soared to the fastest, Mach 5, surpassed Mach 5 and even approached the rapid explosion of Mach 6. Thorn. Li Tian, who was running at high speed, suddenly split into 3, and 3 Li Tians wearing the Savitar armor appeared in the world at the same time. Doppelganger. This is a newly developed ability by Li Tian. Originally, it was intended to be used as the trump card of the Flash, but it was unexpectedly used for the first time as the identity of Savitar. No words needed. The moment Li Tian's avatar appeared, it possessed all of Li Tian's own thoughts. The 3 of them didn't say a word. Each chose a convoy, then slowed down and followed them in hiding. 15 minutes later, the villain team and Savitar left. Beside the first abandoned building, the remaining 2 of hero group Pussycat, Mandalay Cat and Tiger came here with more than a dozen professional hero and police cables. Looking at the messy battlefield, both the Mandalay Cat and the Tiger looked extremely ugly. The piles of dirt can be clearly judged to be caused by the quirks of the North American shorthair cat. Moreover, this is obviously a scene that will only appear after the defeat. Have the North American shorthair cat and ragdoll cat been taken away? Tiger said in a low voice with an ugly face. It looks like it is. The Mandalay Cat's expression was not good. The 4 of them came to Kyoto this time not for any hero activities, but simply for fun. No one thought that they would encounter such a thing during their trip. The faces of other professional hero on the side are also not very good looking. As a local professional hero in Kyoto, their colleagues encountered a large criminal group when they were playing in Kyoto and were arrested. The faces of these patrolling professional hero. Report. There is a discovery here. As soon as they appeared at the scene, several of the police who searched separately shouted loudly. Have you found anything? Everyone rushed towards the policeman. After getting closer, everyone saw what the policeman found. Character. Text made of clay. It's left by a North American shorthair cat. The Mandalay Cat said quickly and checked it carefully. The text left by this piece of soil is the last message left by the North American shorthair cat when it knew it was invincible. To the effect that a criminal group of human trafficking from villain. There are 26 people, all male, 8 of them are strengthening or alienating quirks, and the rest are unknown. The other party's transportation is 5 vans, 2 silver gray, 2 red cars and 1 bright yellow. With puppet cats on board, there are a total of 33 women. In addition, it is suspected that the place is a small unit of a large criminal group, and there are more victims and villain. The series of information is very long. The North American shorthair cats almost wrote down all the information they could find at that time. It was very detailed, and the other places were also the same information, but they didn't know the final destination of the other party. The information is not there. But enough. A police officer's face flashed a look of seriousness, and then he quickly took out his mobile phone and started to contact the police headquarters. It may involve 2 professional hero, at least 33 abducted women, and information about a suspected large-scale trafficking criminal group. How could the police not act? And those professional hero also took action. If the attack on the North American shorthair cat and ragdoll cat in Kyoto made them feel sad, then the 33 kidnapped women and the rampant large-scale criminal group made them feel sad. Totally annoyed. This is a disgrace to the honor of being a professional hero. Must find them. This is the common belief of the police and professional hero at this time. The scene in front of them gave Mandalay Cat and Tiger a little hope. No one knows the police and the power of professional hero better than professional hero. They looked at each other, and the eyes of the 2 became extremely firm. North American shorthair, ragdoll, waiting for us. It was late at night. Even on the roads in Kyoto, there were very few vehicles, so even vans were traveling very fast. In just over half an hour, Li Tian saw the sign of Osaka. Osaka. Li Tian frowned, and suddenly had a bad premonition. Absorbing all the memories of his predecessor, Li Tian actually knew a little bit about the geographical situation of the neon side. Here in Osaka, there are Port of Osaka. Even in the middle of the night, the place is still in full swing. Forklift trucks leave with goods, or come here. In a remote corner of Osaka port, Li Tian was wearing the Savitar armor and looking there from afar. Whoosh. A black shadow flew quietly to Li Tian's not far away. Savitar. That is Li Tian's clone. Seeing the clone coming, Li Tian wasn't surprised at all. 3 convoys, 3 tracking clones, finally arrived here. Li Tian, that bad premonition has come true. For Li Tian, who is well informed, it is normal for such large-scale human trafficking to use ships, and even the place where the trafficking is most likely to be on the other side of the ocean, in a foreign country, carrying the cargo ship with a large volume is really suitable. So, sure enough, the previous one was just a small team. Li Tian looked over there from afar, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. He followed the first convoy when it arrived. During this time, except for him, in addition to the 3 convoys that were following, there were also many vehicles driving in. There were vans like that convoy, pickup trucks, and even a big truck that came in. Although, Li Tian can't be sure that every car is filled with the same people as the convoy just now, but this corner of the port is definitely not normal. Lurking in the darkness, Li Tian's eyes flicked over the group of security guards at the entrance of the port, and then looked elsewhere. In addition to the security guards on the surface, there are at least 8 secret sentries in the dark, and countless cameras monitoring. This kind of tight defense, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like an ordinary port. Li Tian's eyes, the coldness is even worse. He has a feeling. Tonight, he will see a world completely different from the surface. For the port in front of him, unless Li Tian uses the speed mode with all his strength, it will be difficult to sneak in quietly from the entrance. But Li Tian has made a decision long ago. Savitar will never use the speed mode, at least. This kind of ability that can be connected to him at a glance must not be used. How to sneak in? Li Tian looked at the brightly lit place from a distance, but filled with the rare dark place in the world, thinking. How about? A sharp cold light flashed in Li Tian's eyes. How about a perfect infiltration? Near Osaka Bay, the owner of Linhe Park. Li Tian looked at the river leading directly to Osaka Port in front of him, and walked over without hesitation. After all, he couldn't make up his mind to make a perfect infiltration. In his previous life and present life, he didn't even kill a chicken. He couldn't do it all of a sudden, at least. Now he can't do it. In the cold seawater, Li Tian pulled the box of the Savitar armor and sneaked from the bottom of the sea towards the direction of Osaka Port. With the trembling heat of super speed, coupled with the speed and strength in the rapid mode, Li Tian in the seawater is like a fish swimming, moving forward quickly. The Osaka Bay is already far away, and the giant ships stagnant in the harbor look like ferocious giant beasts in the dark night. Suddenly, Li Tian, who had already approached that place of Osaka Bay, froze, and then suddenly turned into a flying fish, whoosh hid to the side of a moored ship. Sticking his head out, Li Tian looked at the somewhat remote corner of the port from afar. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Li Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at an almost invisible shadow on the dark water in the distance. It was a person, and the other was hiding in the water. Villain with only one head showing. A water quirks villain. And looking around, almost every 500 meters, there is a secret sentry lurking in the sea to watch out for the surroundings. The small half of the port is not to say that it is surrounded and airtight, but if the movement is a little louder, it may cause commotion. Li Tian couldn't help but thought of Yi Yin. If she was here, she would be able to sneak in with him easily. Feeling a little bit, Li Tian took a deep breath, and dived directly into the sea. There is no abnormality in the B-36 area. On the dark water surface, a villain with a lizard-like head whispered to report. Very well, C-36 will pass by soon, you can come back. An order came from the lizard man's earphone. Yes. The lizard man replied in a low voice, with a smile on his face. Even though his quirks are not afraid of water, but now it's just the beginning of summer, and it's late at night, and the seawater is extremely cold. If he stays here for a long time, even if he is in good health, he will definitely catch a cold. The most important thing is what's more. It's uncomfortable for him to swim in the cold seawater. In the water, the lizard man turned around and swam towards the shore with a flutter. Not far away, another figure also swam towards this side with a flutter. This is C-36 who came to change shifts. But what they didn't realize was that in the short moment when the two of them changed shifts, a figure like a fish swimming in the deep sea swished through their so-called jurisdiction area. Peeved. At the corner of a freighter, Li Tian's figure emerged from the sea, exhaled heavily, and then took a big breath. Looking sideways at the seemingly tight but actually full of loopholes that he passed through just now, he circled one side of the freighter and slowly swam towards the shore. Approaching the shore, Li Tian pulled up the box of Savitar's armor dragged behind him, quickly changed into that suit of armor, and then went ashore while the villain on duty at the port didn't pay attention. Compared with the various sentry monitors that are tight on the outside, the interior of this small port is very loose. There is no sentry at every 10 steps, and every 5 steps as Li Tian imagined. There are only a few patrol teams. Quick, quick. The ship to receive the goods will be here soon. Hurry up and put the goods in the boxes. Hey, are the medicines in the box ready? There are quite a few quirks in this shipment who are not weak. Before they reach their destination, they must not have the strength to move. What? You are still on the road. Why are you so slow? The ship to receive the goods is coming soon. Hurry up, it won't be waiting for you in less than 10 minutes. Accompanied by some noisy shouts, at first glance, this pier actually has an atmosphere of being in full swing and working together to get the job done. Pity. The people who worked, each of them were either with bulging muscles and scars all over their bodies, or they were vicious and screaming children. Looking at them one by one, they all looked like good people. Moreover, the so-called goods carried by these people are all human beings. In the crevices of the container corners, Li Tian looked at the ones being carried out of the sacks one by one, and thrown into the cargo boxes that looked like containers but were indeed cages inside. This. Li Tian looked there in shock. He realized that he still underestimated this criminal group. The sacks were moved out of the car one by one, and the people in the sacks were moved into the cargo box. In just this moment, Li Tian estimated that there were nearly 1,000 people in the cargo box. And looking around, almost all of them are unconscious women. They are too far away to see their faces, but they are probably not bad, and there are big and small, tall and short, with hot bodies, and there are also many graceful figures, and Li Tian can also see quite a lot of alien quirks possessed, such as the Catwoman who has awakened the cat quirks but still looks like a human, the bunny girl who has awakened the rabbit quirks, etc. All kinds of strange women. Even, Li Tian saw a few cute little girls who look like porcelain dolls. This is definitely not a criminal group in Kyoto or Osaka. Bastard. Li Tian looked at the villain who were carrying the young girls. His eyes were extremely cold, even full of killing intent. Hiss. Ono Yuto was unpacking the sack and moving the woman out of it, when suddenly his whole body trembled. A chill came to his mind, and the movements of his hands couldn't help but pause. Huh. What's the matter? On the side, another black-skinned burly man who was unpacking the sack with him couldn't help but stared at this place in confusion and asked in a deep voice. Oh. It's all right, it's just that there is a cool wind blowing in, and the night at the beach is cold. Yuto Ono shook his head, responded casually, and was ready to continue working. That person didn't care either. Although they belonged to the villain group, they didn't know each other. They just asked a casual question, just when the two were about to continue working. Tom Tom. Tom Tom. Slightly dull footsteps came from the dark corner of the container beside it. Okay. Ono Yuto and the black-skinned burly man stopped their movements at the same time, not only them, but also other people beside them, and their movements stopped one after another as if they were contagious, staring into the distance. Who is it? Someone jumped out in an instant and shouted in the direction of the source of the footsteps. There was a pause for the dull footsteps, but then they sounded at a faster frequency. Not good. At this moment, everyone understands that this is definitely a professional hero or someone who meddles in their own business. Although they were surprised that someone could invade here, they didn't have the slightest fear or panic when someone invaded. Instead, they all showed hideous expressions. They were villains. What's more, in this area, except for their specific internal communication tools, other signals have long been blocked, and information can never be transmitted. Here, they have hundreds of companions and thousands of hostages in their hands. Even if there are dozens or 20 professional hero or a large police force, they are not afraid, let alone. Now it doesn't look like a large army is coming. No need to remind, the movement here has already caused warnings in several other areas. The villain who is in charge of patrolling in the distance rushed over quickly, and the person who seemed to be the captain even showed his special characteristics. The walkie-talkie began to give orders. Let the periphery be vigilant to prevent people from escaping. Stab. A series of explosions sounded, and more than a dozen people stood up directly, turning into monsters and shooting in front of everyone, and the other villain behind them also prepared quirks one by one, and even a few people took out their quirks. He took out his gun and aimed at the gap in the container. However, just as the footsteps were approaching, they suddenly stopped. What's going on? Someone couldn't help frowning. On top. Suddenly someone exclaimed, raised his finger and pointed to the sky above the direction of the footsteps, and many people present looked up in an instant. It was a dark figure. Boom. A villain couldn't wait any longer, and instantly condensed a ball of fire, aimed directly at the figure and threw it over. In the dark night, the light of the fireball was extremely conspicuous, and it flew directly to the side of the shadow. That's their companion. Not good. Everyone who looked up and saw the scene in front of them was startled, and then reacted instantly, turning their heads to look in the direction just now. But this short moment was enough for Savitar to rush into them. Boom. The Savitar, rushing into them, was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. With one punch, the frontmost Quirk's villain, who was about 2.5 meters tall and looked like a monster, was blown away with a single punch. The person who was blown away smacked 3 or 4 villain and vomited blood one after another, unable to fight anymore. This scene made the villain next to him stunned for a moment, but after that, none of them retreated, but each of them rushed over with ferocious and bloodthirsty expressions. Those who can do this business on such a scale will definitely recruit outlaws and thugs. This kind of scene can't scare them. Pity. No matter how ferocious the ferocity is, the difference in strength is the difference in strength. They were stunned, but Li Tian wouldn't be stunned. Almost in the blink of an eye, Li Tian seriously injured several people one after another. Facing densely packed dozens of villain, Li Tian, who incarnated as Savitar, decided not to use the speed mode, but he was not so pedantic that he didn't even use the invisible ability of speed thinking. Originally, the strength and speed have been increased by 10 times, and the thinking nerve reaction of ordinary people is being lengthened by 100 times. The strength that Li Tian erupted at this time was not something these people could resist at all, and the scene he saw before made Li Tian's heart burn with anger, and he had no intention of holding back his hands at all. What's more, if one person is up against dozens or even more villain, even if Li Tian has full confidence in his own strength, he has no room to hold back at all. Every move is aimed at maiming or even killing the villain. To go. Mr. Shenju, do we really need to prepare so many high-end goods and still use such a good warehouse? A middle-aged man who looks polite looked at the container not far from the window and said in a deep voice. Although the container looks dilapidated on the outside, the 6 sides inside, including the ground, are all covered with upholstered walls. There are lights on the ceiling that are not bright, but look good, and some simple small furniture are fixed on the ground. It looks surprisingly low luxury. As for the goods, they are naturally those who will be packed into these containers. Of course it is necessary. The person who spoke was a young man who looked harmless to humans and animals. No one would have guessed that this would be the boss of a large criminal group. I saw him chuckle a few times, stood up and looked at the dark sea outside the window, and said, because of All Might, Neon has been quiet for decades. You should understand that in these decades how cruel it is to be oppressed by professional hero in the police. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face revealed a hint of bitterness at the right time. Indeed, in the past few decades, their crimes have been very sad for a few days. Although it is sad that various underground operations have been cracked down by professional hero in the police, it is not a big problem. The most important thing is, they have derailed from the international. There are very few large multinational criminal groups in the world who dare to have too in-depth contact with Neon. Those who dare to reach out are all cut off by All Might. They can't get in and they can't get out. But it's different now. All Might has retired, and he's powerless to fight anymore. Namu Donju said this, with uncontrollable excitement on his face and an extremely ferocious expression. The mountain that was pressing on our heads was moved. Go. No, it's collapsed. Our day of success has come. After a long time, Namu Donju calmed down, restored his previous harmless appearance, and said softly, this contact with the international organization Silver Fox is an attempt for us, and it is also an attempt for them. As long as we successfully export these high-end goods this time, we will be back on top of the world, and with the help of the Silver Fox organization, we will become the overlord of the underground. Naim Donju's voice full of unparalleled self-confidence. The middle-aged man's face was serious. He bowed respectfully and said, I understand, Mr. Shan Zhu. There will be absolutely no accidents in this transaction, I guarantee it. Before he could finish speaking, a loud voice suddenly came from outside. Whether it's the middle-aged man or that Naimu Donju's complexion instantly became ugly, it's like slapping them in the face. What's going on outside? The middle-aged man turned around and yelled in a low voice towards the outside with a stern look on his face. Don't look at him being so respectful and humble in front of this young man, Namu Donju, but who is he? A vicious high-level villain. This is not something that just anyone can do. It's the unloading area. It seems that someone with no eyes has sneaked in. A voice came from outside the room. Unloading zone. Someone sneaked in? The faces of both of them were startled. They can reach today's status. Apart from their strength, their brains are naturally not stupid. The unloading area, but they are almost at the core area of their port, and they were discovered only after sneaking into the unloading area, which is definitely not something ordinary intruders can do. Could it be that our actions were discovered by professional hero or the police? The middle-aged man frowned and asked in a deep voice of surprise. Impossible. Namu Donju directly vetoed it, frowning and said in a deep voice, although we have been tracking and preparing for this business for a long time, it was only yesterday that we decided to do it. Even this place was decided temporarily. Those who were snatched, those who were arrested probably haven't found anyone missing in their homes. Professional hero and the police can't find out so quickly and come to the door. The middle-aged man frowned, and suddenly thought of something. His face turned ugly. Could it be? It's definitely because the team didn't do it quickly, and was followed all the way here by someone's tail. Naimu Donju snorted coldly, with an ugly and scary face. Whether it's not doing things quickly or being unclear, or being followed all the way by the tail, that one is definitely a big mistake. A damn big mistake, not to mention, it's a time like today. 3 minutes. Namu Donju shouted in a deep voice towards the outside, bring that guy to see me within 3 minutes. It won't take 3 minutes, a hoarse voice sounded. Huh? Namu Donju was taken aback. His subordinates outside definitely did not have such a voice. Come down here. The brains of Namu Donju and the middle-aged man beside him were spinning quickly, and they understood instantly, and their faces were extremely ugly and scary. Boom. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open, and it fell heavily in front of the two of them. Li Tian, whose whole body was wrapped in ferocious Savitar armor, appeared in front of the two of them. The faces of the two of them became serious, staring at the figure in hideous armor shining with a strange blue light in front of them. Who are you? Namu Donju snorted. The person who killed you. Although Li Tian was a little surprised that this gentle and harmless person seemed to be the leader, he didn't hesitate at all in the movements of his hands, walking towards the two of them with dull but not slow steps. Those heavy steps were like two heavy hammers, hitting the hearts of the two with a dong dong. Both of them are not stupid, they can even be said to be very smart, so they would think a lot about Li Tian who appeared in front of them. For example, they only heard the movement for only a few minutes, but the other party came to their door in front of them. None of their subordinates came over. They are very clear about the viciousness of their subordinates. So many people, were they defeated so quickly? Namu Donju took a deep breath, and couldn't help but feel the pressure. And the middle-aged man on the side was even more dignified, looking at the Savitar, who was walking over. With a thought, he opened his mouth instantly and activated his quirks. Hurricane. A tornado hurricane visible to the naked eye spat out from the middle-aged man's open mouth, and roared towards Li Tian. This small office, this tornado hurricane reached the end almost instantly, came to Li Tian's body. Hurricane. Li Tian looked at the tornado hurricane sweeping in front of him, without the slightest fear in his eyes. His right hand retreated instantly. Densely packed super speed force instantly enveloped the entire arm, stepped forward with his foot, and punched out with his right hand suddenly. At this moment, the speed and power of Li Tian's punches were terrifying, breaking through the sound barrier with ease, and the swift punch directly hit the air. Boom. The fist wind visible to the naked eye whizzed out, directly head-on towards the whistling tornado and hurricane, and rushed through the doctor head-on. In the small space, the moment the two hurricanes collided, the surging air directly blasted the room, and the surrounding walls and the ceiling flew out directly. This office was actually transformed from a container. Although Li Tian's punching speed is terrifying, but the punching wind is more than fast and fierce, but the durability is too far behind. It is not as good as the opponent's quirks who specializes in creating hurricanes. After the initial violent collision, Li Tian's punching wind was directly crushed. The hurricane crashed and scattered. However, Li Tian didn't expect that punch to be effective, and his ability is not foolish to throw punches to make wind. After punching, Li Tian didn't stop his movements, but turned to one side, dodged the position where the hurricane hit, and rushed towards the two while lying down. After crossing the hurricane and approaching, don't wait for the other party to react. Boom. 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 Li Tian didn't show mercy in the slightest. He bombarded the opponent's body one after another with fast punches that were invisible to the naked eye, and he swung out more than a dozen punches in the blink of an eye. Boom. With a muffled sound, the middle-aged man fell to the ground without saying a word. Blood flowed from his mouth. After suffering this series of heavy punches, even if he did not die, he would definitely be a cripple. The middle-aged man let out a muffled snort, blood flowed out of his mouth, and he fell to the ground with extreme unwillingness in his eyes. Unexpectedly his chest still heaved slightly. However, after being entertained by Li Tian's heavy punches, even if he survived in the end and saved his life, he will definitely be a useless person for the rest of his life. Not to mention, in this situation, it is impossible for the other party to hold out until rescue comes. Inside the Savitar armor, Li Tian had no expression on his face, and directly stepped over the dead dog-like figure and walked towards the last remaining person, Naimu Danju. The only remaining Namu Danju looked at Li Tian, who was almost close at hand, with an incomparably solemn expression. Before, no matter whether it was the middle-aged man lying on the ground or Li Tian, whether it was a confrontation or a fight between them, it started too fast and ended too fast. He didn't even have time to react. Otherwise, he would never have been able to. He watched helplessly as the middle-aged man was seriously injured and dying. Bastard. Li Mudanju looked at Li Tian with a ferocious face. His eyes were filled with anger and tension, as well as a trace of indiscernible fear. Around Naim Danju, 7 or 8 green snake-like vines sprang out from the ground suddenly one after another, attacking Li Tian in an instant. At the same time, a vine as thick as a human rose rapidly from Naim Danju's feet, staring at it and growing away from here. Plant? Li Tian stared slightly at the attacking vines. I don't know if it's because he watched too many Naruto in his previous life, but when Li Tian saw these 7 or 8 vines, he immediately thought of Mudan. However, compared to the miraculous power in the Hokage seen in the previous life, these 7 or 8 vines are simply shabby. Laugh. The fingertips of armored gloves made of steel are extremely sharp, and under Li Tian's speed, they are no worse than those famous swords. They are not used on weekdays, but Li Tian doesn't like to scratch people with his claws. The 7 or 8 green vines that struck were directly cut into several sections and fell to the ground. And it was also at this time that Li Tian saw what kind of vines fell on the ground. It was clearly beads that somehow became as soft as vines. Li Tian couldn't help but looked at the vine that was as thick as a person in front of him. Although the branches were lush, but after careful inspection, it turned out that it was also bamboo, a bamboo as thick as a person. Standing on the top of the bamboo head, Naimu Danju quickly moved away from the place just now, and stopped on the top of the stacked containers not far away, with a dignified expression on his face. Because this side is still on the way to carry the goods just now, the light outside is not bad, and it is precisely because of this that Kuimu's unit price can be regarded as seeing the tragedy around. Of course, there is no need to say more about the women who fell unconscious on the ground. He can even repeat the prescription of the medicine that was given, but those vicious big men lying around with corpses all over the place, it is Namu Danju's heart. Li panicked. His subordinates. There were more than 100 people, and none of them survived. They all fell to the ground and fell into a pool of blood. If you look around, you can hardly see a complete figure. This is also the reason why Li Tian was able to completely ignore the middle-aged man who seemed to be dying. Outside, he sees too much. As for the fact that he was still hesitating whether to kill someone before, but now he is so cruel and merciless. Li Tian can only say, with a 3-foot sword in mind, a man should be a murderer. Looking at the bloody scene in front of him, Namu Danju's face was extremely ugly. This kind of method is absolutely impossible to be a professional hero and not the police. Are those bastards and cowards who only meddle in their own business? Naimu Danju looked at Li Tian with resentment in his eyes. There are more than 100 subordinates, and none of them are the kind of bastards who just pretend to be random. It was just scrapped. After the resentment passed, Li Mudanju reacted in an instant. He is not qualified to be angry now, and his own life is not completely out of danger. Li Tian looked at Namu Danju who was standing not far away. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It was because the other party's quirks recalled the memory and the other party escaped, but this time, Li Tian will not hold back. With a few big steps under his feet, Li Tian quickly galloped towards Naimu Danju. Naimu Danju looked at Li Tian who rushed over. His face turned pale with fright. He hurriedly wanted to use quirks, and opened his mouth to say something. Pity. Although he backed out for a distance, it was still too close. In this short distance of tens of meters, even if Li Tian didn't let go, he would cross over in just a second or two, then bend his legs slightly, soar into the sky, and appear directly in front of Naimu Danju, grabbed the opponent's shoulders with both hands and squeezed them hard suddenly. Crack, click. There were several successive crisp sounds, and at the same time, accompanied by Naim Danju's ear-piercing scream, his shoulder was crushed by Li Tian directly. Afterwards, Li Tian repeated the same trick, crushing his legs to pieces and knocking him unconscious. If he is not killed, Li Tian is merciful, but the other party still has the value of being alive. It is absolutely impossible for an organization that can kidnap so many women to have only 110 people. Behind it, there is definitely a huge network that Li Tian can't imagine, and the password to enter this network is the one he labeled a young man like a dead dog. However, the rest is the job of the police and professional hero. It's out of his hands and out of his hands.
Standing on the top of the container, Li Tian turned around and looked at the tragic situation below, his eyes extremely indifferent.
After the 110 villain tonight, not many will survive, and even if they survive, they will be reduced to disabled people. The scene in front of him fully demonstrated that, as a speedster, Li Tian's slaughter efficiency is astonishing after he has made up his mind. You must know. To create the scene in front of him, Li Tian has not yet exerted his full strength. But after tonight, the identity of Savitar, I'm afraid it will no longer be a dark hero, but a villain. Darkness hero. Although there is the word darkness, but since it bears the word hero, it also means that the opponent's hands cannot be contaminated with human life. And once it is contaminated with crime, or even human life, there is no doubt that no matter what the reason, will be listed as villain. But Li Tian won't regret it. Hero in this world don't kill villain or rarely take the initiative to kill villain. That's because the hero in this world is just a profession. A profession born during this transitional period. After obtaining official recognition, it is natural to abide by official laws. The law is the rule of this world, and the hero of this world is to abide by the law and crack down on those who break the law. However, this is not the hero in Li Tian's mind. After all, Li Tian is not just an ordinary boy in his teens. The combined age of his previous life and present life is a full 40 years old. Although this is not the calculation, Li Tian can barely be regarded as 30 or even 40 years old. Don't be confused. He knows what he's doing, and he knows what he's doing. 2 words. Not regret. Standing on the top of this bloody battlefield, Li Tian didn't think wildly, but quietly looked at the sea, showing no intention of leaving here. Where there are sellers, there will naturally be buyers. Now the seller is disabled by Li Tian, but the buyer who hasn't arrived yet doesn't know where it is. If Li Tian leaves at this time, the last one to pick up the bargain might be the buyer. So, Li Tian has to wait. Regardless of whether the police and professional hero who were notified before arrived first, or the so-called buyer arrived first, Li Tian would leave after this. About 6 or 7 minutes passed. Li Tian, who was standing on a high place, suddenly looked into the distance with concentration. Although it was in a dark shadow and the moonlight was not bright, one could vaguely see a huge monster slowly approaching in the distance. It was a freighter. A freighter as a buyer, or simply as a express. Sang Tian-kun, can today's transaction really go smoothly? I have a bad feeling. A blonde white man with a strange accent looked at the faintly visible thing in the distance. Kishibe frowned and said, "Of course, Mr. Paul, don't worry, in Neon, our Kawaguchi group is still very powerful, and everything has been prepared long ago. The nearby police and professional hero have long been dispatched, and this operation, they are all the elites of our organization. Needless to say, those standing beside the white man are naturally the villain organization on Neon's side, that is, people sent by the so-called Kawaguchi Gumi." But Captain Paul was about to speak, when suddenly another foreign man stepped forward and whispered in Captain Paul's ear. "What?" Captain Paul's expression changed instantly, and then he immediately shouted, "Turn the bow, return, return, return at full speed." "Captain Paul, you." The face of the so-called Kawaguchi Gumi man changed slightly and he was about to speak. "Throw this guy down to feed the fish." Captain Paul left in a hurry after leaving a word. And the face of the man from the Kawaguchi group changed, his hands instantly turned into rocks, and he was alert to the several strong white men who surrounded him. "Mr. Paul. What happened to Mr. Paul? We have a good Shangjong." Huh. Looking at the looming freighter approaching in the distance, Li Tian couldn't help turning his head to look to the other side. In the distance, red and blue lights flickered wildly, and the piercing siren gradually came over. "Are the police here too?" Li Tian frowned involuntarily. This speed is not slow, but it is definitely not fast. He had notified the police before sneaking in here. He just said that there was a major human trafficking case involving hundreds of people. He thought that the police would come over faster, but he didn't expect to come here at this time. It's better to come early than to come at a good time. At first, I thought we had to kill again. Li Tian looked at the freighter that was gradually receding in the distance, hesitated a little, but still didn't follow Qi. Although the police were still some distance away, Li Tian could vaguely see that a lot of hero outside were about to arrive, or had already arrived. The freighter had already arrived here. Li Tian didn't believe that the other party could escape. Succeed and retire. Li Tian stretched his waist, and closed the gap that exuded the conspicuous blue light on his body, and instantly changed from a human-shaped lighthouse to an ordinary armored man. Below, those villains don't know what drugs or quirks were used for these women. At this time, these people are still unconscious. With a leap, Li Tian jumped directly into the path between the containers. Without the blockade of the villain, in a place like the pier, it couldn't be easier to leave quietly. By the way, when I saw the bay before, I thought of diving in from the waterway, but isn't it easier to come to the pier connected here? Is that guy gone? In the dark room, there was a thin female voice. There has been no movement for a while, let's take a look. Another female voice sounded in the dark room. But the first female voice seemed to want to say something, but was stopped directly. Protecting the people is the duty of hero. Click. Accompanied by a not-so-small sound, a faint ray of light shone into the room. In the darkness, the not-so-simple layout of the room could be vaguely seen. The figures of 7 or 8 women were curled up in the corner, and the faint light shone on everyone's faces. Every face was full of panic, fear, but even tears flowed down my face, but the faces were still beautiful. Only the faces of the 2 beautiful figures not far away from the light showed no trace of fear, only caution. These 2 people were the North American short-hair cat and ragdoll cat who were arrested before. And this is not a dark house, but a beautifully arranged container, or a container that might have been their new home for a while. The 2 doors of the container, North American short-hair cats and ragdoll cats cautiously peeked out from the gap. Outside, the figures on the ground were staggering here and there. The ground was stained red with blood. Fortunately, the women who were captured were only in a coma due to drugs, but the villain of the criminal gangs were seriously injured and fell down one by one, in a pool of blood. There are even many who can no longer see the ups and downs of their chests. Obviously, they are already dead. No wonder. From the very beginning of the battle, although Li Tian didn't intend to kill those people intentionally, he still kept his hand in the slightest. The rapid mode -10 times the speed is fully activated, and although there is no special increase or ability with the Savitar armor, but at any rate, it was also made of steel, and with that rapid fist, every punch and every blow was strong and powerful, and the lethality was astonishingly great. The terrifying scene in front of them chilled the hearts of both the North American shorthair and the ragdoll. However, the 2 were not surprised by this scene. In the containers they were in, including North American shorthair cats and ragdoll cats, each was a woman who was captured in Kyoto. Unlike goods from other regions, among the villain in Kyoto, one of the villain has quirks for drowsiness, so they are all stunned by quirks, not drugs. As for quirks, the person who used quirks, if they are all dead, the quirks imposed on them will naturally disappear, and they will wake up. At that time, the noisy sound outside made the 2 women who had just woken up from a coma feel a little dazed, and then looked up. Hiss, the 2 girls gasped in fright at the time, adding bricks and tiles to global warming. It was a naked massacre. A figure like the evil ghost Shira, whose whole body is wrapped in ferocious armor. Every second you can see villain being blown out and spitting blood. Every punch will definitely have villain fall down. In just a few tens of seconds, most of the seemingly dark villain have been removed. And those villain who are so vicious as if they are not afraid of death, are afraid. There were even a few villain who looked extremely ferocious and slumped on the ground, staring blankly at the ferocious man with fear in their eyes. But more villain rushed up with a look of horror. The pressure of fear and death made those villain lose their minds, and the fierceness in their hearts was so fierce that they rushed forward desperately. But no use. A group of villain who have lost their minds are just a group of wild beasts. Compared with the beginning, the slaughter efficiency is even faster, and the villain who were knocked down one by one and fell to the ground with serious injuries, showing a look of finally being relieved. This violent scene made the 2 women who are senior professional heroes sweat coldly, and the fear in their hearts is definitely not weaker than those of the villain who were shocked, because the person who shot was not anyone they knew. Occupation hero. And no class hero has ever shot so brutally. Using the puppet cat's search for quirks, they can see clearly the injuries suffered by the villain who were knocked down one by one. They are either broken tendons or fractures or severe internal organs. If they are not treated in time, the injuries inside at least half of the people will die, and the other half will be left with injuries that are difficult to heal. The North American short-hair cat and the ragdoll cat made a judgment in an instant. It is their duty as hero to save the people, but no one said that they would save the villain together. The two women looked at each other with one glance. They immediately closed the door of the container that had been opened by them, and then took 2 steps back nervously and vigilantly. Behind them, there are still 7 or 8 people. Taking a deep breath, the North American short-hair cat bravely protected the puppet cat and walked out of the container. There are villains who do not know whether they are alive or dead, and there are even quite a few figures of quirks, the ragdoll cats, who are obviously dead. Sudden. The sound of the police whistle came to their ears, which shocked the hearts of the two women, and then their faces showed joy. Before they start calling, or want to rush towards the direction of the siren, a few figures swished out. This is Osaka's real job hero. When the police received Li Tian's call, they naturally also received the commission from the police. Even because of the free use of quirks, they arrived here faster than the police drove. But the bloody scene with corpses all over the ground, even the professional hero were extremely astonished. "Don't move." Facing the only 2 people standing, professional hero yelled again in an instant. "We are not villain." The North American shorthair immediately raised his hand, indicating that he did not mean to attack, and then shouted, "We are members of the hero group Pussycat." North American shorthair and Puppet the cat was caught by a criminal group. The same is true for the puppet cats on the side, but the professional hero on the side still took the 2 of them down and released the 2 women after checking and confirming, but they still looked vigilant. North American shorthair cats and ragdoll cats also understand very well. Although they are professional hero, it is normal for them to appear in this kind of place and be suspected. The 2 women stepped forward and quickly recounted the matter from beginning to end. Although it was not specific, the general situation was indeed clear to the professional hero present, and the faces of each of them suddenly became incomparably gloomy and ugly. A large-scale criminal group involved in trafficking in women in many places, an unknown number of arrested girls, unknown thugs who massacred villain, and dozens of villain whose life and death are unknown. It's definitely not what they want to see in their own jurisdiction. Especially the scene in front of them gave them an incomparable headache. Even if these were all villain, this was too much. This was their first time here, and they didn't check carefully. Otherwise, if they knew that there were more than 1,000 abducted women here, they would be even more worried. The ship over there. Suddenly, a professional hero pointed to the cargo ship that was leaving the post in the dark bay in the distance and shouted, "What happened to the boat?" Someone frowned and glanced at the professional hero. Osaka port is open 24 hours a day, and it is normal for cargo ships to come and go. When we came just now, the boat was sailing towards the shore, but now it's going in the opposite direction without landing. The man quickly explained, but his brows furrowed immediately. Although the port where they are now is close to the harbor, the cargo ship of the other party is still at least 4 or 5 miles away from the shore, and there is nothing he can do if he wants to cross this section of the sea. Didn't dock. A freighter leaving in the opposite direction. This time, one of the people present understood what this person meant. This is the port, and the other party chose the port to carry out the transaction, so the means of transaction is naturally the most convenient ship. It's the buyer for this deal. No, they want to run. In an instant, there were a few professional hero whose faces changed drastically, and after, they wanted to rush over. These are sure to catch up. Don't worry. A middle-aged professional hero who looked relatively calm raised his hand to stop those people. Obviously, he is more prestigious among this group of people. Those who want to catch up professional hero also stopped.
Go and notify the police first. Let the police prepare to intercept the other party's ship, and notify other professional hero to help. Follow up and don't get too close to scare the enemy. As long as you don't lose the other party is enough. Hee. Entered our Osaka Bay still wants to escape, dreaming.
The middle-aged professional hero snorted coldly before turning around. Let's clean up the situation here first. Rescuing those abducted women is our first task, and carefully check the villain if anyone survived, notify the police and send them to the hospital as soon as possible. I'm here to help. My quirks are searchers, and they're good at this kind of rescue operation. The puppet cat stepped forward quickly. The middle-aged professional hero frowned, but he didn't say anything in the end. Although the other party still had certain suspicions, he was still a professional hero after all, and Pussycat was also a group of senior professional hero. The other side. After the police received the notification from the frontline professional hero, Lien D called the responsible department in Osaka Bay and asked them to quickly prepare ships to stop the cargo ship that was about to escape, and at the same time called to find more professional hero offices ready to go to support. Another thing is to notify the hospital. Although they have notified the congressman to send an ambulance before the action, the situation on the scene is much worse than they imagined, so more ambulances need to be sent to support. Some distance away from Osaka Bay, Savita looked at the corner of Osaka Bay surrounded by police cars and ambulances, as well as the fleeing freighter in the distance, stared deeply before turn around and leave. He doesn't think that he is omnipotent because of his strength. In this chaotic era, no matter whether it is a professional hero firm or the police, there are not many fish in troubled waters. For one, Li Tian has a lot to learn. Savitar, this vest. May have to stop temporarily to avoid the limelight. Li Tian looked at his handsome, Savitar armor with a look of pity. Up to now, he has not even found a chance to publicize the name of his vest, which is Savitar, and as a result, such a thing happened. The vest of Savitar may be regarded as the villain or wanted. What a spoiler. It seems that I underestimated the chaos of this era. Li Tian couldn't help but feel helpless, living in the world of his previous life. He couldn't even imagine what kind of concept it is that the crime rate in the world is 20% higher, except for the occasional few villain in the city on weekdays, it is quite normal. As for saying sorry, regret is not regret. Li Tian won't regret dealing with a bunch of scum. The only thing wrong with the Savitar vest is not that it hit the villain too hard, but that it did not have the right to enforce the law and kill the villain. Otherwise, the Savitar vest would not have reduced to become villain. As for the aftermath of the sage, that is, nausea and vomiting and so on. Apart from a little discomfort, Li Tian didn't feel any other special feeling. After all, he is no longer the ordinary young man who has never killed a chicken in his previous life. In this world, let alone the firm will to exercise and hone by turning on the speed force. Phew. From the beginning to the end, what he did was not much different from the previous few days of fighting, but when he attacked, he didn't control his rakido and the position of the blow as well as before, and it's not that he was cruelly killing the villain on purpose. And the like, how could there be such sequelae? At most, there is a sense of guilt after a murder. But that kind of thing is not worth mentioning at all compared to the hatred and killing intent that was burning in anger just now. Early the next morning, Li Tian woke up from his own bed, and after stretching, he simply got up from the bed. It was as if last night's actions didn't bother him in the slightest. I don't know if it's the fault of speed, force, but now Li Tian only needs to talk for 4 or 5 hours a day to regain his full energy, instead of sleeping for 7 or 8 hours. Walking out of the room, Li Tian casually brushed his teeth and washed his face. At home, he is the only one. After All Might retired, the 2 women in the family got busy. First, Yu Shanyu often does not go home during the day and night to carry out hero activities, and Nanli Huayi does not know what task Nanli Huayi has received. Before Li Tian went to have a workplace experience, the other party was called away. It's almost dry and I haven't come back. Moreover, according to my aunt, it is not impossible for Sister Huayi's mission to last for several months, or even half a year. Cuckoo spit out the mouthwash in his mouth. Li Tian looked at the handsome young man with an energetic face in the mirror and couldn't help but exclaimed, still so hot and handsome. In the 34th breakfast shop, Li Tian was scrolling through the news on his mobile phone while eating the breakfast in front of him leisurely. It's really strange that such a big news last night was not reported. Li Tian looked at the series of news and scratched his head strangely. How did he know that for the police and professional hero, if the incident of last night could not be publicized, they would try not to publicize it as much as possible? In addition, the incident happened suddenly and it was approaching night, although the reporter and the media we know that the Osaka police had a major event last night, but we don't know the details at all. If you want to report it, you may have to wait a few days for the police announcement. However, although he didn't see the villain news about those individual traffickers, Li Tian found a related news, that is. At about 0:30 in the morning of Yiling yesterday, my Osaka police intercepted an overseas smuggling boat in Osaka Bay. The source of the smuggling boat has not been identified yet, but it is suspected of being an international smuggling villain organization. Here, Ifang seriously warns the international villain organizations that our country. Li Tian completely ignored the following series of official words, and directly scrolled to the bottom to read the comments. Overseas smuggling ship? There is also an international villa organization involved. Are these international villa organizations going to intervene in Neon? The Osaka police did a great job. All Might, we need you. Cut. There are no comments on sand sculptures, bad reviews. Li Tian turned off his phone and concentrated on eating breakfast. Thanks to the recent incidents, his aunt's salary and bonus have increased a lot, so Li Tian has a lot more money recently. More importantly, Li Tian's first manga is finally published. And the manga that Li Tian chose to test the waters is One Punch Man, which is very different but has the same hero as My English World. Although the first few chapters of the manga have only been published, the response is quite good. According to the editor's reply, it is not to say that it is very popular, but at least Li Tian's own meal money can be afforded after the publishing fee from 1/5. Sighing, Li Tian decided not to think about these sad things anymore. After clearing the breakfast on the table, he checked out and left the breakfast shop to go to the heroic campus to start his new daily campus life. At the same time, in a certain city, it's really interesting. A sloppy middle-aged man looked at the information searched in the computer, with a strange smile on his face. I didn't expect that. I haven't planned to do anything here yet, and you can't wait to want it. Join the camp of villain. Sure enough. I'm not mistaken, you should be villain. Come on, haha. The sloppy middle-aged man let out a weird laugh. The information displayed on the computer screen in front of him is a detailed report of the incident that happened in Osaka port last night. Although this information cannot be called top secret, it is definitely not information that can be found casually. At least none of the media with great powers has obtained this information. And the fact is exactly the same. He found this report in the police database, and it took him a lot of effort. Looking at the portrait of Savitar, with the watermark of the police on the computer screen, which he will never forget, the sloppy middle-aged, no, it should be said that he smiled brightly on his face. Especially the big word, villain, and the wanted order, made him very happy. This game is finally starting, Dark Hero. Villain. I don't know what will happen next. Soul said. His tongue unconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. There was no concealment of anticipation on his face. Osaka Metropolitan Police Department. Ryuko, Tomoko, are you all right? The Mandalay cat of the hero group Pussycat looked at the North American short-hair cats and ragdoll cats in the hall with a look of joy on their faces, and rushed over quickly. Behind her, the tiger who followed was also full of excitement. We're fine. The North American shorthair and ragdoll looked at the rushing Mandalay cat and the tiger, showing big smiles. They have been in the professional hero industry for more than 10 years, and they have never experienced any big storms. Although the scene last night was a bit bigger and bloodier, it would not allow these two senior professional hero to appear psychological shadow. After the four communicated for a while, Tiger looked at the two and asked in a deep voice, "What happened last night? Why are you here at the Osaka Metropolitan Police Department?" According to the information left by the two, they almost turned Kyoto upside down with the Kyoto police and professional models last night. It's a long story. The North American shorthair and ragdoll looked at each other and couldn't help but smile wryly. When they knew that they were in Osaka port, they were also very confused. They were in Kyoto before they fainted, and when they woke up, apart from the exciting scene, even came to Osaka. Then you guys will make a long story short, said the Mandalay cat, pinching its waist and shrugging its nose. To make a long story short, the group of human traffickers who captured us took us all the way to Osaka. The ragdoll shrugged and said jokingly. The faces of the Mandalay cat and the tiger turned black. Who didn't know this? It wasn't the group of human traffickers villain who brought you here. Maybe it was you who brought the human traffickers here. Cough cough. The North American shorthair cat coughed twice, and then quickly said some things they knew in a soft voice. A huge human trafficking case involving thousands of people. Both the Mandalay cat and the tiger stared round. This is a really big case, and it is a big case that is rare in 10 years. It's a pity. The reason why their hero group Pussycat participated in this case was not because they helped, but because they became victims. Shame on Jill. The tiger stared at the sky speechlessly. What can he do? As the only man with Jill in the hero group Pussycat, this kind of thing is nothing to worry about. In the box of a restaurant in Osaka City. That is to say, you were rescued by a villain. Mandalay cat was stunned. Professional hero was rescued by a villain, which is really rare. Almost. The North American shorthair cat nodded, with a complex look on his face. Before last night, the person who saved us was not a villain. He was active in Kyoto City for about a week, one of the underground hero, but what happened last night, it is a matter of course to be defined as a villain. In fact, the behavior of the other party is not villain. Last night's action can be said to be that the other party wiped out the entire villain gang by himself, and saved thousands of kidnapped women. Moreover, she also learned that the rapid arrival of the Osaka City police and the professional hero seems to be the police reported by the other party. Thinking of the scene last night, her heart still felt a little chilled. According to the news from the hospital, the villain gang has a total of 127 people, of which 39 died on the spot, 42 died after rescue failed, 22 of the remaining 46 people are still in danger, and 8 cannot wake up. Of the vegetative people who came, only 16 survived in the end, but without exception, all of them were severely disabled for life. The kind that can't be cured. Laugh.jpg. Last night, the only villain who survived intact were the few submersibles caught by the post-professional hero from Osaka Bay. Even if this ruthless method is used on villain, it is not surprising to define it as villain. Listening to the retelling of the North American Shorthair and Ragdoll, Mandalay and Tiger couldn't help but feel chills. A total of 81 lives, and so many wounded, this kind of person should be defined as a villain. The Mandalay cat frowned and said in a deep voice. However, he saved more people, on the side, who suddenly said with emotion, thousands of girls who were almost sold abroad. And the other party is an underground hero active from Kyoto. Unless it is a coincidence otherwise, it is impossible to appear in Osaka out of thin air. That is to say, the other party found clues from Kyoto and tracked them all the way to Osaka, so it can be said that he saved them all by himself. Besides, Whose voice paused, and he looked at the North American Shorthair and Ragdoll. Luigi and Gigi were also rescued by the other party. That's true. The Mandalay cat nodded approvingly. Last night's situation was too thrilling. Without the intervention of the Devil Armor Man, Luigi, Gigi, and thousands of girls, but they will be bought by the other party and sent abroad. At that time, the outside world will be so big, it will not be easy to find their two companions back. Hearing the words of the tiger and the Mandalay cat, the faces of the North American Shorthair cat and the Ragdoll cat also showed complicated expressions. This is also their entanglement. The savior and the brutal villain, these two seeming inconsistencies have merged into one in their lives. Let them not know what to do. Repaying kindness with revenge, they can't do that kind of thing. But the responsibility of professional hero prevents them from helping villain. Decided, W. Mandalay cat slapped the table, and said seriously, he saved Ryuko and Tomoko from this opponent, who is the benefactor of our hero group Pussycat. The Mandalay cat. The North American Shorthair, Ragdoll, and Tiger stared at the Mandalay cat slapping the table and were stunned at the same time. HMPH, our Pussycat is not the kind of guy who doesn't reciprocate his gratitude. Although that guy may not need it at all, but from today onwards, our Pussycat will definitely not take any action against that guy. Mandalay cat said directly. Forehead. Although Mandalay cat's words are a bit carefree, but it reminds the North American Shorthair cats and Ragdolls that their benefactors and the brutal villain who startled them are not ordinary little characters. The opponent is a ruthless person who single-handedly beat up a huge villain organization with more than 100 people. Repay the favor. How they repay their favor? The other party probably doesn't even know who they saved, and they don't even know about that guy's enemy attack, and they can't find a place to repay their favor. As for revenge, not to mention that it is impossible for them to repay their kindness, even if they are, as far as their strength is concerned, the four of them combined may not be enough to fight against each other. How can they repay their kindness? All they can do now is probably to ignore, and that's all they can do. The villain don't necessarily need to be punished, but the kindness, they must repay. As for how to report, it depends. The North American Shorthair cat and the Ragdoll cat looked at each other, and at the same time saw what was in each other's mind, and then showed a smile at the same time. What the two of them didn't know was that in another place, there was also a group of bigwigs worrying about how to deal with this matter. First of all, it is impossible not to report. There are thousands of girls who have been tied up, and it is impossible for them to stop Yo-Yo's mouth. If it is said that this action was carried out by the police and the professional hero, then they will definitely make a big statement, injecting a boost to the somewhat shaken hero society. But this incident turned out to be the handwriting of the famous underground hero. And the methods are so cruel that they have 100% agreed to the request of the underground hero to transfer to a villain. It is a trivial matter for an underground hero to change jobs. The key is that the reason for this person's job change is to save thousands of abducted girls from the murdered villain. He saved everyone perfectly, not even a kidnapped woman was injured. Moreover, this incident also allowed them to successfully cut off the claws of the international temptation. For this alone, if it was done by a professional hero, they might be able to get soft hands just for the bonus, but this series of premise complicates a simple matter to the extreme. Time flies, it is the last week of June, and there is less than a week left for the final exam of the hero subject of Shangying High School. It's over, I didn't study at all. Kaminari looked at the posted countdown, with a look of panic on his face. This semester is a sports meeting. a workplace experience, and big events like Kano and some time ago. That big news, there is no time to study at all. Kaminari equals 20th place in the middle of the class equals tail of the crane. Haha. Ashido smiled heartily. With a cold sweat all over his head, he smiled heartily. As the 19th place in her class, she also panicked. Indeed, there is no time to study for the various activities of this semester. Tokiyami, who was ranked 14th in the midterm class, also became nervous. His strength and the exam are very uncertain. That's right. The actual combat assessment is really a headache, Putao said with a sad face, crossing Erlang's legs. Forehead. The burning eyes of Kaminari, Ashido and Tokiyami fixed on Grape at the same time. As the 9th place in the midterm exam in the class, the literary exam in the final exam can be said to be completely stress-free. Everyone, it's rare to have this kind of event, and you still have to go together to be happy. Right. On the side, Green Valley cheered on Kaminari and the others. That's right. As the vice monitor, I'm looking forward to making progress together with everyone. Iida cheered with a serious face. As long as you attend class and listen to lectures, there shouldn't be any problems with the written test, Hong said with a puzzled look on his face. Kaminari Ashido couldn't help but feel the viciousness of the top student from the cheering sounds from the 5th, 3rd and 6th place. On the seat beside him, Li Tian couldn't help but feel amused looking at the scene in front of him. As another God of Learning person who tied for the first place in the midterm exam with Yaoyorozu Momo of the God of Learning, Li Tian has no worries about the final exam, whether it is a written exam or a practical exam. The speed? Force ability is simply too convenient to learn. If Li Tian hadn't understood that the speed force was only to help him memorize things faster and improve his memory, rather than to really make him smart and become a master by reading books, maybe he would have rushed to the city library a long time ago. It's time for a big sweep, and the saying that knowledge is power is no joke. 2 weeks have passed since the last incident in Osaka, and for the Osaka incident, the police had released the news as early as a week ago. A villain organization that spanned almost half of Neon was uprooted. This matter has aroused considerable attention in the society, and in discussions, especially in the report on the incident in Osaka. Thousands of abducted women were almost sold abroad, which caused an uproar. However, the fishing boats in the society are generally biased towards the police and professional hero. As for the presence of Li Tian's disguised identity, Savita, in this incident, the sense of existence was compressed to the extreme, and the few insiders and professional hero were even issued a gag order. Relevant information is also encrypted and hidden. Certainly. All of this was approved by Li Tian. At that time, Li Tian, who had been quiet for a week to avoid the limelight, couldn't help but went to Kyoto again after seeing that the officials hadn't moved, and then he was discovered. Of course, not his real identity was discovered. Instead, the authorities approached him. Discuss with him about the handling of the Osaka matter. The specific negotiation process does not need to be mentioned, but this matter eventually became what was reported. As for the benefits of Li Tian, does it make Savitar a low-key, luxurious and charming villain who will not be hunted down by professional hero, arrested by the police, or targeted by the government? Thinking of this, Li Tian couldn't help shaking his head with a wry smile on his face. Here he has not become the hero Flash, but the vest has turned into a cute and charming villain. What is this called? At noon, Shangying Cafeteria. After all, the test scope of general subjects is what you have learned in class, and the difficulty will not be too great, but the content of the practical test is uncertain, which makes people feel very uncertain. At the long dining table, Lu Jiyu was thinking, a little helpless opened the mouth. What you learned in class, it won't be too difficult. Uraraka and Yi Yin looked embarrassed. They were the 13th and the 16th, they are not qualified to match this kind of words. The eyes of the two swept over the surrounding people. Li Tian, who was tied for the first place with Yaoyorozu Wan, needless to say, Iida was only ranked 3rd under Li Tian and Yaoyorozu Wan, and Green Valley was ranked 5th, and Asui 7th. Among the top 10, there are 5 of them beside the 2 of them, and they are all the top ones. It is true that the written test is not a problem, but the content of the practical test should not be too simple. This is Shangying, the top school in the country. Iida didn't notice the expressions of Uraraka and Yi Yin at all, and his face was serious. The ground made up the knife and said, "It's not impossible. The content of the written test should not exceed the content of the textbook, but the actual test, even if Mr. Aizawa said that it will only test what we have learned. But there are also combat training, rescue training, evacuation training, hero basics, etc., coupled with the recent form, if the difficulty of the exam increases several times, it will not be so simple. Li Tian reminded. He himself is very relaxed. No matter it is the written test or the actual combat, it will not be a big problem for him, not to mention passing the test easily, but it is not difficult. Oh, indeed. I almost forgot that before the workplace experience, the teacher said that our campus life will be 10 times or 8 times more difficult than before. Although the daily training is indeed much more difficult than before, it has not reached 10 times. Doubling the level of Yaoyorozu is the difficulty reflected in the final exam. I am so careless, I completely forgot about this kind of thing. If the final difficulty of the final exam is really increased by 10 or 8 times, then Xiangying. Lu Gu's broken thoughts came out continuously. Then what? Did I say something wrong? Li Tian looked at Lu Gu and said with a twitch of his mouth. Probably. Everyone also looked helpless. Boom. Li Tian casually raised his hand to block the elbow strike on the back of his head. His face turned cold instantly. He lifted the hand and immediately flew the person behind him, sat on the ground with his buttocks, and the dinner plate in his hand spilled all over his body. What happened? Hearing the movement, Lu Gu and the others raised their heads and turned around, looking behind them. I remember you are Wuji and Ningren from Class B. Li Tian turned his head and looked at Wuji and Ningren, who was lying on the ground behind him in a mess, and frowned. Next time, don't stand beside others casually. Sneak attack from behind. I can't control my instinctive reaction. Pain, pain, pain. Wuji and Ningren hugged his shoulder with a livid face and cold sweat. The feeling of being directly lifted by his elbow was not very pleasant, and he even felt that his left shoulder had been dislocated. As expected of Class A, it's a deadly move every time you make a move. At least it's much better than your boring little moves, Li Tian said calmly. Really? Wuji and Ningren hugged his shoulders and endured the pain with a pale face, but still with a sarcasm on his face. It's a terrible instinct to break a person's arm casually. If people know that Xiangying the students are so terrified, they will definitely feel terrified. Boom. A hand knife skillfully appeared directly on the head of Ningren Monojian, and Kazuka Kento stood beside Ningren Monojian in annoyance. Hurry up and go to the infirmary if you are injured, and you are still here. Provoking what? I'm sorry for Class A. This guy is a bit of a mental disorder. Don't take what he said to heart. I have to send this guy to the infirmary. Bye. This is the wounded, and it hurts badly. The corners of Kento Kazuka's mouth twitched as they watched the sullen face dragging the unconscious Mujian Ningren away. Very good. Li Tian scratched his chin and looked at Kento Kazuka's back and suddenly commented, the hand knife is neat and sharp, but Rakido is not too big or too small, just enough to knock him out without hurting that kid. Drag Xing's actions seemed rough, but they completely avoided the opponent's shoulder injury so that he would not aggravate it. Regardless of the strength, the knowledge and ability of rescue, almost no one in our class can match except Yaoyorozu Wan. Hearing Li Tian's comment, everyone was stunned for a moment, and turned their heads to look at Kazuka Kento, who left in the distance in disbelief. There was such an explanation for the rough action just now? Everyone, it looks like we have to work harder. Class B is silent, but it has already caught up and even surpassed us. The situation during the sports festival may not happen now. Li Tian lightly said with a smile. Has Class B caught up? Everyone present counted as one, and after proving their resistance, they all ignited a flame called fighting spirit. Iida-kun still has some time for lunch break. Let's go to combat training together. Green Valley sent an invitation to Iida with a serious face. Without the slightest hesitation, Iida directly agreed. Li Tian, can you help us with our homework? Yi Yin asked Uraraka eagerly. Of course, no problem. Li Tian nodded in response. Asui-chan, come along too. I can be your sparring partner to exercise your actual combat ability. Yeah. Asui didn't hesitate, and agreed directly. After the decision was made, the few people did not hesitate, and after quickly finishing their lunch, they quickly acted. At the same time, in the meeting room of Xiangying campus. Reform? A group of professional hero teachers looked at Mr. Principal sitting at the top with a look of surprise. That's right. With the recent social fluctuations, villain actions have become more and more frequent. As a school, we must do our best to prevent problems before they happen. Considering that the current society may gradually become intensified, we will continue to in the next teaching. We must pay more attention to actual combat, Mr. Principal said with a serious face. Put more emphasis on actual combat. Does it mean to teach students how to fight in advance? Midnight frowned and said in a deep voice. That's right, that's what it means, Mr. Principal nodded. Pay attention to actual combat. The third-year students of Shangying High School don't need to say much. In the past 3 years, whether it is practical experience or skills, they have already gone through a lot of tempering. Naturally, they don't need to worry about it. Therefore, their main consideration next is the first-year problems with second graders, especially first graders. The second grade is okay. After all, it has been a year of training, and education has already been on the right track. The next step is to continue to accumulate experience and exercise quirks. As for the freshmen who have just entered for 1 semester, they are still immature in terms of the use of quirks and combat experience, so Midnight will teach students how to fight in advance. Principal, can you tell me how your specific plan is arranged? All Might raised his hand and asked. Of course. Mr. Principal nodded and said, focus on practical teaching. The most important thing is the first-year students of the Hero Department who have just entered the school, the beginning of the reform. We will also start with them. The first item is this year's final exam. We will no longer use robots that lack practical combat capabilities as opponents in previous years, but choose students from the main grade or our teachers to exercise practical combat ability. Third graders and teachers, this is too much. Someone said immediately, and the loud voice of Present Mike rang out. The third graders are fine, but let our teacher play and win easily. Is there any point in exercising? That's what makes sense, Mr. Principal said with a smile. What does this mean? Present Mike asked in confusion. Practice combat ability cannot be completed overnight. First of all, we need to let students understand their own weaknesses, Mr. Principal said with a smile. Know your weakness and your weaknesses. Those present are all professional hero, Mr. Principal just said a little bit, and it is easy to understand what Mr. Principal means. Only when you know your weakness can you work hard to become stronger, and only when you know your own weaknesses can you find the right goal and find the direction you can work hard. So that's how it is. I remember that Shangying's first-year students had a habit of exercising quirks in the woods during the summer vacation. During the final exam, they understood their own weaknesses. They can work harder in the woods. Go and become stronger. Cement nodded clearly. That's right, that's what it means. Mr. Principal nodded, and regarding this year's camp in the woods, I plan to increase the intensity a little bit, and let the students start designing their own nirvana while exercising quirks. Nirvana? Is it too early? Those students haven't mastered quirks to the point where they can start developing nirvana. As soon as Mr. Principal said this, everyone frowned and said. According to the practice of previous years, things like developing nirvana will only start when the temporary practice exam is approaching. At that time, after training in quirks, and also accumulated good experience to understand what kind of nirvana you need, killing skills will only begin. You underestimate the students, Mr. Principal said with a chuckle, interrupting everyone's discussion. The students this year are different from the previous ones. Among them, a group of professional hero let them experience the real hero activities. As far as experience is concerned, they have enough nirvana. What is lacking is the exercise of quirks, and the desire for what kind of nirvana you specifically need. Hearing Mr. Principal's words, the professional hero teachers present frowned and began to think carefully. Seeing the hard thinking of all the teachers, Mr. Principal couldn't help but shook his head, and said again, I think everyone should agree on the reform. As for the ultimate skill, it's better to put it in the final exam. You have seen how the students' grades are deciding. Agree. I agree. Can. Hearing Mr. Principal's words, all the teachers looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, a week has passed between our fingers. Shangying High School also ushered in the final exam. For 3 days in a row, all the content of the written test was over. The students in class who had good grades naturally need not say much. Department and the like. But yes. The admission deviation value of Shangying High School is as high as, and how many of those admitted to Shangmei are idiots? After the written test, the next thing to start is naturally the most stressful practical test. The central plaza of the actual test venue. Here is the actual combat test site of Shangying High School. It has more than a dozen different battle venues, covering an area of more than 300,000 mu. In neon, which can be called every inch of land, it is definitely only available to top schools like Shangying. Super large battle arena. All the students of class I have gathered here, facing a group of professional hero teachers, and 3 students in school uniforms, that is, the Big 3 of Hero Senior 3. Big 3? Li Tian looked at the 3 standing with the teachers in surprise. Could it be that invited them to the final exam this time? Content changes. A group of students looked at the teachers in bewilderment. That's right. I told you that I should have collected information beforehand, and I should have understood some of the exam content, Aizawa Shota said in a deep voice. Everyone. Unfortunately, this year's exam is no longer the robot battle of previous years, but a brand new reform. Mr. Principal suddenly got out of Aizawa Shota's scarf, and said with a smile on his face. Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Tian really admired Mr. Principal, even though he was originally a mouse, but he could endure Aizawa Shota's sloppiness and committed himself to this, just to surprise the students. This is really a good, dedicated teacher, good principal. Huh? In previous years, the exam was to fight robots? Isn't that the same as the entrance exam? It's going to change this year, why? Listen to the discussion of the students. Mr. Principal, who had been smiling just now, suddenly lost his smile and looked at the students in front of him with a blank expression. Even Aizawa Shota looked at his students with the corners of his eyes twitching. This is definitely the worst class of students he has ever brought up. Haha, it's so cute. Millions, did you hear that they didn't investigate the content of the final exam? Undulating Convoluted excitedly looked at Zhonghui from class A with big eyes full of smiles. Indeed, I remember that during the first final exam that year, many students asked the seniors about the content of the exam and discussed it wildly. Million, who looked very similar to Tintin, said with a hearty smile. Teacher, who are they? Iida-san raised his hand decisively and asked. The gazes of the others also looked over curiously, and they had already noticed that the three people here were different from the teachers of the professional hero, especially Putao, whose eyes had not changed since the beginning, and had been staring at Wave Spiral. They are your seniors in the 3rd grade, the top elite among the heroic students, Big 3. They are here to assist you in the final exam, and there will be 3 groups of you against them. Aizawa Shota introduced. Hello everyone. Please take care of me. Except for the Heavenly Ghoul Ring who didn't speak, Million and Undulating Spiral greeted everyone in class generously. Big 3? I think I've heard people say about them. They really exist. That's awesome. Okay, you can discuss things like self-introduction later, and now. Announce the content and rules of the final exam. Aizawa Shota interrupted everyone and said directly. Next, you will form a team of 2 to face our teacher and their Big 3. In addition, the grouping of the students and the teacher who will be playing against each other have been decided in advance. Aizawa Shota said lightly. At the same time, his warning eyes were fixed on everyone. As the person who knew his students best, he knew that if he didn't do this, he would face a series of problems. It is determined by the school based on various factors such as everyone's behavior habits, grades, quirks application, and intimacy. Now, all students follow the teacher who is about to fight to their respective examination rooms and start preparing. Aizawa Shota's warning gaze was still quite useful, but none of the people in class came forward with their faces full of questions, but walked obediently to their respective buses to go to the examination room. This is our examination room. It really is Xiangying's usual style, it's big and bold enough. Li Tian looked at the surrounding forest and couldn't help but click his tongue. Every time he feels the arrogance of Xiangying, Li Tian can't help but have an urge to rob. Of course. Compared to robbing, Li Tian is more curious about where Xiangying's money comes from. Get financed. Even the top universities in the country would not be able to obtain such an astonishingly large amount of money. What luck. Jiro Kyoka looked at Li Tian who was on the side, and his heart had already blossomed secretly. As a team with the recognized bigwigs in the class, Jiro feels that he has done well in this game. Just take a teacher who doesn't seem very strong, how could he be their opponent? Ah. Present Mike sneezed directly at the entrance of the jungle examination room, rubbed his nose and looked puzzled. They said they were grouped according to intimacy, but they didn't get into a group with Li Tian. The school lied. Yi Yin was angry. When she heard that they were grouped according to intimacy, she thought she would definitely be in the same group as Li Tian. What about the group? The degree of intimacy does not necessarily mean that if you have a close relationship, you will be grouped together. Don't you see that Green Valley and Bakugo are also grouped together? The tentacles behind Shoji opened their mouths and said. What do you mean? Aren't Green Valley and Bakugo close childhood sweethearts? Yi Yin was taken aback, looking at Shoji strangely. The corner of Shoji's mouth twitched under the mask. That's how you could tell they were close childhood sweethearts. The relationship between Green Valley and Bakugo is very bad, Shoji said helplessly. But Li Tian clearly told me that LVGU and Bakugo have been friends since they were young, so for them, fighting is a sign of their affection. Yi Yin opened his eyes wide. Shoji suddenly felt so flustered that he was speechless. This is because the school considers the close relationship between you two. If you were to be grouped together, Li Tian would not let you participate in the battle, so he couldn't see your strength, the sharpshooter teacher explained. That's it. Yi Yin nodded, suddenly expressing his understanding. Achoo. Achoo. Both Bakugo and Green Valley sneezed at the same time. Haha. You really have a tacit understanding. You even sneezed together. Million laughed and said in front of the two. Who would have a tacit understanding with him? Bakugo was instantly annoyed, pointing at Green Valley and angrily said. That. Lu Jiyu also looked helpless. This senior directly ordered Bakugo to explode. The exam that is waiting for it seems to be troublesome. Hey, Ashido-san, if your horn is accidentally broken, can it grow back? Also, can you make it move? Undulating Spiral asked excitedly with curiosity. This. Ashido was about to speak. By the way, Kaminari-san, is it true that you will temporarily lose your IQ when you run out of batteries? What does it feel like to lose your IQ? Wouldn't it be interesting? The undulating spiral moved to Kaminari's side again and asked curiously. This. Kaminari's mouth twitched slightly, just about to refute the rumor. Curious baby undulating helix once again came to Ashido's side. Student Ashido, what skincare products do you usually use for your pink skin? It's so smooth and tender. Naruto, Ashido, Superior, Senior, I'll leave it to you for the exams to come, please be merciful. Uraraka clasped his hands together and said to Tiangi Huan with a smile. This. Tien Guhan was about to speak with a nervous expression on his face. Just for the sake of my refreshing face, answer the girl's prayer. Aoyama Yuga showed a bright and glowing smile to the sky ring. This. Tien Guan was sweating profusely. Tien Guan was at a loss. Tien Guan wanted to leave. Yaoyorozu Momo and Hiroshi faced Aizawa Shota. Asui Tokiyami the two faced the ethereal ghost. Shiro Mineta facing Midnight. Sato Kirishima the two faced the Cement Division. Iida Ojiro and the two faced Mr. Principal. Students have already arrived at the appointed place, so the final exam of the first grade of Heroic Academy, ready go. Da. Originally, it was supposed to be a quiet forest full of birdsong and flowers, filled with the strange calls of present Mike and Jiro's hesitant cries. What the hell is this? Jiro, who originally thought that this level would be passed easily, covered his ears in despair and yelled frantically. Teachers' quirks are super noisy. They used to attack with a loud voice. Li Tian also covered his ears, with a distressed expression on his face, and replied loudly. In this environment, if you don't roar, you can't hear it at all. Is this exactly my superior quirks? Li Tian, can't you run over and handcuff the teacher? Your ears can't take it anymore. Jiro covered his ears with pain on his face. No way. Li Tian was also speechless. Even if my speed is faster than the teacher's speed of sound, this is not a race. Running fast will allow me to avoid the waves and pass the doctor. He knows why the school chose present Mike to be his opponent, and he also carries a weight equal to his own body weight as in the rules. This is what, isn't this a large-scale indiscriminate attack tower that will never move? Defense building? There are two ways to pass the final exam. One is to rush out of the gate of the exam room within 30 minutes under the obstruction of the professional hero teacher and end the exam. The other is to handcuff a pair of hands to the professional hero on the hands of the teacher, complete the arrest and end the exam. Of course, there is still a big gap between students and professional hero teachers, so professional teachers also have a limit of, and they carry weights equivalent to their own weight to fight with students. But now, even if Li Tian's speed beats the speed of sound by a few blocks, and present Mike's teacher by a few hundred blocks, but present Mike keeps shouting at the entrance of the examination room, Li Tian can't throw his arms away from him. Yinlang left the examination room directly. As for being close to the present Mike to complete the capture, Li Tian feels that his eardrums should not be strong enough to withstand the sound waves of howling ghosts and wolves from hell. No breathing at all. Is this teacher a monster? Li Tian listened to the continuous voices coming from his ears with a speechless face. Originally, he wanted to wait for the teacher at the door to stop to take a breath and run over. The person who arrested the other party ended up with 3 minutes passing. If it wasn't for that move that hasn't been completed yet, don't say you are a sound wave wall. Even if it is a solid wall, I will show you. Li Tian. As long as present Mike stands in place and blocks the door, the entire examination room will be covered by the other party's voice, and the closer to the entrance of the examination room, or the closer to present Mike, the stronger the sound wave will naturally be. all kinds of winning conditions that are beneficial to other students are completely reversed here. Li Tian pulled Jiro helplessly to the edge of the examination room, which is the farthest place from the present mic teacher. With the forest as a natural barrier, the sound intensity is naturally much lower than before. What's the matter? Our first grade boss, Shangying, will only hide like a little mouse. Aren't you out yet? It's useless to hide and delay time. Teacher, my lungs have undergone special training. With the aid of equipment, even if I talk like this, I can breathe, so there will never be any gaps. Even no matter how fast Li Tian is, he will definitely not find a gap to come over. Present Mike's howling ghosts and howling wolves kept echoing in the forest. Hearing the voice of Present Mike next to his ear, Jiro panicked, talking while breathing. What kind of monster is this teacher? Is there really no way Li Tian can solve the teacher? Jiro asked anxiously, looking at Li Tian who was at the side. This is not impossible. Li Tian thought for a while and said. Here, the straight line distance from Mr. Present Mike is only about 3,000 meters. He can run there in less than 2 seconds at full speed. With the noise intensity of Present Mike and the forest's natural destructive power to noise reduction, the noise that can cause harm to Li Tian is about 1,500 meters around the Present Mike, and Li Tian can run at the speed of Li Tian in less than a second. And for 1 second, Li Tian can still bear this level of noise, and his ears won't be injured, but it will be very uncomfortable. Besides, even if Mr. Present Mike can breathe without leaving any gaps while speaking, the exam time is 30 minutes. This kind of thing, which is almost impossible for humans, even if it is completed, it is impossible to think it will last too long. But, Jiro, this exam is up to you. Li Tian said solemnly, looking at Jiro Kyoka in front of him. Jiro Kyoka. Rely on her? What the hell? What a tolerable brat. At the exit of the examination room, Present Mike kept yelling strangely, with a helpless expression on his face. 10 minutes. He can shout for 10 minutes at most while exhaling, and after 10 minutes, he will have to rest for at least 10 seconds before he can start again. But if the limit is not reached, the rest time should be shortened to the minimum as possible in 1 second. He can maintain a 6-minute break. The former, resting for 10 minutes and 10 seconds, is absolutely impossible. Stopping for 10 seconds may not matter to other candidate groups, but for Li Tian in his group, 10 seconds is simply not too lenient. But the same is true for the latter, once every 6 minutes, too often. 30 minutes, he needs at least 4 breaths to survive. Even if he adjusts the rest time and maintenance time properly, he can survive 3 breaths. But as long as Li Tian is not an idiot, he should be able to detect the moment of breathing, the time for 3 breaths, even if the first time is ignored. But as long as he endures a little, 2 breaths are enough for Li Tian to catch him or calmly rushed out. Present Mike shouted and looked up at the sky helplessly. Leave the most difficult kid to me to deal with. What kind of bug can my quirks restrain him? That black-bellied guy from the principal is definitely because of what I said during the meeting so casually knocked down that the students took revenge. I can only create suspicions, and then find a chance to take a breath and rest as much as possible so that the other party will not notice it. Present Mike is thinking about countermeasures while arranging Mr. Principal. However, Present Mike looked up in confusion. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful heartbeat turned into sound waves frantically canceling out his noise in the distance. How courageous. Present Mike froze for a moment, then smiled, and shouted because of the smile. The opponent actually rushed out head-on, and chose the simplest and straightforward way of head-to-head. You didn't rush out alone, but relied on your companion quirks. I really underestimated you before, but this voice is too soft. Present Mike laughed loudly, and the already terrifying sound waves suddenly increased. If it was just a wave of sound before, then it was a tsunami of noise, sweeping towards that side. In the middle of the forest, about 1,500 meters away from Present Mike, Jiro covered her ears and walked forward. The loudspeaker on her foot was plugged into her earphones, and there was a loud noise. A wall of sound was cast in front of him to offset the already not too strong super noise. Her quirks, headphone plug, in addition to being able to hear a very subtle sound, once the plug is connected, it can also transmit the sound of her heartbeat into a loud noise, and it is precisely with the help of the same source noise like heartbeat sound, she can counteract the super noise of the Present Mike. But hey, is it really okay for Li Tian to do this? My voice is far worse than Mr. Mike's, and I can barely hold on now. If I get closer, then I won't be able to hold on. Jiro Kyoka hesitated looking to the side. Li Tian said. Li Tian stood behind Jiro, although there are still some sounds here, but most of the noise coming directly has been cancelled by Jiro. so the noise is not very destructive, of course, the rest is left to me. Before Li Tian could finish speaking, Present Mike's terrifying sound wave like a huge tsunami rushed over, directly smashing the wall of sound that Jiro had originally cast to counteract the sound wave. But it came so fast. Li Tian entered the Speed Force mode in an instant. Looking at the terrifying sound that broke through Jiro's sound wall, there was no sadness or joy on his face. If it is said that before entering school, facing the sound waves of Present Mike, Li Tian could only resist the past, but now with the addition of Jiro, he can turn everything upside down. Extreme speed power, increase. Li Tian pressed against Jiro's shoulder, the speed force directly connected to Jiro, and then, running like crazy. Every step Li Tian took, a large amount of speed force was born, and then it was input into Jiro's body without reservation. Huh. This is. Jiro, who had been motionless in Li Tian's field of vision, suddenly asked with a puzzled look on his face. Welcome to my world. Li Tian looked at the moving Jiro with a smile on his face. HMPH, it's still too early to go head to head with the teacher. Ha ha ha. Present Mike looked at the terrifying sound impact visible to the naked eye. His face was full of complacency. However, Present Mike suddenly looked into the distance and widened his eyes, full of disbelief. The terrifying sound howl that made him so proud just now was defeated head-on, and the wall of sound waves that defeated his sound howl was still attacking him at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hey, this is too much. Present Mike panicked, and then he stopped holding his hand. No, he kept his voice, and the power of the noise was fully activated in an instant, and a wave of terrifying howls swept away crazily. The terrifying sound wall with the sound of the heartbeat almost piercing the city was like a real copper wall and iron wall, crushing and crushing the sonic howls without mercy. As we all know, the speed of sound is 340 meters per second, and the distance between him and Li Tian Jiro is less than 1,500 meters, so after 2 seconds. This is too embarrassing to the teacher. Present Mike covered his ears and listened to the loud noise in pain, roaring crazily. However, crack. The capture is complete. Panting slightly, Li Tian stood next to Present Mike with a smile and said, Teacher Mike, we are the ones who won. Accompanied by Li Tian's voice, the noise of Present Mike and Jiro's heartbeat that accelerated 200 times dissipated at the same time, and the whole world was silent. Li Tian, Jiro team, the conditions have been met. A reminder sounded from the side immediately. The final exam practical test is over. Mr. Present Mike left when the exam was over. At the entrance of the examination room, Li Tian was sitting here idly fiddling with the grass in his hand. This kind of battle is really boring, it's like fighting that million or two other big 3s. Li Tian sighed helplessly. For him, the battle of today's exam has no practical significance at all. It looks like it's time for Savitar to break out of the rivers and lakes. Li Tian's eyes flickered. After keeping a low profile for such a long time, and the official side has already done it, it seems that it is time for Savitar to come back out of the rivers and lakes. Li Tian was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice when Jiro came over. This guy. Jiro, who trotted more than 1,000 meters all the way, looked at Li Tian who was sitting at the entrance of the examination room doing nothing, and couldn't help being speechless. He was so idle with nothing to do, he didn't know to go to pick her up. Obviously at his speed, it would take less than 3 seconds to go back and forth, but he would rather sit here in a daze for 3 minutes than go to pick her up. Is this the comrade who just finished fighting side by side? It's finally here, let's go. Li Tian stood up and patted his butt. Now we will go to the central square, and we should be able to see the battles of other groups of students. Steel straight man. Looking at Li Tian's leaving figure, Jiro silently added a label to Li Tian in his heart. Li Tian, who was the first to go to the bus, didn't know that he had become a straight man of steel in Jiro's mind. How wronged he is. Boom classmate, I have a plan. Yaoyorozu Wan, who was squatting in the corner of the street in the simulated street examination room, said in a deep voice. Plan? He couldn't help being startled. That's right. Yaoyorozu Wan nodded, and with a thought, a tumbler popped out from his arm. The battle between us and Mr. Aizawa is about who goes first in the opponent. If you are matched, Teacher Z has found us, so we can only run for our lives and keep running away. But again, if we discover Aizawa-sensei first, we can set a trap in advance and occupy a favorable position. After all, Aizawa-sensei's elimination of quirks is not directly combative. As long as we don't appear in front of Aizawa-sensei, the operability is still great. Wait a minute. Even if you say that, in comparison, The possibility of us finding Mr. Aizawa in advance is too small. Hong frowned and interrupted. Although he is very confident in his own strength, he is not without self-knowledge. The two students, whether they are hiding themselves or looking for villain, are inferior to the real professional hero Aizawa Shota too far. That's right. Yaoyorozu Wan also nodded. Of course she understood this. This is my plan. Yaoyorozu Wan stuffed the tumbler on his arm into the package behind him. Mr. Aizawa's experience in searching villain has left us very far. It can be said that it is no surprise that Aizawa-sensei must have found us first to launch a surprise attack, rather than us finding Aizawa-sensei first. Hong couldn't help being startled, and looked at Yaoyorozu Wan in puzzlement, since he knew, why did he plan like this? Now that we know that Aizawa-sensei will definitely find us first, then of course we can take advantage of this and turn around and plot against Aizawa-sensei. After all, the characteristics of Aizawa-sensei's quirks after activation are too obvious to us. The corner of Yaoyorozu Wan's mouth revealed a touch of confidence. Well, I found the target. On the top of the residential building, Aizawa Shota squatted on it and looked at the two people who were advancing cautiously on the street in the distance, with a smile in his eyes. Are you very cautious? You know how to activate quirks non-stop to prevent my appearance. It seems that they have realized the gap between themselves and professional hero in terms of searching places, but they are still too young. Aizawa Shota grinned at the corner of his mouth, and with a smile, he jumped into the alley, and galloped forward to go around. On the street, Hong and Yaoyorozu Wan clung to the wall of the street and walked forward carefully. Ms. Aizawa hasn't found us yet. A faint flame danced in Hong's left hand, as if a gust of wind could extinguish it, but under the action of Hong's quirks, the flame never meant to go out. It's best not to be discovered by the teacher. We just sneaked all the way to the exit. Yaoyorozu Wan whispered, and at the same time put the tumbler that emerged from his arm behind him. While walking, the two came to a corner, and after poking out his head cautiously to check, he said easily, "We didn't find Mr. Aizawa, we." Before the words can be uttered, there are more than a dozen cloth-like things suddenly appearing on the side of Hong, which directly wraps Hong tightly. It is Aizawa Shota's catch net, and, I don't know what at that time, the flame in Hong's left hand was completely extinguished. You guys are so naive. Aizawa Shota rushed out from the corner where Hong confirmed safety. No, to be precise, he rushed out from a family's house at the corner, wearing goggles and staring at Hong Yaoyorozu Wan. Two people. Eliminate quirks already activated. Whether it is Hong or Yaoyorozu Wan, quirks has been completely lost at this time. The two 15-year-old boys and girls who lost quirks have to face Hiro, a senior professional who is proficient in gymnastics. No matter how you look at this scene, the ending is already set. However, the right hand under Hong's body, which was tied up by Aizawa Shota's capture net, moved flexibly, and something fell out of the cuff. What? Aizawa Shota was obviously taken aback, watching the falling tumbler pop open in midair and a grenade-like thing appeared in his sight. Not good. Aizawa Shota instantly realized what it was, and was about to close his eyes in an instant, but it was too late. The flash bomb was specially made by Yaoyorozu Wan, and it exploded immediately when it appeared from the tumbler. The dazzling light stabbed Aizawa Shota's eyes directly and fiercely. That is to say, relying on eyes to fight on weekdays, Aizawa Shota has long acquired the habit of not blinking casually in battle, but this time he was severely pitted by this habit. The dazzling flash bombs did not go out after a moment of eruption, but continued to release dazzling light for as long as 5 or 6 seconds. At the moment when he sensed something was wrong and was dazzled and lost his sight, Aizawa Shota wanted to jump back and prepare to leave for the time being. However, at some point, his feet were already wrapped in a layer of ice. On the side, Yaoyorozu Wan, who was wearing special sunglasses, hurried forward and put the handcuffs directly on Aizawa Shota's hands. Catch the teacher. Yaoyorozu Wanzin's voice reached Aizawa Shota and Hong's ears. Yi-song couldn't help being shocked. After all, he was facing a professional hero. He wasn't worried that his acting skills would be seen before. But Aizawa Shota couldn't help showing a big smile on his face. Although he seemed to be easily caught, he failed to achieve the main purpose of this actual combat test, making the students realize their own weakness. But he is really happy. Yaoyorozu Wan, Boom Team, fulfill the conditions. A reminder that the two of them passed suddenly came from the loudspeaker at the side. To take advantage of the momentary slack after I caught Tomo, Aizawa Shota also figured out Yaoyorozu Wan and Tomo's plan at this time. First of all, They knew from the very beginning that they would not be his opponent in terms of search, so they considered the result of being attacked by him at the beginning. And the result? Very successful. Compared with Yaoyorozu Wan, Aizawa Shota's primary target is obviously the more powerful Hong. Therefore, the two of them simply took advantage of this. When Hong was captured by him, the plan had already started, such as the special captured posture. It is very convenient to throw out the flash bomb hidden in the cuff. And he took advantage of the slack in the moment when he banned bombarding quirks to release the flash bombs prepared in advance to limit his quirks, and then used the ice ability to imprison him mad. And Yaoyorozu Wan is responsible for capturing him who has lost his sight and mobility in the strong light. What a great plan. 4 or 5 seconds passed, the flash bombs stopped glowing. Hong also opened his eyes, and untied the capture net wrapped around himself. Without Aizawa Shota's interference, Hong easily broke free. As for Aizawa Shota, after being shaken, it may take several minutes to recover his eyesight. I didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly. Hong looked at the captured Aizawa Shota in disbelief. Do the math with your mind, but don't care about it. Yaoyorozu Wan shook his head slightly. This time we were able to plan successfully, because Aizawa-sensei didn't think that we were calculating him. No, there is no fluke or carelessness in fighting. Aizawa Shota directly interrupted Yaoyorozu Wan's self-effacing. Whatever the final result is, it is there. There is no doubt that this is your strength. Power beyond my imagination. Hearing Aizawa Shota's encouragement, Yaoyorozu suddenly showed a bright smile in case he was startled. Okay. The third examination room. Sora Oni, the battle with Asui Tokiyami is over, and unlike the original, this time, because of the severe form, Sora Oni, who got serious, didn't give the two of them the slightest chance at all. From the beginning to the end, the two have been fighting with the clone of the ghost teacher Kong Ling for a full 30 minutes. Until the last moment, neither of them could catch, no, neither could find the real body of Kong Ling's soul. On the contrary, I was very tired. The fourth examination room. Cement Division. The battle with Kirishima Sato is still the same. The two hot-blooded guys rushed towards the Cement Division sensei with brute force. In the end, after breaking through countless concrete walls one after another, they were covered by countless water mud surging in. Total defeat. The fifth examination room. Midnight. Ciro Monetta's battle, also not much difference. Ciro's carelessness, as well as Putao's ingenuity shown by his superb acting skills, successfully passed the actual combat test from Teacher Midnight, who didn't hold back at all. Of course. Still clearing the level alone. The sixth examination room. Marksman, Yi Yin, Shoji's battle. Although Yi Yin is already better than the original book, I don't know, but the quirk's automatic tracking of the sharpshooter teacher who is serious is almost completely defeating Yi Yin. Even with the joint efforts of Shoji and the two of them, it is still impossible the slightest carelessness marksman teacher to win. Seventh examination room. It is a battle between Mr. Principal and Ojiro Iida. Here, it is different from the grouping in the original book, but the scene is still a dense industrial area similar to the playground. This time, our opponent is Mr. Principal Ojiro-kun. Do you know what Mr. Principal's quirks are? Iida frowned and asked in a deep voice. Ojiro was startled, then thought about it, and said, Principal's quirks? I remember like. Before Ojiro could finish speaking, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the dense industrial plant beside the two, and countless ruins rushed towards the two in the middle in an instant. No, run. Iida didn't have time to think. He hugged the tail on the side and ran out quickly with the engine fully on. What's going on here? After rushing out of the collapsed area, Ojiro looked at the unburied road behind him in panic. I'm afraid the principal has discovered us and launched an attack, Iida said solemnly. But, how did this happen? We didn't see the principal. Ojiro looked puzzled. Not only Ojiro, but also Iida at this time, the doubts in his heart are definitely not much less than Ojiro, but Mr. Principal didn't intend to make them think at all. The rocker in his hand kept shaking, and a huge pendulum under the control of Mr. Principal kept destroying the surrounding buildings. Then, a series of chain reactions happened quickly, which finally led to Iida in the field around the two of Ojiro kept collapsing. No time to think. Run. Iida and Ojiro fled desperately with terrified faces. There was no time to think about other things in their minds. The series of house collapses and explosions behind them did not seem like a joke, they were really fatal. What kind of chain reaction will be caused by destroying it? For me, the calculation of this level is as simple as making tea. In the huge tower crane, Mr. Principal shook the joystick while lifting the red car on the side drank. Mr. Principal, quirks, superstandard mind, is an animal that has awakened far beyond human IQ. The time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and 1/3 of the 30-minute exam time passed in a blink of an eye, and Iida and Ojiro did not realize that they had completely moved away from the exit position unknowingly. I can't run away like this without thinking. If I go on like this, I can only be played by the principal until the end of the exam. While running wildly, Iida finally realized this. But _W Ojiro screamed, and Iida ground with his tail forcefully, brushing straight out of the rubble that nearly buried him alive. Almost he was buried in it. Picking up Ojiro, Iida's engine was fully turned on, and he quickly escaped from the two sides of the factory where Mr. Principal was the next target. When it's time to run for your life, don't you still have to run for your life? Ojiro-san. Next I need to prepare to escape with all my strength, and it's up to you to think about our qualified tactics, Iida said to the tail on his shoulders. He is now exhausted just by dealing with the surrounding environment, and he really does not have the ability to think about those. Ojiro was stunned for a moment, and then he realized in an instant that he was not stupid. Just to deal with the blow from the principal who didn't know where it came from, Iida had already gone all out, and now he was carrying him. Then I really started to fight. How to do? Resisted by Iida on his shoulders, his tail quickly moved his brain, thinking of a solution to the rich situation in front of him. Although the surrounding clutter prevented him from knowing where they were, he could also imagine that they must be far away from the exit of the examination room and Mr. Principal who was hiding in the examination room. Yes. Ojiro looked at the constantly collapsing ruins behind him, and a glint of hope flashed in his eyes. Iida-san, I thought of a way to win. Ojiro said hastily, the ruins left behind after being used by the principal to attack. The ruins will not cause us any trouble, and it will be difficult for Mr. Principal's second use. Ruins? Iida was stunned, looking at the houses collapsing behind him, and a series of ruins left in the distance, the city. His face under the helmet was stunned. Yes. We can step on these. The ruins go to the entrance of the exit from the examination room. Finally found out? Mr. Principal was drinking tea with a smile on his face at the top of the tower crane. The road to ruins is exactly the way he left behind to clear the customs. Mr. Principal laughed with a sullen look on his face. Ha 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 ha, is it so easy to escape? Come, accept the baptism of your profession. 15 minutes later. Exam exit. Iida, whose armor was broken in many parts, and Ojiro, who looked like a refugee, walked out of the examination room tremblingly. Iida, Ojiro team, fulfill the conditions. Phew, it's much more comfortable to vent out. In the examination room, Mr. Principal regained his calm face, and Yuga was enjoying the human, no, rat life on the top of the tower crane. The 8th examination room. Different from those professional hero teachers, the opponent in this exam is the undulating spiral in the top elite Big 3 of harrowing high school, and different from the teachers, as students, they did not carry weights to limit their strength. In the 8th examination room, Ashido Mina and Kaminari, who had already turned into a strong face, were circling in midair with both hands raised by the undulating spiral, listening to the undulating spiral. Various energetic questions that have been stopped. Now, they just want this to end quickly. 9th examination room. They are also members of Big 3. The day before yesterday, and Aoyama faced the battle of Big 3's Tiangu Ring. Although his personality is extremely introverted, he didn't hesitate at all when fighting, and he fought sharply and decisively. Almost from the very beginning, the battle situation was one-sided. Uraraka and Aoyama had no strength to fight back at all, and even fled because the other party had no intention of really catching them. But even so, 30 minutes passed. Two people did not meet the conditions. The 10th examination room is also the final examination room. The strongest among Big 3, also known as Million among all professional hero, who was closest to All Might, played against Bakugo in Green Valley. The two obviously didn't know how powerful the senior in front of them was. Don't follow me. That guy. I can pass the exam by myself. I don't need you to follow me. Bakugo glared at Green Valley behind him, and warned. But Kachan, neither the strength of that senior nor quirks is clear. Since the other party can be rated as a member of the strongest elite of heroes, it means that the other party's strength is definitely not weak. You can't just rush forward like this. You should first test. Shut up. Bakugo looked annoyed, looking at Lagu beside him. His eyes became inexplicably angry. Don't think that you just stomped your nose on your face after learning some new tricks. Now that I hear your voice, I feel uncomfortable and want to kill you. Kajiang. LVGU looked at Bakugo, who refused to listen, and also became annoyed. Different from when he was timid and afraid of getting into trouble, after meeting All Might and inheriting One for All, he has encountered too many things. He is no longer the one who was yelled at by Bakugo and just said yes to him. Are you going to fight? That's right, before fighting that guy, I'll kill you to pieces. Bakugo grinned ferociously, turned to face Green Valley, and assumed a fighting posture. Ka-jong. Lu Gu's expression changed involuntarily. Obviously he didn't expect that Bakugo would want to fight him at this time. Boom, boom, the explosion sounded directly, and following the impact of the explosion, Bakugo flew towards Green Valley in an instant. You bastard. This explosion will definitely expose us and attract the attention of the seniors. Green Valley completed the full coverage of One for All in an instant, and at the moment when he leapt out to avoid it, his face still had disbelief. Bakugo actually really say it and shoot it. Bakugo looked at the dodging Green Valley, with an angry killing intent on his face, and shouted indifferently, "It's just right to attract attention, let him come to find him." Before Bakugo finished speaking, Million's figure popped out of the ground very abruptly, and at the same time a fist was imprinted heavily on Bakugo's abdomen. The sudden appearance of Million and the location where he appeared were completely unexpected to Bakugo, and the speed of the punch made him have no time to react at all. Rakido was equally astonishing, and Bakugo only felt like his stomach was overwhelmed. How could it be? How could it be possible? Holding his belly, Bakugo opened his mouth wide, staggered back, his mind was blank. One blow. One blow made Bakugo incapable of fighting. From a distance, Green Valley also looked shocked, looking at Million who popped up from the ground in disbelief. Ko. Million yelled, then turned his head to look at the position of Green Valley, with a serious face. The team is not in harmony, and there is internal strife before the battle. This is a taboo for professional hero on the battlefield, but yes, no, you guys like this can't even become professional hero corpses. Team disharmony, internal strife before a battle, this is a taboo for professional hero on the battlefield, but yes, no, you like this, it is even impossible to become a professional hero. Looking at Green Valley and Bakugo with a serious face. Impossible to be a professional hero. Holding his belly, Bakugo staggered back, and was stunned. He is the best one around. Almost everyone whispers in his ears, you will definitely become an excellent hero in the future. Bakugo is really excellent. You will definitely become a great hero in the future. Such a powerful quirks. Bakugo will definitely be a powerful hero in the future. But someone said that he can't become a professional hero. Impossible to be a pro hero. Impossible. Bastard. Bakugo roared with a ferocious face, and the violent explosion roared in the palms of his hands, and he rushed towards Million directly. Can you still move? Million glanced at Bakugo, and couldn't help showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. The punch just now should be enough to make Bakugo unable to stand up for a short time. Go to hell. In an instant, with the roar of Bakugo, his figure appeared directly in front of Million. He turned his right hand with the palm facing outwards, and the intense explosion roared, and the huge impact made him rush in midair. Spinning, the right hand with the huge grenade armor smashed out without mercy. However, Million just stood there, not looking at Bakugo at all, but staring at Green Valley with burning eyes. Bakugo's face became more ferocious in an instant, and the explosion in the palm of his hand also quietly strengthened a little and he no longer kept his hand. However, go through. Bakugo's attack went through Million's body without any effect. What happened? The powerful punch fell out of thin air, and Bakugo lost his balance in midair. For Bakugo, this is not a serious problem. His explosion can easily restore him to this balance, but... Boom. Million hit Bakugo in the stomach again with an uppercut without mercy. Cough. After being hit twice in a row on the same place, even Bakugo coughed up a mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying and fell to the ground. What a tenacious willpower, to be able to get up after such a heavy blow. I was shocked. Million moved his hands and feet, and said very casually. It's amazing. It's easy to knock down Ka-chan with 2 punches, and... That quirks, is it a penetrating type? It's so strong. That senior can hit Ka-chan with 2 punches, and the speed of punching is comparable to that of Rakido. Physical fitness is far above me, and that tricky quirks, can't fight alone. As soon as Green Valley's footsteps moved, One for All's full coverage was activated instantly, and it rushed towards Million in an instant. Is it an active attack again? Million looked at the rushing Green Valley with a calm expression on his face. Shua. Green Valley swept away with one blow, and Million and Green Valley seemed to be completely separated from each other. Although they could see each other, they couldn't touch each other at all. Then, As usual, Million aimed at Green Valley's abdomen and punched it out. However, boom! Green Valley covered his abdomen with his hands, directly parrying Million's fist, and then flew upside down with his strength, and landed beside Bakugo, who was on the ground, and the whole person was on the street after several consecutive vertical jumps. He left here quickly.
Wanwan watched Bakugo jump up to the high-rise Green Valley with a few vertical leaps. His eyes could not help showing a look of surprise. It was predicted in advance that I would attack the abdomen, and then I made a plan. Resist before attacking, and use your strength to save your companions. Because it would be very dangerous to attack other parts of the human body with his punching power. Generally speaking, he would choose a position that is soft like the human abdomen, but can defeat the enemy with one blow without causing serious injuries.
It's really interesting that I can analyze my attack pattern with just 2 punches. Wanwan raised his eyebrows, with a smile on his face. Should like him. Let me go. In the corner of the city simulation examination room, Bakugo struggled to fall off Green Valley with a face full of anger, and fell directly on the street, struggling to get up. No way, Kachan, you are still injured. Green Valley paused, and hurriedly wanted to come over to help Bakugo. Don't touch me. Bakugo opened Green Valley's hands with a wave of his hand, gritted his teeth, stood up against the wall, turned around and walked towards the direction he came from. Kajong. Lu Jiyu shouted quickly, seeing Bakugo's movements. Senior Tong Xing will catch up soon, and you haven't recovered from your injuries yet. Shut up. Bakugo growled, gritted his teeth with anger on his face. That guy is ignoring me, I must kill him. Green Valley looked at Bakugo, who was going away. His face was a bit at a loss, and Fu Ling was so concerned that he blurted out a sentence, "You can't beat him." Bakugo paused, turned around stiffly and looked at Green Valley, with a ferocious expression on his face. You said I can't beat him. That's right. Lu Jiyu trembled first, then gritted his teeth, and took a step forward and shouted loudly, isn't the scene just now a good proof? 2 punches. Senior Accelerator's just 2 punches made Kasauce. You still can't stand still. Senior Tong's quirks is unclear, but from the current point of view, quirks is penetrating. With that kind of heavy punch, one-on-one, it is difficult for any of us to be the opponent of Senior Tong. Green Valley. He stared at Bakugo and said in a deep voice. It's not difficult, but it will definitely not be my opponent. Million's voice sounded from one side. Green Valley and Bakugo reacted instantly, jumped in the opposite direction, and looked over there vigilantly. From one side of the wall, Million came out with a serious face, staring at Green Valley. Staring at me again. Lu Jiyu shuddered, his eyes showed a look of vigilance. From just now, Million's gaze has been on him, completely ignoring him. Kajong. Lu Gu's heart was shocked, and he suddenly understood something, and quickly turned his head to look. Sure enough, Million has been watching Green Valley ignoring Bakugo's actions, which made Bakugo's face full of anger. Senior Tongxuan has been staring at me for the purpose of angering Kajiang. LVGU instantly understood. Click. Before Green Valley could speak, Bakugo rushed towards Million regardless of his injuries. Sure enough. Million looked at the rushing Bakugo out of the corner of his eyes, and said in his heart, although it looks irritable, it is actually extremely calm, except when I was with Green Valley. Only you need to pay attention to Green Valley all the time, showing a look of ignorance, which can easily irritate him. Bakugo rushed forward with an angry face, and he didn't have any intention of holding back his hands, but there is no doubt that all the attacks were passed through Million's body, whether it was punches or explosions. Drink. Wanwan yelled violently, and his right hand instantly turned into an afterimage, and swung towards Bakugo's abdomen. Boom. Bakugo parried with both hands in front of him, directly blocking Million's heavy punch. You really look down on me. Enduring the pain, Bakugo rolled his hands and grabbed Baifang's fist directly. Have you been caught? Wanwan raised his brows. As expected, they are all elites. Just once, they can find a way to deal with him, and they can counterattack when attacking, and use his heavy punch that Green Valley discovered just now. Track. Boom. The sweat stains on Bakugo's palm exploded instantly at close range. The severe punishment and confusion of the explosion diffused, making it difficult to see what happened in it. Kajong. A look of worry flashed across Lu Gu's face, and he wanted to rush forward in an instant. However, a figure flew out of the black smoke in an instant. It's Bakugo. As soon as Green Valley's eyes moved, One for All was fully covered, and he rushed up in an instant, catching Bakugo, who flew out. It's a heavy blow to the abdomen again. With just one glance, Green Valley instantly saw the injury on Bakugo's body. I shouldn't have said that you can't activate quirks when you were caught. In the black smoke, a figure of 11,000 people walked out of it, walking towards Green Valley with an expressionless face. Valley pressure to go. So strong. Hugging Bakugo, Green Valley moved his feet, and a look of solemnity flashed in his eyes. However, that's right again. Looking at the Green Valley in front of him, Wanwan secretly said in his heart. LVGU Izuku has a positive and optimistic personality, full of compassion, good at thinking when fighting, is a full-fledged brain, but at the same time, too good at thinking, only need to show enough pressure and strength, and there are wounded people present, can make the opponent's mind start to think, and make his actions fall into a passive state. It's really good. He knows the character and behavior of his students like the back of his hand, and he is really a responsible teacher. Eraser. Wanwan sighed secretly in his heart. These are all before this exam. He got detailed information about his two opponents from Aizawa Shota, and at the same time, he also got this. Aizawa Shota, please. Come on. A serious look flashed across Million's face, looking at the Green Valley in front of him. Let me tell you how weak I really am. It's cruel, but let me tell you how weak I really am. Million's eyes were extremely firm. As an off-campus intern and about to become a formal professional hero, he deeply understands this how the world is. And the task given to him by the school has much effect on the growth of the students. There is only one battle. Green Valley looked at Million in front of him, and Bakugo, who had lost his fighting ability, forced himself to calm down, and one for all fully covered and activated instantly. 8%. The green arc on Green Valley's body leapt, instantly raising the power of one for all to the limit it could control. Whoosh. The foot of Green Valley swayed suddenly, and rushed directly towards Million. What a quick move. Wanwan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the rushing Green Valley. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. We're going to do it for real. Laugh. The kick that flew up in the air landed on Kongshu without a doubt, passed through Wanwan's body, and landed on the ground, but Green Valley, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, did not stop, and jumped up suddenly at the moment of landing. With some once again, he slammed into the Million. Although I can't hit me, I just keep getting beaten like this. Wanwan looked at the rushing Green Valley seriously, and suddenly stretched out two fingers with his right hand, and inserted his eyes. Looking at the two fingers that appeared in front of his eyes almost instantly, Lagu closed his eyes instinctively, and put his hands on his head to defend. Boom. Facing the Green Valley with the empty door open, Wanwan's fist firmly imprinted on the opponent's stomach. Cough. Lu Jiyu, who flew upside down, stared at her eyes, and opened her mouth directly, screaming silently. Although I felt this Rakido when he was parrying just now, but he really got punched to understand why Bakugo loses his combat power after 2 or 3 punches. With the enhancement of One for All's full coverage, in midair, Green Valley forcibly controlled his body and regained his balance. He fell to the ground with his hands on his stomach, and the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. This was really too painful. Can you still bear it? Then I will increase the punch. Wanwan looked at the landed Green Valley, and yelled a reminder to rush over. Isn't he the strongest Rakido? Lu Gu's face was really green. He couldn't hit someone, and it still hurt so much after being beaten. He really wanted to shout, there is a trick here. However, Million, who rushed over, quickly disappeared from Green Valley's eyes in an instant. Disappeared. Disappeared. Lu Jiyu, who had just endured the pain and made defensive preparations, looked at the empty alley with a look of surprise. Laugh. Behind Green Valley, Million's figure suddenly appeared here, and then, he punched out. At this time, feeling the movement from behind, Lu Jiyu wanted to avoid it instantly. But at that moment, Million's fist appeared in the position that Green Valley wanted to avoid. Perfect fit. Green Valley sent his stomach to Million's fist, and then the whole person flew out more than 10 meters away and fell heavily on the ground. Yes. Million told Green Valley with the facts. I did not cheat on Million. Bastard. Bakugo's voice sounded again in the alley, and Bakugo, who had fallen to the ground twice, gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, looking at Tong Xingwan in front of him with a hideous face. Go to hell. Bakugo's right hand is aimed at Million, and his left hand is directly on the pull ring. Without hesitation. Pull. A terrifying explosion erupted in this small alley in an instant. Smoke and dust billowed, and the flames covered everything. Most of the street was destroyed in an instant and turned into ruins. Using this kind of trick in the city is absolutely not allowed for professional hero. A million voices sounded behind Bakugo, and he punched out at the same time. No one's ruined the city, I can fight as I want. Bakugo roared, and the palm of his left hand exploded without warning, directly driving his body to slam back. The two passed through. Bakugo turned 720 degrees continuously in midair and then landed on the ground. He raised his head sharply, looked at Wan with a ferocious face, rushed forward with force under his feet, and yelled loudly, "Next, you won't be allowed to attack. Chance. I won't let me have a chance to attack." There was a smile in Wan's eyes, but it disappeared after that. He is now playing the image of a serious and mean senior. It won't give you a chance to attack. Wan counterattacked, clenched his right fist and smashed directly towards Bakugo. A strange duel took place. Obviously, both of them are attacking with almost all their strength, but even if there is no collision, it seems that two people from different time and space are practicing martial arts on their respective 1-acre 3-point land, rather than fighting with others. Damn it. In midair, relying on the convenience of blasting quirks and excellent physical ability, Bakugo has been maintaining a strong attack state. Even if a million attacks came to him, he resisted the idea of dodging. Kicking back, it was a desperate gesture. But I can't tell if Million's attack is true or not. I can't tell if Million's real body is fake. I can't judge Million's tactical thinking. After all, which one is he still passive? No wonder a racer would ask me so much. This kind of powerful quirks, excellent motor nerves, and that always domineering posture, compared to growing up with praise all the time, arrogance is inevitable. The high-speed fight had been going on for almost a minute, but throughout, he never made a single real attack, instead watching Bakugo. Perhaps, you have always been the best among the children of the same age or even older around you. Wan suddenly said, standing still and letting Bakugo attack, but he just watched seriously Bakugo. Huh? Bakugo frowned, but his hands didn't seem to stop attacking at all. But here is Xiangying. There is no shortage of the heroic academy, and every year, there are extremely excellent professional heroes stepping into the society, or excellent hero seeds entering the campus. What are you proud of? Are you proud that you are the only one who will attack your companions? Wan said with a blank face. It's just that Xiangying is like this. A society that is countless times bigger than Xiangying, and a world that is countless times bigger than Neon. How much do you really know? What is your pride? Just like now. Million suddenly swung a punch as fast as lightning, directly imprinted on Bakugo's abdomen, and sent him flying. Even the moment Million's fist hit Bakugo, Bakugo's right leg was still coming out of Million's head. Swiped, but it didn't do anything at all. As long as I think, I can easily crush you, you can't even touch my hair. Where does your pride come from? Wan stared blankly and struggled to climb up. Get up, Bakugo. The voice is not loud, and the tone is extremely flat, but in Bakugo's ears, especially in front of Green Valley, these words are undoubtedly sharp knives, piercing through his chest mercilessly. At this moment, Bakugo thought of Li Tian, the back that he couldn't touch no matter how hard he tried, and Hong and Green Valley who were walking side by side beside him and had already pulled his shoulders. Have you finished? Struggling, he staggered up from the ground. Bakugo's eyes were red, and there was a trace of blood in the corners of his eyes. Finish, then die to me. Both palms exploded suddenly, and the whole person rushed towards Million directly under the force of the explosion wind. It's really stubborn. And everyone is the same. Looking at Bakugo in front of him, and Green Valley who was also struggling to stand up beside him, Million felt helpless silently in his heart, but he didn't show any mercy when he made a move. Time flies by. Before I knew it, half an hour of the final exam had passed. Million walked out of the examination room unscathed, not even aggravated. In the examination room, no matter whether it was Bang Hao or Green Valley, both of them were covered with bruises, but the injuries were not serious. After all, each punch of Million left there is no room for it, and these injuries are nothing more than scratches from falls every time they are knocked out. However, compared to the insignificant injuries on the body, the wound left in the hearts of the two is the most painful and difficult to heal. After a while, the two got up without saying a word, with gloomy faces, and staggered towards the exit. The meeting place of the teachers is not far away. Million. How is it? Aizawa Shota, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at the approaching Million and asked in a deep voice. I've read all the lines that the teacher gave me, and beat them for half an hour. Million patted his stiff cheek helplessly. Really, it's really uncomfortable for him to pretend to be a bad guy. That's good. Aizawa Shota nodded, visibly relieved. Teacher, can you not entrust this kind of teaching task to me next time? I'm really not suitable to play the villain. Million complained with a look of grievance on his face. He was obviously so cheerful, humorous and handsome, but the result in the first impression left by the students when they met for the first time turned out to be like this. If possible, I want to do it myself. Aizawa Shota glanced at Wanwan. The key is not whether it is suitable or not, but that there is no one else. Ah. Million looked helpless. He obviously understood this, although he almost crushed the battle with those two. But half an hour of battle, no matter it was quirks, skill, tactics, will, courage, he has fully realized it. Those two people are very frustrated now. I hope you can enlighten them, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Million turned and left after saying a word. At the same time, for Bakugo and Green Valley, no, it should be said that everyone in class prayed silently. It is really lucky and unfortunate to have such a teacher on the booth. Bakugo and Green Valley, you two lost. In the bus of Class A, there were inconceivable exclamations from the students. It could almost be said that the two top-notch fighters in Class A lost and failed the final exam. In the bus, Bakugo looked out of the window with a displeased face, while Green Valley looked embarrassing. With the presence of a young girl, the injuries on the two of them have long since left no traces, but in a word, compared to their bodies, the injuries on their hearts are the most serious and difficult to heal. Senior Accelerator is really too strong, beyond imagination. As he said that, Lu Ji-yu couldn't help clenching his fists tightly, with a dignified expression on his face. On the other hand, Bakugo twitched his lips, but he didn't intend to refute at all. It's just that anyone can clearly see the unwillingness on his face. Hey, let Bakugo have nothing to say. Is that senior really that strong? Kirishima couldn't help but click his tongue. Very strong. I even feel that senior is stronger than the teachers in the school. Green Valley couldn't help but said. Better than the teachers. Hello, Green Valley. The teachers in our school are all real professional hero, and they are all senior hero. The students are better than the teachers, it's too much. Zero endured can't stop talking. In the exam, he was put in by Teacher Midnight. Students are better than teachers, isn't there any in our class? Bakugo interrupted with a displeased face. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Li Tian in unison. Why are you looking at me? I'm born with nothing to do, so I'm going to blame me. Li Tian spread his hands, and said with a look of embarrassment. Forget about Li Tian, he's just a bug, Putao said enviously. As for the bug, I feel the same for Senior Accelerator, Lu Ji-yu said helplessly. Although Senior didn't explain it, but according to my observation, Senior Accelerator's quirks should penetrate, and can penetrate all substances, human bodies and attacks. Whether it's my fists or Bakugo's explosion, it's useless, and the body is also worn out. The practice is very powerful, just a single punch can make people unable to stand up. The speed of the punch is almost invisible. The combat experience is also rich and scary, and you can teleport through quirks. Following Green Valley's explanation, everyone present counted as one, and the expression on his face gradually solidified. I'm going. This is too perverted. Isn't this invincible? Cheat. This is definitely another cheater. On the bus of Class A, a group of students were in a panic, and all of them shouted with wide eyes. After all, according to Green Valley, no matter how you listen to it, this quirks is too invincible. Just like. Cut. Li Tian curled his lips, feeling the gazes on his body. You are completely wrong. Li Tian withdrew his gaze from the window, and said casually, Million, his ability to penetrate quirks is not powerful at all. Hearing Li Tian's words, there was a moment of silence on the bus, and then everyone's reactions exploded instantly. Kirishima's eyes widened, with a look of disbelief. Hey, aren't these quirks powerful yet? The corner of Kaminari's mouth twitched, with a helpless expression on his face. Brother, do you have any misunderstandings about the concept of power? It's true that it's not strong, it's just invincible. Putao looked at the sky with a lonely expression. Tokiyami couldn't help but interjected, you can't ask people by the standards of gods or demons. Not only the boys, but even the girls couldn't help but look at Li Tian suspiciously, wondering why Li Tian would say such words. Penetrates quirks, not powerful? Are you kidding me? This is invincible, okay? Looking at a group of classmates who were frying pots, Li Tian was speechless. Can't you finish listening and finish talking? Can't. A group of people who were dazzled by jealousy said in unison. After the joke. Mr. Li Tian, what do you mean that Senior Tongxing's quirks are not strong? Green Valley couldn't help asking the first question, as he had been fighting hand to hand with Million for half an hour, but the most curious. Oh. By the way, there is also a Bakugo who secretly pricked up his ears. That's right. No matter how you look at it, this penetrating quirks is super powerful. The others also looked at Li Tian, all of them becoming curious. Li Tian didn't mean to be tricky on purpose, so he opened his mouth in the face of everyone's curious eyes. Penetrating quirks is not the only thing you know about being invincible. When you activate this quirks, its entire body will feel penetrate anything, including but not limited to substances, human bodies, and attacks mentioned by Green Valley. The teleportation is to launch quirks to penetrate the ground, and then adjust the direction to cancel the quirks. The illusion of teleportation caused by being squeezed out by the ground is essentially to penetrate the quirks. Then isn't this super strong? Yi Yin, who was on the side, couldn't help asking. Yes, it looks and sounds very strong, even as invincible as you said, but pay attention, when quirks is activated, its entire body will penetrate everything. It is two holes. Li Tian shook his head and said. All. Yaoyorozu Wan murmured, suddenly seemed to understand something. A look of shock flashed across his face. He looked at Li Tian and couldn't help but said, Student Li Tian, it's possible that all penetration means all everything? That's right. Li Tian nodded, and it was Yaoyorozu Wan who responded the fastest. When penetrating quirks is activated, Senior Tong's internal organs can't work, because the air will penetrate through it. Similarly, the vibration will penetrate the eardrum, and no sound will be heard, and the light will penetrate the retina, and nothing will be seen. Things, sound, light, perception of breathing, everything is gone. The only thing I can feel is the feeling of my own weight constantly sinking. Li Tian said in a deep voice. No way. How could such a thing happen? True and false. After listening to Li Tian's explanation, all the people present were not surprised or shocked. For example, if Senior Tong wants to use quirks to simply pass through a wall, he needs to leave his right foot outside the wall, then use quirks to pass through the rest of his body, then touch the quirks with his left foot and land, and then use quirks with his right foot to pass through. The extremely cumbersome steps of going over the wall. Li Tian said lightly. In fact, he couldn't help admiring Million. A penetrating quirks with such serious sequelae that is difficult to control can suddenly become that kind of almost invincible ability. If it was in the previous life, then this is an inspirational man created, it's just a character, but now in this real world, this is a wizard with extremely firm will, hard work and sweat. On the bus, Hiroshi, Iida, Kirishima, Kaminari, Tokiyami, Shoji, Putao, Shiro, Ojiro, Sato, Aoyama, Yi Yin, Yaoyorozu Wan, Uraraka, Ashido, Asui, Jiro, Green Valley and Bakugo. The whole bus on the ground, everyone was shocked, even shocked. Some people even couldn't help suspecting that Li Tian was lying, but they were immediately denied. Although Li Tian was extremely black-bellied, he wouldn't be able to deceive them with such a thing. It's not the quirks who are powerful, but the person, the Million, Li Tian said. Although it's a bit exaggerated, among the people who know Million, some people have commented on him based on their own experience. As far as he knows, including all professional hero, Million is the closest to the retired #1 All Might people. Closest to almighty people, that guy. The eyes of Green Valley and Bakugo tightened at the same time. As crazy European chefs, they are so sensitive to the word all might that they need to be sensitive. Coupled with what Li Tian said just now, Million's image has gradually become fuller. Although they didn't want to, the image of Million couldn't help appearing in the minds of both of them, and it was deeply embedded in their minds. So, you were very lucky. Li Tian changed the subject and looked at LVGU and Bakugo. Among the heroes, it can be said that the person I want to fight the most is Million, and that kind of opponent fighting, you must be able to accumulate a huge amount of combat experience, but the school actually arranged him into your combination. I am really unfortunate. I'm really lucky. The corner of Jiro's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but thank God silently in his heart. Are you lucky? Hearing Li Tian's words, Green Valley and Bakugo couldn't help but think. Your sister. Lucky hammer. Those half an hour of tragic memory plus those heart-piercing words, that is hell at all, okay? Looking at the envious eyes of several classmates who didn't understand, both of LVGU and Bakugo's faces were frighteningly dark. Heroic campus. The bus carrying the students drove in, waiting for Aizawa Shota to meet the students in his class. Aizawa Shota's footsteps faltered, looking at his own student who was walking towards him. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. As this? Not being hit? No, this is completely thinking about it. The previous blows have all turned into fighting spirit. Aizawa Shota looked at the light shining in his student's eyes, and silently thought about it in his heart. The original lines were retracted. After knowing the whole story, Aizawa Shota was silent for 3 seconds, and then. Aizawa Shota. Li Tian, it's so easy to use. In the classroom. The 7 people who passed the final exam this time are Li Tian, Jiro, Hong, Yaoyorozu Wan, Iida, Ojiro, and Mineta. The other 13 people failed the actual combat test. Aizawa Shota declared expressionlessly, standing on the podium. In the audience, more than half of the people were frowning. Out of 20 students, only 7 passed the exam. This may be the lowest passing rate of the final exam in the history of Shangying School. What's more important? The summer camp is completely ruined. So, for the eliminated students, it's a pity that they didn't pass. So, this forest training camp, everyone will participate together. What? The classroom exploded in an instant, and the ceiling was almost lifted. The previous words were to stimulate your full potential, which is the so-called reasonable hypocrisy. Shang-Ji Dita showed a disobedient smile on his face. Yeah. We can go to the camp in the woods together. A test of courage? Lawsuit? Valley. Fireworks. Mixed bathing, F*K, Ba, hot spring. Mixed bathing. Looking at a group of students, excitedly shouting and discussing, in the classroom, Aizawa Shota on the podium silently took back what he was going to talk about next, which was not a camp in the forest but a hell-style special training in the forest. Well. Let's make it a surprise for everyone. Aizawa Shota silently decided to publish it. Kyoto, Shangjing District. Still wearing the Savitar armor that covered the whole body, standing on the top roof of a tall building, Li Tian looked at the bank card he just got in his hand, and raised his eyebrows involuntarily. After the final exam, the forest training will naturally not start so quickly. And Li Tian, who had itchy hands, couldn't help but was ready to make waves again. As for bank cards, it was placed here in advance by someone, and then someone guided Li Tian, or in other words, directed Savitar to come and get it. Together with this card, there is also this note, on which is written the password of this card, as well as a detailed introduction of the source of funds and some conditions. Although the identity was not clearly stated, that depending on the conditions, it should be the police, no. It cannot be called the police, it is the so-called sincerity of the official. There is a fairly large amount of funds in this card. Probably in order to show sincerity, this bank card was specially added in addition to those conditions. Of course, the account number and appropriation of this card will definitely not appear in any official related institutions, that is to say, this is a sum of money that has nothing to do with the official. As for the so-called conditions, it is a series of conditions that will not be hunted down by professional hero, arrested by the police, or targeted by the government, making Savitar a cute and charming villain. Of course, the note also vaguely mentioned that it is best not to have that kind of serious death scale again, and try not to kill even the villain, otherwise, Savitar will be listed as the real villain. At that time, all the conditions for the cute and charming villains that were discussed before will naturally be unconditionally nullified. At the end of the note is written to welcome Savita to take the professional hero exam and become a real professional hero. Of course, no matter how dull Li Tian is, he still understands that this welcome is definitely not a welcome for Savitar, but a welcome for Li Tian himself, who has not been exposed under Savitar's armor. Even though they have already been defined as villain, in the end they even sent him an invitation to a professional hero, although it was only secretly. Li Tian couldn't help but be amazed. This official's tolerance for himself is too high. Could it be that you want to use money to bind a powerful combat force so that you don't fall to the villain? Li Tian walked to the edge of the rooftop with his bank card, looked at the bright city in front of him, and said in a deep voice up. But it shouldn't be. Leaving aside the fact that his disguised Savitar doesn't mean he's short of money, let's just say that his combat prowess shouldn't be to the point where the officials are afraid and have to make such a compromise. Although it looks inconspicuous, in this chaotic era, if the government only compromises blindly, it is absolutely impossible to gain a foothold in this era, let alone maintain domestic order and stability. But what Li Tian didn't know was that the strength and combat power he showed was indeed not to that level, but it was not far behind. In addition to Li Tian's Savitar credit and word of mouth, it would be enough. Although Savitar itself is not officially recognized, its style of conduct is indeed chivalrous. In addition to the operation in Osaka Bay, a trafficking group involving thousands of people was arrested. Afterwards, according to the confession of the villain who survived the other party or other means, how many designated villain gangs can be dug out from all over the country, even the villain who have not entered the official line of sight will definitely not be a small amount. Whether it is the arrest of a large number of villain, or the killing of chickens and monkeys against other villain organizations, this is extremely conducive to the stability of the situation. Not to mention, that night, by the way, he cut off the tail of a well-known villain organization in the world, which shocked the International Villain Organization, and those who were attacked by Li Tian. Thousands of abducted women were rescued. This one by one, coupled with not weak strength and unknown identity, is enough to make the official high level feel troublesome. Shooting people in violation of the use of quirks is undoubtedly an act of villain, but single-handedly saved a large number of people. This is like in the United States in the old calendar. Although the country does not ban guns, it is absolutely forbidden for non-official personnel to carry guns and bullets on the street, but one person shot and killed one by one in the whole street, a lunatic who planted a bomb on the ground and was ready to take a group of people to hell with him counting down tens of seconds. He took out his pistol, fired a shot, and gave the opponent a headshot. The bomb did not detonate, the terrorist died, and hundreds of people were rescued safely. But he himself undoubtedly broke the law, not only with a loaded pistol, but also openly shot and killed people on the street. Although there are some discrepancies, the nature of what Savitar does is very similar. As for the casualties of the villain, Savitar's methods were brutal. That's a better explanation. No one thinks that in the siege of hundreds of villain, Savitar can protect a large number of hostages without killing anyone. Breaking the law is indeed breaking the law, but there is nothing more than human nature outside the law. Savitar completely annihilated the villain and subdued them, and perfectly ensured that no innocent hostages were harmed. This achievement alone is enough to offset most of the unfavorable fishing boats that may conquer Savitar's ruthless means. After all, the dead are the most disgusting villain. It is easy to push the direction of the fishing boat to a direction that is not good for the police official or even the professional hero. An extremely unfavorable tricky news broke out. Of course, it must be strictly covered. Although it is not uncontrollable, it is not better to directly kill the root cause than to control the outbreak of conflicts. And the official high-level officials also saw this, so they had this attitude of trying to stabilize Li Tian as much as possible. The inside story of this is naturally not something that Li Tian, a newcomer Xiaomeng, can understand, but Li Tian will not think about things that cannot be figured out, especially things that are difficult to get an answer to. As long as the current result is not harmful to him in his eyes, it doesn't matter. Originally, the identity of Sueda was just a vest that Li Tian appeared in order to train his skills and accumulate experience. No matter what kind of calculations there are, as long as it does not involve his body, the big deal is to give up the identity of Sueda. It's not that there is no Savita. What will happen to Li Tian? The big deal is to come out with a different vest. What a lot of vests from Visada and Tasavi. If Li Tian is willing, put a black bat on himself. Let's also have a real dark hero, not the same. After thinking about it, Li Tian, no, Savitar threw away the bank card in his hand, and directly inserted it into the concrete wall on the edge of the roof. It's a pity. So much money, at least 3 to 5 years will not have to worry about food. Li Tian shook his head and sighed secretly. Although he was short of money, he was not stupid enough to keep such unknown things by his side. Not to mention using that card to spend, so that officials can freely investigate his consumption records, and even the location of consumption, etc. When the Speed Force was activated, the blue light of the Savitar armor flickered again, and his knees moved slightly. Li Tian jumped up and jumped directly towards the top of the slightly shorter building opposite. Several times in succession, Li Tian's figure disappeared in the vast sea of night. After Li Tian left for a long time, on the edge of the roof, not far from the bank card inserted into the floor in the darkness, a bean-sized pebble-like thing moved. Looking closer, it turned out to be a figure the size of a bean, and it was growing rapidly. Call this as a female hero. And it is the completely opposite female hero of Quirks and Li Tian's family who shrinks Quirks, just like Ant-Man in Marvel. It's so thrilling, is that the ruthless person who slaughtered hundreds of villain by himself. It's really terrifying. I almost couldn't breathe. The female hero quickly he looked at the bank card at his feet in the size of an ordinary person, patted his chest and opened his mouth with joy, and there was still a touch of panic on his small face that hadn't faded away. You have such an aura. People didn't realize how good you are. A voice of complaint came from the earphone of the female hero. Mouth, he found me. When he left in the end, he looked at me affectionately. And that bank card was a warning to me. Ant-Girl said with righteous words on her face. Don't dream. If someone finds out about you, they will run over you to death with one kick and warn you. You call that thing that is more than 1 meter away from you a warning. That's it. Don't be naughty. Pack up and come back quickly. The person on the other end of the phone was full of impatience. HMPH. Ant Girl was full of anger, but she tidied up her hands and feet quickly. She is the one who is responsible for sending the bank card and the note. By the way, she will monitor. Observe this, Savis, and see if she can find a chance to check the other party's real identity. Pity. From the first step, she failed. That, Savis, deserves to have slaughtered hundreds of villain with his own strength. The breathtaking courage of the other party. Ah bah. The other party's vigilance is too high, she can't find it at all, to the opportunity approach. Not to mention that the other party inexplicably walked to the edge of the rooftop after taking the bank card, and only stopped for a short while, so she didn't have time to catch up with him. However, Ant Girl's face became serious involuntarily. He's really handsome. Relying on his agility and increased speed, Li Tian parkoured forward at an extremely fast speed between tall buildings. Sure enough. Before I learned how to use the speed force to pass through walls, proper parkour movements have a significant effect on improving my speed. On the roof of a tall building, Li Tian jumped and rolled from a rock turned over on the pier. The movement was clean and neat without the slightest sloppy movement, and the speed was surprisingly fast. Under Savitar's armor, a smile appeared on Li Tian's face. This was what Cowboy told him when he was at best genist after he learned that his whole body moves faster, not just running fast. However, this is not very useful for Li Tian, who is using the super speed mode, because his super speed has already reached the level of running regardless of gravity. Much faster. But for Savitar, who only uses the extreme speed mode, the cost is too much. That's an illegal transaction. Li Tian stopped leaping between the tall buildings. Although he maintained the super fast speed mode, Li Tian's dynamic vision and nerve response were even better than several times strength of. Therefore, although the movements of Savitar were extremely fast, they did not slacken their observation of the surroundings. Even in the corner of the alley below, those inconspicuous 17 or 18 strong men. Did you bring the goods? Erluji looked nervously at the men in black suits in front of him and asked. Of course I brought it. Where's the money? A middle-aged fat man in a black suit of equal height and length asked with a straight face. Here is the money. Erluji lifted the box in his right hand. With his skill, the faces of the dozen or so ruffians showed nervous expressions at the same time, wary of those men in black. This is all their belongings. Open it. The middle-aged fat man ordered. Let's see the goods first. Erluji directly shook his head and refused. Although they are just punks, doing precarious business every day, they still have some brains. Yeah. The middle-aged fat man raised his brows, looking submissively in front of him, but with a firm bum in his eyes. Show them the goods. Yes. With the skill of a middle-aged fat man, a tall man in a black suit responded, picked up the suitcase in his hand, and then opened it to show those bums. Look. Authentic bald eagle products. One medicine is effective for at least 2 hours. These medicines are enough for you to have a big fight. The middle-aged fat man said with a grin. The dozen or so hooligans looked at the bright red bottle in the suitcase, with salivation on their faces, and their eyes were extremely earnest. This is something that carries their future. Okay. I have seen the goods, take out the money. The middle-aged fat man raised his hand and closed the box directly, and said to several people. Ergo. Erluzi withdrew his earnest gaze, but the sleepiness on his face was not concealed in the slightest. Among the dozen or so hooligans, a figure came out. Oh. Seeing that the bum didn't take out the box in his hands, the black suits called someone over instead, and couldn't help frowning slightly, even though they knew that the dozen or so people in front of them were not worth mentioning, but still vigilant. The ruffian known as Ergo came out, took out a big paper bag from his pocket, opened it and showed it. All the money is here. Those drug sellers in black suits cautiously took a look, and found that they were indeed stacks of banknotes. Seeing the actions of those men in black suits, a smug flash of pride flashed across the face of the bum, and he said, Hey, this money is all our belongings, so we can't just lie down. Very well, you are very clever. A look of disdain flashed in the eyes of the fat middle-aged man, but he gave a compliment in his mouth. He waved his hand, and the subordinates at the side came forward with the box and handed it to the rogue of the second dog, and the second dog smiled and handed over the money bag in his hand. Passed it over, and grabbed the suitcase with the other hand. Just when the two were about to exchange. Look, what I found. It's a sinful trading scene. The intruding sound made both parties vigilant at the same time, and the transaction did not continue. The drug seller quickly backed away and retreated among his companions, while the second dog stood there blankly, confused. The location chosen by the two groups of people is not an abandoned area. There is a brightly lit Dama road a street or two away, but this kind of dark alley is rarely visited by people at night. After a long time, it has also become a gathering place for some lawless people who dare not go to more dangerous places, but will not walk on the street openly. As a result, the number of people who will go here will be even rarer, and more local hooligans will be attracted, falling into a vicious circle. Who? The middle-aged fat man yelled violently, and immediately raised his hands in front of him, turning into two chainsaws that creaked. Those who beat you. The figure of Savita appeared at the entrance of the alley, looking at the 17 or 18 people who were almost full of boxes, including local hooligans and suit drug dealers, and rushed all the way without the slightest hesitation. Before facing hundreds of vicious villains, he didn't hesitate at all. These dozen or so people are not enough for him to warm up. Ping ping pong pong. A few seconds later, more than a dozen people all fell to the ground, rolling and wailing all over the ground, as did the men in black suits who looked like full-fledged drug dealers. There is no one who can fight, a bunch of cowards. Li Tian curled his lips and looked at the dozens of people lying on the ground with disdain. There is no sense of shock at all. Li Tian took a few steps forward, picked up the medicine box and the money bag, and looked at it casually. Needless to say, the money bag was full of stacks of banknotes, estimated to be worth millions of dollars. First. Li Tian has no interest in these stolen money. This money is not enough for him to eat a few meals. Li Tian looked at the box curiously. He heard the conversation of these people from a distance just now, and according to his guess, what was contained in this box should be the legendary quirks strengthening potion. It was originally developed as a drug for the salvation of weak quirks, but unfortunately, the side effects are too large, and the price is extremely expensive. In Neon, it is even more because it is listed as a banned drug, so only the underground black market has it. Spread. Li Tian looked a lot, his gaze fixed, then his face darkened, and he threw the box in his hand aside. Go to Nima Bald Eagle Products. If you sell fake medicines, you need to get your outfit done first. Although I can understand the symbols on the glass bottles, it's not in English anyway. And this kind of shoddy bottle contains Bald Eagle's the quirks strengthening potion. How is it possible? Bald eagles don't want to lose face. Inferior products from Southeast Asia. Li Tian instantly thought of the introduction when he saw the quirks strengthening potion. This kind of medicine has been repeatedly banned all over the world. Apart from the best Bald Eagle products and products from several other big countries, most of them are inferior products from small places. For example, in addition to Bald Eagle products, most of the Neon products are inferior products from Southeast Asia. At most, the effect is only 10 or 20 minutes long, and the after effects are serious enough to kill. Although few people come to this alley, but the street is not far away, the voice here has naturally been spread, and someone has already called the police and called the professional hero. In less than a minute, the professional hero in charge of this area has rushed over. But what caught his eyes was a group of hooligans rolling on the ground with their stomachs in their arms, a large bag of banknotes, and an open box. After all, he is also a professional hero. The scene in front of him instantly made him understand what was going on. This is an illegal transaction that was bumped into by someone with a heart, and then, I learned a lesson from it. It's this kind of potion again. There have been so many things like this recently. The professional hero contacted the police, looking at the neatly arranged 10 bottles of potion in the box, helplessly shaking his head. In the last month, he encountered this kind of potion 5 times alone, and it was used by others, and then he was hit by him for a total of 12 crimes. The quantity is even more overwhelming. On the other side, Li Tian also looked helpless. It's the 3rd time. Since the first time he encountered that group of drug dealers, Li Tian ran into this kind of business of buying and selling quirks strengthening potion twice in succession. With so many drug sellers, aren't they afraid of fighting? Li Tian looked at the drug dealers and the men dressed as office workers who were taken away by the police with a headache. Is this getting involved in another incident? Li Tian was speechless. This time he didn't have time to deal with such troublesome things at first sight. After the final exam, about a week later, the forest camp will start. During this time, he, as the first place in the Hero Sports Festival, will also be invited to participate in the exhibition on my island. Stop by to complete the agreement with Melissa. Forget it. It's not that there are no professional hero here in Neon. I'm just a part-time job. Why worry about that? It's impossible for the professional hero here to not notice such an obvious thing, so I'll continue go find the villain to practice. Shaking his head, Li Tian made a few vertical jumps, climbed up the tall building, and then disappeared without a trace. Quirks enhancement potion? You don't need that kind of thing. In a room that seemed to be a laboratory, a voice sounded. No need. A doubtful voice sounded. In one of the instruments in the laboratory, Saganmu sat up, moved his neck, and the green water-like nutrient solution slid down from his body. Doctor, that kind of quirks strengthening potion can't strengthen quirks something? It can strengthen quirks, but only for those who are weak. In front of the computer connected to the instrument suspended by the dead handle wood, a short and fat figure spoke with disdain. This person was a doctor who had been arrested and imprisoned before, but for some reason, he appeared here at this time, and he was terrified after thinking about it. Quirks enhancement potion. In the final analysis, that kind of thing is nothing more than injecting the extracted quirks factor into the human body, causing the quirks to burst out in a short period of time. But the foreign quirks factor will not exist in the human body for a maximum of 24 hours. The current medicines, even the top products of the best bald eagle, can only last for 4 or 5 hours, and... The doctor paused, turned around and looked at Sigongmu Diao with a smile in his eyes. Although it was very unexpected, there is no doubt that Sabaomu Diao's quirks have evolved greatly. In addition to the things you directly touch with your hands, the targets of indirect contact are also not immune. There is no doubt that you have become the spokesperson of the word destruction in the world. It's still far away. Sigong Mudao ignored the doctor's compliments. His own strength, he himself knew best, looked at his own arm. Test. Undoubtedly, the word destruction was born for him, but, similarly, his body couldn't bear it. My body still can't bear the quirks, Sigong Mudao said flatly. Haha, indeed, quirks are also part of the body. No matter how strong, quirks is, without a body to carry them, it is like a grass without roots. The doctor laughed, and then changed the subject and said, quirks strengthening potion, it is to use external force to make the quirks that are part of the body expand in a short time. And now, the quirks in your body have swelled to the point where your body can't bear it. If the quirks strengthening potion is a magic medicine for those who have weak quirks and ordinary quirks, then it is no compromise for you. Poison that does not buckle. Quirks swell to the point where the body can't bear it. Sigong Muhong frowned involuntarily. He didn't care about what the doctor said that the quirks strengthening potion was poison to him. Since it is useless, there is no need to think about it. That's right. The evolution of the so-called body can't keep up with the evolution of quirks. The doctor nodded, and continued following the words of Sigong Muhong. In other words, he followed the topic he guided. With the constant change of the times, the cornerstone of the supernormal era, quirks, is undoubtedly constantly evolving. In the earliest days of the supernormal, there were only 1 out of 10 supernormals in the world, but now, the quirkless group it has become a minority, and it is even decreasing day by day, and the same is true for quirks, from a simple and weak ability in the earliest days, to a powerful, quirks, that is becoming more and more complex and ambiguous today. Compared to the evolution speed of quirks, the evolution of the human body is too slow, far from keeping up with the evolution speed of quirks, and once there are swollen quirks that cannot be accommodated by the human body, there is no doubt that the two will be out of balance. I call this strength beyond the limit of human endurance called quirks singularity. But, except for All for One, almost no one has paid attention to my theory. It seems very interesting. Nigongaki scratched his chin. The body can't accommodate the bloated quirks, so it's me. That's right. The doctor nodded bluntly. Your Honkai quirks, Shigaraki, are undoubtedly the quirks singularity, and it is also the only 4th surviving quirks singularity I have found so far. Wei Si. Si Gangmu frowned involuntarily. The doctor didn't explain, but began to tell. During the 4th generation of supernormal, All for One and I started this research. Although it was rare, we still found 1 or 2 suspected quirks. Existence of singularities. However, things like quirks are usually awakened between the ages of 0 and 4 after human beings are born, and children in this period are undoubtedly fragile. Weak or ordinary quirks are okay, but they are too strong. The quirks are certainly a burden. There is no doubt that they all died. Died when the child's body couldn't bear the inflated quirks, died when the young mind couldn't control the inflated quirks, and finally used the quirks too much, and the body collapsed and died. And you are the only child that All for One and I found that was still alive after awakening the inflated and powerful quirks, the doctor said calmly. Then I'm really lucky. Nigaraji didn't care and teased casually, who are the other 3, quirks singularity, who are still alive? All for One. One for all. And, that brat you hate the most, the doctor said lightly. Boom. The moment the doctor's voice fell, the ground under the dead Handlewood's feet shattered directly, and a pothole with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters appeared directly on the ground. Sorry. I didn't control Rakido well. Saganmuhang walked out of the hole and said in a deep voice, continue. HMPH, you are indeed the spokesperson of destruction. The doctor looked at Si Gangmu who walked out, and the corner of his mouth cracked into a smile. All for one, that is, your master's quirks are very strange, taking other people's quirks, and giving them to others. Every time I think that these quirks were born in that extraordinary dawn, I will be shocked. Too early, it's too early for this great quirks. A look of frenzy appeared on the doctor's face. Different from your naturally powerful quirks, IE's quirks are not naturally powerful, but after all for one plunders keep storing quirks in your body. IE's quirks swelled, he touched the quirks singularity of the theoretical limit of the human body, but as he said that, there was a look of regret on the doctor's fanatical face. The reason why the limit is called the limit is the limit of the human body, the limit that cannot be broken through at all. Even if IE for one plunders as many quirks as he can, it will not be able to make the body evolve at all. If you forcibly plunder, it will only exceed the load of the body like other people, and eventually the body will collapse and die. It was also at that time that All for One and I jointly began to study how to make the evolution of the body keep up with the expanding quirks. However, at the critical juncture of the research, All Might was born. In the following you can understand the matter rather than needing me to say more. The doctor has calmed down, looking at Sigongmu Diao and said indifferently. All Might, he used that pair of iron fists to smash the dark empire established by the teacher. In the process, it gradually became a symbol of peace. In the final battle, he and the teacher were both wounded, and they all suffered almost incurable injuries. Sidongmu Diao continued with a gloomy look. That's right. The doctor nodded. All Might, he is the second, quirk's singularity. One for all or one of the gestators of One for All. One for all? All Might is one of the breeders? Sigong Muhong frowned. He had never heard of such a thing. That's right, similar to your All for One quirks, One for All is also a kind of quirks that keeps getting stronger and gradually approaches the quirk's singularity, the limit of the human body. He and your teacher's the difference is that your teacher, All, strengthens himself by plundering other quirks, while One for All is conceived by one person, then passed on to the next person to be bred, and then passed on to the next person, and in the process of passing it on again and again, gradually stronger quirks. Inheritance. Really disgusting quirks. A hint of disgust flashed in Sigong Muhang's eyes. As long as it was related to All Might and Hero Society, he wanted to destroy it. The generation of All Might has already touched the ceiling of human beings, quirk's singularity. So he can compete with your teacher All, and even be stronger than your teacher. The doctor did not hide it, and said it generously. Ulmer Special's current body can no longer continue to fight, so One for All should have been passed on. In this generation, it should transform into a powerful quirks that surpasses the limits of human beings. And it is different from your natural strength, and also different from the strength that your teacher plundered. The strength bred by this generation, although not gentle, is definitely easier to be accepted by the human body than you. Even it is to allow this generation of heirs to safely break through the limits of human beings. What a lucky guy. The doctor said, showing undisguised jealousy and anger in his eyes. Toya he and All for One have put in so much effort and sweat to break through this limit, and paid a price that ordinary people can't imagine, but they still ended in failure. In the end, someone just got selected and won everything they begged for. This, how to make him not jealous, how not to be angry. The chosen one. It's really disgusting. I really want to destroy that disgusting thing inch by inch. The corner of Sigong Muhang's mouth cracked, revealing a nuclear, smiling face. Aha ha 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 ha. Aha. Ha. Ha. The chosen one. It's really disgusting. I really want to destroy that disgusting thing inch by inch. Sigong Muhang's mouth cracked, revealing a nuclear look smiley. Son of the chosen. The doctor shook his head with a complex look on his face. This One for All should only be called the son of hero. The chosen one should be the one you hate the most. The nuclear smile on Sigong Mudao's face froze, and an astonishing killing intent surged up in an instant, and gradually subsided after a while. Looking at the dead handle wood hanger who had regained his composure, a flash of satisfaction flashed in the doctor's eyes, and he then said, the last person, that kid. I thought for a long time before I decided that his quirks were also inflated. One of quirks' singularity, and it is the most successful one. Zhen Xuan Li Tian, quirks, has a speed that is several times the speed of sound, and can freely control the super-fast thinking reaction ability of the speed. His father, Zhen Xuan He Wei, quirks can increase his own speed for acceleration. 10 times. Mu, Jenkson and Mei. Quirks activate the brain power, and can calculate the increase of 10 times and tens of times in an instant. The doctor said word by word, and the complex expression on his face was also more and more obvious. And Sigong Muhong beside him couldn't help but raised his brows and said in a deep voice, "Quirk's marriage." "That's right." The doctor nodded, "Quirk's marriage, and it's the typical, no, the most perfect fruit of a Quirk's marriage. I investigated him. That kid was always quirkless until he was 15 years old and 18 years old, that is, when the other party was 15 years old, that is, in a villain attack at the beginning of this year. Both parents died, and he suffered a major blow. Awakened quirks, from the awakening of quirks to the present, the opponent's strength has grown at an incredible speed. The body of a 4-year-old child is undoubtedly unable to withstand that kind of bloated quirks, and the body of a 4-year-old child is undoubtedly unable to manipulate that kind of bloated quirks, so. The opponent's quirks did not choose to awaken at the age of 4, but it has been waiting silently, waiting for the moment when the ground will break through and take root, sprout, blossom and bear fruit, but so far, the growth rate of the other party's quirks is far from reaching its end, and his body has no signs of being unable to bear it. The doctor said, the complex look on his face gradually turned into bitterness. If One for All is the crystallization of the power that has been cultivated and irrigated through the unremitting efforts of generations, the seeds of hope will not be able to bear fruit until this generation takes root. Then Li Tian, just after he was born, he may have broken through the limit of being a human being. Well, he and All for One have been researching for decades. Countless limits of human beings that have not yet been broken. How can this keep him from crying? How can he not hate? On the side, listening to the doctor's words, Sigong Muhang's brows were also frowned, but the killing intent in his eyes did not weaken in the slightest, and even became stronger than before. I didn't rescue you to hear your complaints and hatred. You can make me stronger, right? Sigong Mu Diao said lightly. Of course. The doctor reflected back, the resentment and unwillingness in his heart were suppressed by him, and the eyes that looked at Sidongmong in front of him regained their usual calmness. Although Sidongmu, your quirks are strong enough now, but you still have to deal with it. It is far from touching your true strength, and it is not even close to touching the ceiling of quirk's singularity, so you still need to hone your body and mind, hone your skills, and arrive as soon as possible, quirk's singularity, this human ceiling. Then, with the help of the technology that took me decades to complete, you can completely break through this ceiling, control the true power of Honkai, and become a real god of destruction standing in the world. The doctor said, his face gradually became fanatical. This is the goal he has been pursuing unremittingly all his life. Speed. What's the use of being fast? Wait until I send you into that field. Honkai is the power of the god of destruction. The kind of guy who just laughs and laughs all day long. Just turn into scum. My research. Only my research is the only one that can make human beings stand on the sky, and the only one that can make people become gods. The doctor said, his whole body became excited, as if in a daze. The god of destruction. Sigong Muhong was not very excited, and sat there looking at the bewildered doctor calmly, feeling the power in his body that was about to move. During this period of time, he has been traveling all over the country, recovering the dark forces left by his teacher and some villain organizations. Without All for One to shield him from the wind and rain, he has experienced more and seen more, thinking too much. His thinking is no longer as naive as before, but the only thing that remains the same is, I really want to destroy this disgusting society right away. Shigaraki's smile gradually twisted. Boom, accompanied by a huge roaring sound, a giant beast rose across the sky, and the eagle hit the sky. In this world, although the emergence of the supernormal era has inevitably led to chaos in the world, which has caused the stagnation of the era for a period of time, but anyone with insight can understand that quirks is just a tortuous fork in this world, magical, alluring, and full of attraction, but science and technology are the future of mankind. No matter how miraculous quirks is, it will sooner or later be dug through and captured on the road of continuous development of science, merged into this road, and become another cornerstone of human civilization. And now, the future world. Even in the future, it's too exaggerated for this kind of civil aviation airliner to be able to cruise at supersonic speed casually. Li Tian complained speechlessly. This speed is almost catching up to 1/5 of his speed. Flash, don't want to lose face. Haha. It's been a long time since I took a plane to my island and it's still so fast. By the window of the plane, All Might sighed with emotion as he looked out the window at the distant scenery that was rapidly receding. It turns out that this is the plane of my island. Not all planes in this world are so fast. Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief. To put it bluntly, My island is the most technologically advanced place in the British world, not one of them. And the plane on my island is naturally the most advanced civil aviation airliner in the world. Damn, even if it is the most advanced, it is still a civil aviation airliner, breaking through the speed of sound casually. Flash. Don't want to lose face or even have a lining. Practice more when you get back. If you don't get rid of him 10 times, 20 times, I will, just eat 10 bowls of rice less. Li Tian looked out the window, bored and silently irritated. Well, can I really go to my island together? Didn't you invite me? Seeing the plane take off, Green Valley silently raised his hand and said submissively. It's already at this time, do you still want to go on? Li Tian looked at Lu Gu's obedient look, and couldn't help feeling a headache. He really wants to help All Might cultivate this disciple, to cultivate this next symbol of peace, but I don't know if it's because Li Tian stole too many scenes from the other side, and the other side has endured too little training. So far, this is awkward, his character hasn't changed yet. However, under the double training of Li Tian and All Might, at least the problem of crying at every turn has been greatly improved. My island. It is a man-made and movable sea city. It wanders in the Pacific Ocean for many years. Its location is uncertain. There are more than 10,000 scientists and their families living in it. Event, that is, the city with the lowest crime rate in the world. Is that my island? It's so spectacular. By the plane window, Li Tian looked down at the electrically large island that Fang Yin could faintly see, and his eyes showed shock. Being at a high altitude, the island of me below is far away, and it is precisely this way that one can see the whole picture of my island. This huge sea island is surrounded by an extremely spectacular defensive wall, and inside is a huge city. Island, my island. Wow Kaka, we're here so soon. It seems that my island is not far from the neon lights recently. All Might couldn't help laughing when he saw the island over there, seeing him for 340 years my friend on my island, he is also looking forward to it. Passengers, this flight is about to arrive at my island. Please bring your belongings and get ready. The plane landed smoothly at the airport on the outermost side of my island. After all, it was a plane from the future world. When it landed, Li Tian didn't feel any bumps at all. After getting off the plane and changing into their respective hero suits in the changing room, it is the immigration inspection of my island. The importance of my island to the world is self-evident. More than 10,000 scientists and their research results are all the most precious wealth in the world. Even All Might or even the leaders of various countries cannot be exempted from this inspection when entering the island. Standing on the translational elevator, a series of light that is not dazzling swept across the three people's bodies and their respective luggage, and the virtual projection quickly showed their identities beside them. And various information. Named Jenkson Li Tian. Is it very detailed? Li Tian looked at the data on the virtual screen and couldn't help being surprised, some of which he didn't even know or forgot, scratched his chin, and Li Tian glanced casually. A glance at the side of All Might and Izuku Midoriya. Name Yagi Toshinori, hero name All Might. The name Green Valley Izuku. My island immigration and border inspection entry check is complete. This defense is really strong enough. After all the inspections were completed, Li Tian couldn't help but click his tongue. No wonder there hasn't been a villain invasion since its establishment. The reason why in the original movie version there will be invasions by villain, and the full support of Dr. David and his assistants is absolutely indispensable. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a situation to occur. All Might is like this now, the other party should have no reason to make such a mistake. Li Tian looked at the shriveled All Might in front of him and muttered inwardly. Let's go, Green Valley. All Might may have to wait a while before leaving. Let's go first. Li Tian patted the shoulder of Green Valley, who had finally squeezed out from the crowd, and then walked straight forward. LVGU, who was almost vomited by the surging crowd, turned his head and looked at the wall of people that had tightly surrounded All Might, hesitated for a moment, and then decisively followed behind Li Tian. Mr. Li Tian, wait for me. My island. It's All Might after all, even after retiring, the popularity is so terrifying. Li Tian couldn't help but think of the scene where the shriveled version of All Might was recognized by the surrounding passengers as soon as he appeared on the stage, and then surrounded by tearful young ladies. A chill. Seeing that Lagu was in a mess, and was vigorously wiping off the lipstick marks on his face accidentally injured by several women, Li Tian sneered 3 times. Fortunately, his super speed, power, and speed reaction were unmatched, and he avoided them all in an instant. That's All Might, the world's #1 hero. The popularity is of course terrifying. And because of Kano's retirement battle, All Might's current image has also been exposed. Although he retired due to injury, his popularity is not the slightest influence. As soon as All Might was mentioned, Green Valley's instinct was to brighten his eyes, and then he was about to speak incessantly. Hold, stop. Li Tian hurriedly signaled to stop Lu Jiyu, who was about to mumble. His ears couldn't bear the long-winded speeches. Let's go. There are often professional heroes here on my island. The excitement of these people shouldn't last long. All Might can be released in half an hour at most. Let's take a stroll around my island. Although I really don't want to, wouldn't it be more boring to go shopping with big men? But let Li Tian go shopping alone. Unfortunately, Yi Yin is going to come with Yaoyorozu Wan and the others. I don't know when the flight will arrive. Li Tian muttered. Can be with girls. How could Li Tian choose to come with All Might and Green Valley? He is not a fan of Ou Chu or Little Angel. The key is, all the girls in the class were invited by Yaoyorozu Wan in the past. We came to my island together, and Tuyin naturally couldn't leave the group. As for Li Tian's past, he thought about it, but it's hard to say. Li Tian sighed. My island is different from Neon and many countries. In fact, on this island, quirks can be used freely, and even many landscapes on the island are made with quirks. For example, the fountain over there. A series of water jets from a series of giant fountains stagnated in midair, congealed into a sentence of "Welcome to my island." Then fell again, and then the fountain rose again, and so on. This is definitely something that can only be achieved after integrating into quirks. There are also cable cars floating in the air one by one in the distance, either quirks or cutting-edge scientific achievements. These are things that can only be seen or even experienced in my island. And my island is not only tourists from all over the world, but also professional heroes from various countries all over the world. Even during this short period of time, Li Tian has seen several professional heroes in Chinese-style clothing. The conversations he occasionally hears on the mains are also very familiar and friendly language to him. It's a pity, it's just specious. After all, it's not his real motherland. A touch of sadness suddenly appeared in Li Tian's heart. He is now rootless duckweed after all. Well, Mr. Li Tian, I'm very curious. Why did you and All Might come to my island suddenly? During the summer vacation, the school specially asked us not to run around to avoid the attack of the villain. Green Valley suddenly asked curiously. Didn't All Might tell you? It was All Might's friend who invited him to my island to borrow the advanced equipment here for physical examination and treatment. By the way, I will give you and me a quirks test. Li Tian calmed down. He said with a light smile, there is nothing to hide. Mr. Li Tian and I? Quirks test? Lu Jiyu was taken aback. It is not surprising that All Might was invited to my island to check on the physical treatment, but how could he be involved in the quirks test? It's... Li Tian opened his mouth and explained the relationship between Melissa and All Might, and about the rare breed of quirks that they awakened at the age of 15.
Oh! Green Valley exclaimed. I want to check my quirks, but my quirks. Just as Green Valley was about to say something, he immediately covered his mouth and looked carefully at the tourists around him.
Obviously, no one noticed the conversation between the two high school students here. Mr. Li Tian, you also know that my quirks are one for all, if they are found out. Green Valley said nervously. Don't worry. Quirks detection is not so mysterious. Li Tian shook his head. Quirks have only been around for decades, and even if a large number of scientific researchers have invested in it, it is only a sham. It is impossible to accurately detect that your quirks are exactly the same as All Might's quirks, and no one will think about it. That's it. Then I'm relieved. LVGU heaved a sigh of relief. The expression on his face also calmed down, and he began to look at the surrounding things with ease. After all, he is just a 15-year-old child, and it is his first time visiting my island, so it is impossible not to be curious. By the way, Li Tian suddenly remembered, and then used his cell phone to send a text message to Melissa, informing them that they had arrived on my island. I didn't receive a reply. It should be because I didn't see the news in the laboratory. Li Tian thought secretly. Forget it. Let's play for a while. Li Tian put down his phone, touched this side and that side curiously all the way, and started playing happily. Although the sum of the past life and the present life is over 30 or 40 years old, but now Li Tian calls out that he is only 15 years old. There is that guy who can come out to refute him. The customs clearance time is 11 seconds. It took only 11 seconds to complete the challenge and rank first. It's really amazing. The voice of the host sounded. My island, a simulation villain battle playground. Green Valley walked down from the rockery of the simulated robot villain with a face of embarrassment, a little overwhelmed by the cheers around him, especially when there were many words he could not understand. 11 seconds. Much faster than the original 16 seconds. Is it 10% one for all? Li Tian leaned on the railing and looked at the green valley below thoughtfully. Green Valley. How much power can you freely use now? Green Valley walked back. Li Tian asked curiously. Green Valley was taken aback for a moment, then scratched his head and said indifferently, 8%. I have maintained 8%, and I haven't tried to increase my strength for a while. Li Tian looked at Lu Jiyu and couldn't help being speechless. If ordinary people have the power of one for all, they will definitely not be able to help testing their limits, and as soon as they make progress, they will think about how to exert stronger power, just like him, trying to break through their speed limit every day, to make himself faster and stronger, but it turned out that Green Valley didn't care at all. Moreover, even the final exam and the million battle, no, it was half an hour of being abused, and I didn't even think about increasing my strength. How is this? Speechless. You can't do this. Li Tian said helplessly, you can't keep letting All Might or me remind you. Occasionally you have to try yourself to master the power of one for all faster. I remember. Lu Gu's face was slightly red, and he was ashamed. Indeed, knowing that he has great power but not digging hard, it is no wonder he is not ashamed. Well, why don't Mr. Li Tian go up and play for a while? Green Valley subconsciously said, but he reacted immediately after speaking. He thought of Li Tian's quirks, and Li Tian's character. For nothing. Forget it. Li Tian waved his hand directly, looking at the game field below where people are going up again, with a lack of interest on his face. This kind of game of competing for speed is completely meaningless to me. Going up is just bullying, it's just people. Let's go. Melissa is done with her work. I'll be here soon, and All Might has almost gotten rid of those fans. Li Tian looked at the reply letter he just received from Melissa on his phone, and called out to Green Valley. He couldn't wait to check his speed, force. He was very curious, whether his power was really DC's speed, force, or the quirks of his body itself. And Li Tian has been coveting the omnipotent guardian that Melissa gave to Green Valley in the movie version for a long time. When Li Tian and Green Valley returned not far from the entrance of the island, they saw All Might and Melissa, who had already met from a distance. Although All Might looks a little, resulting in battles. Mr. Li Tian. Here, from a distance, Melissa waved her hand to leave. Melissa. Li Tian also smiled and waved, and walked over quickly, long time no see. Melissa looked to the side of Green Valley, smiled and stretched out her hand. Hi, I'm Melissa Heald, nice to meet you. Green Valley panicked, seeing Melissa stretching out her hand, hurriedly took off her gloves and stretched out her hand. Hello. I'm Green Valley Izuku. I know you. You are Mad Uncle's disciple, but I have heard Mad Uncle tell you a lot about you. Melissa had an incomparably bright smile on her face. This is another rare 15-year-old awakening boy of the quirks. Melissa, it's time to go. All Might interrupted the conversation of several people. Just now, before he met with Melissa, he had spoken with David, and the inspection equipment had already been prepared. By the way, Dad has to wait in a hurry. Melissa also reacted, smiled embarrassedly, quickly led the way, and raised her hand to beckon a suspended sightseeing car like a ball to take everyone sit up and leave the dust. Hurry up. Turn on the equipment over there and get ready, and check it again, making sure there are no mistakes. My Island, Advanced Lab. A group of men and women in white coats are running around in the laboratory, and Dr. David Hilder, the person in charge of this institute, is constantly checking the data of the numerous instruments at the main console, so as not to appear nothing wrong. You know, the person who came to check this time is his good friend, hero, All Might. After typing the last keyboard, Dr. David couldn't help but let out a long breath, with a smile on his face. It's done. Dad. Melissa's voice suddenly sounded from the gate of the institute. I brought Mad Uncle here. David, following behind Melissa, All Might looked at David with a look of excitement on his face. Jun. All Might. Dr. David shrank his eyes when he saw the shriveled All Might standing beside Melissa. Even if he had heard the news from his daughter, he had seen the photos a long time ago. But seeing it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it. All Might, who used to be extremely reassuring, has turned into this skinny appearance. The other researchers on the side also covered their mouths, looking at the skinny All Might with regret in their eyes. This is the hero who used to be number one. Now it has become like this. Haha, it's been a long time. David. All Might obviously didn't care about David's shock, but stepped forward to give him a big bear hug. Okay. Long time no see. David finally calmed down, looking at All Might with joy and undisguised sadness in his eyes, although I have heard. But your appearance is really unacceptable. Haha, it's all right. All Might laughed. He was very open, or he had accepted his crippled body as early as 5 or 6 years ago. What's more, he has already retired, and All for One was also arrested and imprisoned. Now, except for his disciples, he has no regrets. The two chatted for a while, and David decisively sent out all the other researchers. Melissa, Green Valley and Li Tian were also sent away. The next inspection was about number 1, and he was the only one. People can be present. Although both All Might and Li Tian Legu understood that this was a waste of effort, they still followed Melissa and went to Melissa's personal research room at school. My God! How is this possible? Melissa's exclamation sounded in this small, even somewhat crude laboratory. Melissa, what's the matter? Lu Jiyu on the side tightened his face and asked hastily. At this time, the person who was undergoing testing was Li Tian, lying in a coffin-like inspection cabin. Li Tian also pricked up his ears and stopped. It should be because my ability is quite a lot and quirks has been discovered. Li Tian muttered secretly in his heart. It was because of this that he rejected Melissa's father, Dr. David, the reason why he and Green Valley refused when they learned that Melissa was going to examine the two of them and allow them to use the laboratory equipment. Whether it's his Speed Force or Green Valley's one for all inspection results, it's better not to leak it out. How could the value of the quirks factor be so high? Melissa sat in front of the computer monitor with an expression of disbelief, and her hands moved on the keyboard like flying, verifying the results of the monitor over and over again. The value of the quirks factor is high? Li Tian's eyes blinked, his face full of bewilderment. What do you mean? His quirks factor is high. Quirks factor. It sounds like something related to quirks. It is very high, which means it is very strong, but he has a hairy quirks. His powers are amazing. No way. Could it be that my speed force is not the Goldfinger after crossing, but the original quirks? Li Tian was startled suddenly. Such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and then he couldn't control it. His own memories recalled the memories in his mind, and some discordant places that he had ignored in the past appeared in his mind little by little. Quirkless. Extremely born without quirks, are extremely weak and unable to awaken quirks. Generally speaking, 99.9% of quirkless's parents will have at least one of their parents as extremely weak quirks, or even both parents are extremely weak quirks. However, he, Li Tian, the son of Hero, both parents are powerful quirks who can become professional hero, not to mention how powerful quirks are. It is customary to have quirks, but the predecessor whether he became the rare quirkless in this generation. I didn't think about it before, but I think about it now. The chances are indeed too small. The predecessor has indeed been quirkless for 15 years. It is impossible for him to travel through and bring a powerful quirks, or the previous quirks are too weak to awaken, until he travels back. The double soul brings 10 times and 100 times the happiness. That's not right. I've never heard of anyone's quirks factor being related to the soul magic horse. Even if there is a relationship, isn't the power of the soul usually related to faster learning and better manipulation? Quirks has directly changed from being weak and unable to awaken to being so powerful. How could he have anything to do with the soul? By the way, speaking of the quirks of the parents in this life are acceleration and brain activation, or brain acceleration. Zhe Tian couldn't help murmuring. The acceleration of the body and the acceleration of the brain, combined, isn't this his super speed force? No way. Could it be that speed force is the former quirks, but for some reason it didn't awaken and was wronged as quirkless for more than 10 years, and I didn't awaken until I crossed over. Li Tian looked at the sky speechlessly, wondering if he should be so bloody. However, when he awakened quirks, how did he explain the thunderbolt that gave him the speed force? It couldn't be because he owed it to the lightning strike, and he really got the speed force in his mind at that time. Information is correct. Li Tian denied countless thoughts one after another, and his head couldn't help but hurt. On one side Li Tian was thinking wildly, on the other side, Melissa in front of the computer was also about to cry. Generally speaking, the value of the quirks factor in the human body cannot exceed 20,000. Even the result of his father's inspection of All Might at its peak was only 17,800, fluctuating between around 1,000, at most close to 20,000, or in the early 20,000s. What the hell is this in front of you? 46,330, 46,332, 46,333. Have not fallen and have been rising, and the value is so high. How is this possible? How can the quirks factor in the human body be so strong? Human genes can't bear it. Melissa looked at although the results on the computer monitor were weak. But the numbers were more than one time. I couldn't believe it, but I had to believe the results of checking dozens of times. Green Valley and Li Tian on the side may not understand what the numbers above mean, but she is the daughter of David Hild. Her father, as the winner of the Nobel Prize in Quirks, naturally has a deep understanding of quirks. Quirks are also a part of the body. Powerful quirks require a strong body to carry them. But the so-called strong body does not simply refer to physical fitness, but refers to human genes. Quirks are engraved on genes' password. Powerful quirks need strong genes to carry them. And there are a large number of inspection reports of professional hero and ordinary people in my island, from less than 100 in Quirkless to over 20,000 in All Might, the highest peak. This distance represents the peak value of human quirks, that's right. Not even afraid to say it, Melissa had secretly read his father's experimental reports, and it's not like she hasn't seen ones with values exceeding 20,000 and reaching 24,500, but at the end of those reports, what she saw there are two big scarlet characters, oh. It was also after that fright that Melissa didn't dare to peek at his father's test report anymore. She understood. There is not the field she should be in contact with. But that time she deeply remembered a conclusion in the report. Humans have limits. But ah. Quirks factor of 460,000. How did Li Tian survive? Melissa couldn't help but turned her head to look at Li Tian, who got up. Her eyes couldn't help but become weird, as if she was looked like a monster. Noticing Melissa's gaze, Li Tian scratched his face helplessly. Although he didn't know the specific test results, whether it was the exclamation before or Melissa's gaze now, Li Tian deeply understood. Melissa, is there anything wrong with my test results? Li Tian asked. He also wanted to know what the numbers and words above meant. On the side, Green Valley also looked over curiously, and he was also curious about why the results of the inspection shocked Melissa to such an extent. Sensing the gazes of the two, Melissa's complexion became complicated. What's the problem? It's a big problem, let's go. Taking a deep breath, Melissa forced herself to calm down, but the gaze that looked at Li Tian as if looking at a monster did not change much. Let me tell you this. Looking at the data in front of me, I am shocked. Li Tian, how did you survive? The corner of Li Tian's mouth twitched. How could he speak? How did he survive? How did you survive? Lu Jiyu couldn't help exclaiming, and asked weakly, Miss Melissa, is Mr. Li Tian's situation very bad? It's hard to say. Just by checking the data, Li Tian shouldn't be able to stand here, but the key point is that he is indeed standing here. Melissa couldn't help but shook her head. It is already far beyond the scope of her knowledge and ability. Even Li Tian couldn't help showing a look of astonishment when he heard Melissa's words. What do you mean you shouldn't be able to stand here? Could it be that you should still be lying here? Although I have known for a long time that the Traverser may be different, but it seems to be too different. Sure enough, no matter how ordinary I pretend to be, I can't hide my alluring face and unparalleled talent. My God. Can't you two have a normal person? In the laboratory, Melissa looked helplessly at the test results on the monitor, feeling deeply speechless in her heart. Although, she had already guessed that those who awakened to quirks at the age of 15 would definitely not be ordinary people, but she never expected that such things would happen one after another. The previous Li Tian's quirks factor test result was as high as 46,000, which is more than twice the limit of normal human beings, and there is no fluctuation at all. It's just that the quirks factor is higher every time. Just standing on the side and panting, it can make Melissa feel that he is standing beside Miracle. As for the other Green Valley Izuku. Melissa looked at the data on the monitor. That's a rare, extraordinary column chart that has never been seen before. From a quirks factor of 3,000 to a quirks factor of 25,000, there is a difference of 22,000. Do you think this is a roller coaster? Melissa resisted the desire to complain. And it's rare, but there's no question. This is clearly another example of quirks pushing the limits of humanity. The human limit. Isn't it very difficult to break through? Melissa couldn't help but began to doubt life. Melissa's reaction obviously attracted Li Tian's attention. He simply didn't think about whether his ability was quirks or the golden finger of traveling through the world. This kind of question that can't be answered, or the answer depends entirely on the person, of course. Indecision quantum mechanics. Li Tian looked up at the test results on the monitor in front of him. After his test results came out just now, Melissa has already popularized some of the most basic knowledge to them. At least Li Tian can already understand the meaning of the Arabic numerals in the bar graph from the data on the monitor. It's interesting. Li Tian propped his chin and began to think. If you don't consider other things, it's purely from data analysis. The upper limit of Green Valley's quirks 1 for all is 25,000, while the lower limit is 3,000, and the lower limit is 12% of the upper limit, and Green Valley's ability to control the full coverage of 1 for all is indeed almost 10% around, a little bit stronger can reach 12%. Seems pretty accurate? Li Tian chuckled lightly. How about it, the result of the inspection? Seeing no movement for a long time, Lu Jiyu, who was lying in the inspection cabin, couldn't help asking. Don't ask. It's bungee jumping. Li Tian replied casually. Bungee jumping. Green Valley is at a loss, what and what? However, the inspection seemed to be over, so Green Valley walked out of the inspection cabin, and looked curiously at the display screen with his inspection results. Huh. It's bungee jumping. Looking at a bar chart that almost linked the bottom and top of the display, LVGU looked astonished. What's the situation? He had listened to Melissa's explanation before. Generally speaking, the fluctuation interval of the quirks factor is about 1,000 to 3,000. Li Tian's kind of fluctuation is already rare and cannot be rare. As a result, his. It seems to be quite rare. Scratching his head, Lu Jiyu forcibly extinguished the little flame of pride in his heart. You can't be proud. Miss Melissa, what's the matter with my quirks test result? Green Valley couldn't help asking. Call me Melissa. Melissa, who was awakened from doubting her life by Green Valley's question, said weakly, as for the test results. To be honest, I don't understand it. I don't understand. Green Valley blinked. Yeah. Melissa didn't mean to hide anything, and said directly, my major is not the study of quirks, but the design, modification and principle of auxiliary equipment. To be honest, the quirks detection chamber here is still my previous one. It was specially borrowed for a few days, and the test of quirks was also the first actual test. That's it. Just as Legu was about to speak to express his understanding, he heard Melissa continue. Also, what about the situation of you two? Even if a professional professor of quirks studies came, I'm afraid they couldn't explain your situation well. I think maybe only my father can give you the most complete explanation. Melissa was helpless, said the stall hand. Hearing Melissa's words, Li Tian and Green Valley suddenly felt a little relieved. Isn't this the so-called not that our army is not working hard, but that the enemy army is too cunning? How about it? Do you want me to visit my father now? He will definitely be very interested in the situation of the two of you, Melissa asked. Forget it. Li Tian shook his head decisively and refused. He asked Melissa for a test just to avoid attracting attention. How could he ram himself into the muzzle of the gun now? And Green Valley on the side hesitated for a moment, but also shook his head and refused. Although the result of the quirks test is very weird, he is not very eager to find out. After all, he still has All Might, the former one for Eyeholder, by his side. If there is a problem, he still believes in All Might.
That's good. I will keep the quirks test results of you two secret, even if it is Dad, I will not say it. Seeing that both of them refused, Melissa had no other thoughts, and casually took the test results of the quirks test chamber. The data was deleted, and the expression on his face relaxed.
Finally, I don't have to think about the strange situation of you two. No matter how I look at it, this is not the area I should consider now. Then when it's time for you to think about this field, Melissa, come and find me. Seeing Melissa's movements, Li Tian felt relieved and said jokingly. Unlike common sense, for scientists, it often means that they can be researched, and this is what Li Tian taboos. HMPH, let's talk about it when the time comes, Melissa snorted softly. She is not stupid, so she can naturally see what Li Tian means. Within a few minutes, the shy and upright Mr. LVGU. As for now, let's go, I will show you my island. The other side. How is this going? In the advanced laboratory of my island, Dr. David looked at the data on the display screen in panic, turned his head suddenly, and looked at All Might, who had already sat up. Jundian, what's wrong with your quirks? Is it the same as disappearing? All Might stood up and blinked, a little dazed, then reacted, and looked at David in front of him with a wry smile. David, didn't you agree to only check for injuries and not for quirks? This is the latest achievement of my island. The body has been checked with quirks. Well, don't change the subject. Dr. David frowned and said in a deep voice, no matter how serious the injury is, quirks will never be physically injured. What happened to Jundian? This. All Might hesitated for a moment, and then said in a serious voice with a serious expression on his face, David, tell me about my physical condition first. whether there is any possibility of healing. This. Dr. David also hesitated for a long time before shaking his head and said, if Jundian's injury appeared only recently, then the latest research results of my island still have some it may be cured, but this is an old injury from 6 years ago. With the maintenance of activities, your current body. My island can't be cured, Dr. David said through gritted teeth. Yeah. It can't be cured. All Might smiled, my body has already become like this, so what's the use of keeping quirks? You mean? After all, Dr. David is also the winner of the Nobel Prize in Quirks, and his understanding of quirks is almost at the top of this world. It is just the hint of All Might and the results of the examination. He seems to think what? There was a look of horror in the eyes of All Might. Is it possible? I bet it on the future. A genial smile appeared on All Might's face. Dr. David was silent, looking at All Might's familiar and unfamiliar smile. His expression flickered, as if he had vaguely seen the scene of All Might saying that he wanted to become a symbol of peace decades ago beside him. Oh, I really lost to you. Dr. David shook his head, with a wry smile on his face. Obviously, he didn't expect All Might to keep a hand. Sorry, David, I didn't mean to hide it, I just don't want you to get involved in the battle between me and All for one. I can't drag you and Melissa into that kind of dangerous battle, come on. Ulmer's face revealed a look of apology. In addition, it is probably an instinctive concealment. No one will find out and ask. He will not take the initiative to tell anyone about One for All. This is already an instinct that has been carved into All Might's bones. No, I'm not blaming you. Dr. David shook his head, with a smile on his face. You must never relax in the slightest when fighting that kind of villain, and your quirks, it is definitely not suitable for too many people to know. If it was before, David would never have said such a thing. But after becoming Dr. David and having experienced in my island for a long time, he also understood how cruel, how dangerous this world really is. If we talk about concealment, I'm actually the one who didn't tell Jundian you more things. Dr. David shook his head with a smile. All Might couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief when he heard David's joking tone, and then said with a smile, haha, after all, David, you are the top scientist in the world, and you need to keep everything strictly confidential. Haha, indeed. I don't even know how many non-disclosure agreements I have signed. Dr. David scratched his head and laughed. In the laboratory, the two big men looked at each other and smiled. The estrangement they hadn't seen for a long time and the concealment seemed to disappear in this instant. However, after all, it is only as if. No, you can't. Only that matter, you must never tell Jundian. This world. Dr. David smiled, but his heart was cold. What the two laughing people didn't notice was the figure that flashed by outside the laboratory door they didn't close tightly. Look at this. The multifunctional hound suit, which can fly into the sky and move freely underwater, and its tracking ability is better than a real hound no matter in the sky or in the sea. Melissa pointed a booth introduced to Li Tian in Green Valley. On the top of the booth, there is also a display video of this multifunctional hound combat suit flying freely in the sky and the sea, which looks quite interesting. Look at this. Put on this battle uniform. Even if you dive into the depths of 7,000 meters, there will be no problem at all. Melissa pointed proudly at the mermaid-like battle uniform in a huge water tank. Open your mouth and say. Li Tian raised his eyes and looked over. Obviously, that huge water tank is not an ordinary thing. It should be a high-tech pressurized tank that can imitate the pressure of deep seawater. Almost all the props here are made using my father's research results, Melissa said proudly. It's amazing, as expected of Dr. David, Green Valley exclaimed in cooperation. By the way, I don't think I've seen this kind of high-tech battle uniform before. Li Tian scratched his chin and said strangely. Of course not. All the things on display here are not for sale. Not to mention the high cost, and most of them are difficult to mass produce, and subsequent maintenance and repairs are also difficult to carry out. Melissa laughed and explained, however, sooner or later, every piece of equipment here can help professional heroes start their work smoothly. So that's how it is. Li Tian was stunned. Isn't this the so-called concept exhibition? Exhibit a bunch of products that are still in concept or difficult to popularize, so as to enhance the brand. Melissa suddenly stood next to Booth and waved to the two with an excited face. Melissa pointed to the black tight-fitting battlesuit in the booth and introduced. This battlesuit is called Negative Mountain. It is not a regular hero battlesuit, but a training suit. After wearing it, any action will be very strenuous. And it is made of high elasticity and high toughness materials, so it can be worn on any body shape without affecting movement, and it is very breathable and will not be stuffy. Whether it was Green Valley or Li Tian, They could clearly see the confidence and pride in Melissa's eyes when she introduced the combat uniform. Seeing Melissa like this, Li Tian's expression changed, and he said thoughtfully, "Melissa, this battle suit against the mountain is not your invention." "Hey, you guessed it right." Melissa showed a bright smile on her face, without the slightest embarrassment, but a look of pride. "This is the research topic I spent a whole year last year. It's amazing. Melissa was able to invent such a powerful thing." Legu looked surprised, looking at the girl in front of him who was at most 2 or 3 years older than him, and couldn't help feeling admiration in his heart. Indeed, although this training suit does not increase the combat power much, if it is used for training, I am afraid that every professional hero would want to get one. Li Tian also nodded in praise. "I'm still far behind. Although this training suit has been invented, due to the material and craftsmanship, it can only be used as a sample in the exhibition hall for the time being. Therefore, I still need to study harder." Hearing the compliments from Li Tian and Lu Jiyu, Melissa blushed slightly. She was finally a bit shy, and then quickly waved her hands and said, "Then when will it be on sale? I will get a set, and I will get a discount for reporting the name of your inventor, Melissa." Li Tian showed a smile, jokingly said, "No problem. I'll give you a fracture when the time comes." Melissa snorted twice, saying due to the weather. "Then forget it. Can't afford it." Li Tian hastily shook his head and waved his hands. After the joke was over, Melissa continued to lead LVGU and Li Tian to visit this auxiliary equipment exhibition hall. To be honest, it is much better to have an acquaintance take it with you than to visit by yourself. In the remote corner, as long as there are interesting auxiliary equipment, Melissa can find it, and she can even tell 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Far more enjoyable than Li Tian and the others wandering around by themselves. And the pieces of sci-fi supporting equipment are eye-opening for Li Tian and Green Valley, and even a lot of them can play a great role in Li Tian or Green Valley, but unfortunately, these conceptual products, it is impossible for my island to be sold. And even if it was sold, Li Tian and the others couldn't afford it. If it was worn out, there would be no place to repair it. Leaving the Professional Hero Auxiliary Equipment Exhibition Hall. "Melissa, thank you very much today. Without your leadership, we would not have been able to see so many interesting things in such an interesting exhibition hall." Green Valley thanked. "Thank you. How about buying me a drink?" Melissa said with a light smile. "Let's go. We've packed lunch too." Li Tian raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. "Let's pack our lunch together too." Li Tian was taken aback by the sudden familiar voice. Turning around, Yi Yin, Yaoyorozu Wan, Jiro and Uraraka stood behind them at some point. And it was Yi Yin who spoke just now. Student Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu Wan, Erlang, and Yi Yin. Green Valley turned his head and couldn't help but exclaimed. "Let's pack our lunch together." Uraraka on the side repeated. "Is this considered a big rape scene?" Li Tian looked at Jiro fiddling with his headphone plug and signaled that everyone heard it, and he couldn't laugh or cry. "Who are they?" Melissa looked at the 4 girls curiously. "This is our classmate in Shangying." Li Tian explained with a chuckle, then turned his head, and explained to the girls, "This is Melissa, a resident of my island, the one who invited Green Valley and I came to my island." "Hello. My name is Melissa Hild." Melissa stretched out her hand generously and said with a smile. "Hello. I'm Yaoyorozu Momo." Yaoyorozu Wan, who responded the fastest, stepped forward and stretched out his hand. "I am Toru Hagakuri. My name is Jiro Kyoka. I am Uraraka Ochako." What happened before was just a joke between them and Li Tian Legu, but with people they didn't know present, the joke couldn't continue. "By the way, when did you arrive at my island? Why didn't you call to tell me?" Li Tian asked strangely. Of course he knew the news that the girls in his class were coming to my island, and Yi Yin didn't use it with him because he wanted to be together, but the invitation letter was sent to Yi Yin. He and Green Valley came with all might, so naturally there is no need for extra invitations. "We arrived in the morning, but Iji is accompanying Asui and Ashido on the outskirts of my island." Yi Yin stuck out his tongue in embarrassment. Li Tian understands Bai Yeyin's meaning. Obviously Asui and Ashido's luck is still bad. Without Yi Yin's participation, they still haven't won the quota to enter my island expo. Yaoyorozuan's invitation letter has 2 quotas that can bring people into the My Island Expo, but if Li Tian's invitation letter is used by oneself, it can bring people, but after sending it, it can only be used by one person. I don't know if it's because all the women in the heavens and myriad worlds look the same, and they can talk and laugh like friends after they just met each other not long ago. 5 women sat at a table and talked and laughed. while Li Tian and Lu Jiyu gathered at the table and looked at each other, having nothing to say. I've been waiting for a long time, drinks and meals for you too. There were two familiar voices again. Kaminari, Mineta. Why are you here? Green Valley shouted in surprise, and met his own classmates again. Is it such a coincidence? Here. Li Tian glanced at this restaurant, which was completely different from the movie version, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Is this the cosmic consciousness that belongs to force majeure? Absolutely. It's a rare summer vacation, but the teacher won't let us go far. And it happened that my island was recruiting again, so we came here. Kaminari and Putao explained. Indeed, during the summer vacation, Aizawa Shota specifically asked them to pay attention to safety during the summer vacation. It is best not to run far, so as not to be attacked by villain. At that time Li Tian was still a little strange. With his intervention, the League of Villains should not be successful. How could the school be so vigilant? However, my island, an island that has never had a villain time, is naturally an absolutely safe endorsement for the school. Well, it suddenly feels like setting a flag. You can't really encounter the kind of thing in the theater version. Li Tian scratched his chin and laughed lightly. Of course Li Tian was joking. Now that Dr. David has no reason to help All Might, how could that group of villains sneak into my island without a sound? This is not a place where you can come in casually. Never have a criminal record on police records. And in the original book, if Dr. David hadn't helped invade the island's security system and took hostages on the entire island, otherwise it would have required a group of students, just thousands of professional hero on the island, divided into 10. 1/10 of them can abuse those receiving goods 100 times. And my island is constantly drifting in the Pacific Ocean, without accurate coordinates, all for one can't get in. Li Tian. I said so. Somewhere in the corner of my island, a fat man who looks extremely simple and honest is carefully observing the surroundings, whispering on the phone, coordinate location, 88. 02E, 36 to 26N. Repeat. Coordinates position 88. 02E, 36 to 26N. You mean Dr. David from my island? The doctor frowned involuntarily, even though he was so proud of his research level on quirks, but in the face of more than 10,000 scientists, my island, which is known as the most advanced on Earth, and the winner of the Nobel Prize for Quirks, the winner, Dr. David, couldn't be prouder either. The doctor hesitated for a moment, then said in a deep voice, if it's Dr. David from my island, it's not impossible to invent a non-drug enhancing device for quirks. That is to say, you can give it a try. Sigang Mu Diao grinned and said. You can give it a try. This instrument may be of great inspiration to my research, and maybe even help you. The doctor nodded and said. Okay then, prepare to call the troops. Sigongmu Hang stopped his frantic squeezing of his body, took a deep breath and walked out of the room, but drank the nutrient solution handed over by the doctor in one gulp. Saganmu, it's best not to use our people this time, and don't make a big show of it. The doctor looked at Saganmu and said softly, attacking my island is undoubtedly provoking all those countries that participated in the research of my island. If we use our manpower, many countries will probably pay attention to us afterwards. Shigangemu's footsteps paused, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. As I said before, with a lot of experience, Nigaraji has long learned what it means to control emotions and thinking. You mean, the silver fox that came into contact with us 2 days ago? Sigongmu Hong said.
That's right. The doctor looked at Sigangmu with a gratified smile on his face. As the one who adopted Sigangmu together with All for One, it can be said that he knows Shigongmu best besides All for One. Wooden people.
And the scene in front of him also made him see the growth of Shigangmu. That's right, it's Silver Fox. That international villain organization wants to use the Underground Guild's channel to enter Neon. Don't you think this is a good opportunity to test the sincerity of the other party? Smile. Will the other party agree? Sigongmu Hang asked in a deep voice.
Of course, not every villain force has Kurogiri. The doctor was full of confidence, with a sinister smile on his lips. Besides, you are starting to take over the affairs of the organization, so some information is not enough. Clear, so I don't really understand the status of my island in the world.
Although there has never been a villain incident on my island, it is said that there are hundreds of villain invasions every year, but they are concealed or blocked off the island. And these invasions, basically they are all from various countries or world-class large villain organizations. That is to say, there are very attractive things in my island, right? Nigaraji narrowed his eyes between the big fingers on his face. If there is a chance to invade my island, Silver Fox will definitely not let it go.
That's right. The doctor nodded, Let the silver fox attract attention. We just need to get that thing. It's best not to cause any complications. Our final plan still needs time to prepare. During this time, it's best not to provoke too much trouble. Many forces.
I know. Sikwanmu nodded expressionlessly. No matter how much he wants to destroy the society, he is still clear about his priorities and his own concerns. At the very least, he will not risk his life to provoke the truly powerful forces in the world until he has acquired the power that can rival his teacher all for one.
In a word, we are only responsible for bringing your people into my island, and then we will do our business, and you will carry out your activities, and you will be responsible for your gains. The two are irrelevant, and you will be responsible for your own life and death. Shigoki said impatiently. Said that he has been listening to people talking for half an hour, and he is already impatient.
The person in charge of Silver Fox, the villain organization opposite, couldn't help frowning and pondered. Of course he can understand the meaning of the dead handle wood. The other party obviously needs them to attract my island's attention so that they can carry out some plans. But, so what if I know, that's my island?
Any advanced invention can definitely be sold at a high price, and may even greatly enhance the strength of the organization, and it has never been heard that villain can invade my island. This time, they are famous all over the world. Opportunity, this gun, they are willing to take it.
The other party narrowed his eyes, thinking of Quirks, one of his subordinates who had just taken over as a cadre in Nihon. It's done. The person in charge on the opposite side nodded heavily. Mr. Shigaraki, tell me the location, and I'll send someone there right away. Very good. Then it's settled. Shigoki got up and turned to leave. As for the location, does he still need to decide? Of course it's down to discuss. Is this group of people really reliable? In a high-level laboratory on my island, a fat man maintains a kind-faced worker, but his heart is anxious.
Just now, he had a sudden decision to sell my island, but after thinking about it now, he felt a little bit regretful in his heart. Of course, it was not because he regretted betraying my island, but because he regretted that even the other party, without knowing the power and strength, he easily sold things to the other party.
The other party only wanted the coordinates of my island, and even refused me to help them intrude. Presumably it must be a powerful villain organization. The fat man comforted himself in his heart, but his heart ached. Stand up. That is the painstaking effort of the doctor. It will definitely sell for a big price. The fat man felt a little annoyed, his eyes rolled suddenly, and he thought to himself, why don't you take advantage of those villains disturbing my island, and find an opportunity to steal the things secretly? And then sell it on the black market? Sam, suddenly a series of voices sounded. At the door, a figure came in to see the fat man in the laboratory, and frowned immediately. Sam, what are you doing?
Doctor. The fat man. Sam reacted immediately, his face changed slightly, but then he showed an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry, drive. David. I felt a little uncomfortable just now, so I just came here to rest for a while.
Uncomfortable. Dr. David frowned. Since you are not feeling well, you should take a vacation this afternoon, Sam, and go to the hospital for a checkup. Ah. No, doctor, I'm just a little uncomfortable, I'll be fine after a little rest. Sam quickly waved his hand to refuse, patted his belly and laughed. Is it really not necessary? Dr. David asked, looking at Sam with a slightly ugly face. Really no need. Sam scratched his head. Doctor, what do you want me to do? Just tell me. That's it. David hesitated for a moment, but seeing Sam's insistence, he nodded. Wait a minute. Tell the 3 groups to send all the materials needed for the next experiment to the laboratory. I'll go to the doctor right away. Sam said quickly, ready to go out. And Dr. David said suddenly, scanning Sam up and down, frowning. Sam, you should lose weight. Let me tell you, it's already very bad for your body if we don't exercise every day in the laboratory on my island. If you are so fat, your body will easily go wrong. Dr. David, he frowned admonishingly. He just did something wrong, and being scanned by Dr. David like this, Sam's back could not help but sweat. He should be thankful that he is not the kind of person who sweats on his face, otherwise, sweat would be easily exposed. I'm also trying to lose weight, but my body will keep gaining weight even if I drink cold water. There's nothing I can do about it. Sam patted his stomach pretending to be innocent and said.
Then find a time to go to Area C. I heard that they made a byproduct during their research. I heard that it can burn fat without side effects. If you feel uncomfortable, you can rest here for a while. I asked Sokov can go. All Might is still waiting for me, let's go first. Dr. David patted Sam on the shoulder, said and turned to leave.
Yeah. Sam nodded, looking at the back of Dr. David leaving. His kind expression disappeared, and there was a hint of sternness in his eyes. Dining room. Everyone was talking and laughing while eating, and Li Tian also rarely controlled his food intake for some reason, and didn't eat too much. After saying goodbye to Kaminari and Putao, who still need to work hard, the group continued to wander around my island. Li Tian glanced over there as if he had known each other for decades, and the eyes of the women strolling with their arms crossed were puzzled, and they muttered, "Women's friendship is really strange."
Looking at them like this, it's no fun to go shopping. Green Valley, why don't you go to the simulated villain quirks battle playground to see if your record has been broken? Li Tian said casually. According to the big universe consciousness, he remembered, there should be a few classmates in the simulated playground at this time.
Although Bakugo and Kirishima may not come because he is the champion of the sports festival, Toro and Iida should be around there. A simulated villain quirks battle playground? Green Valley Records? What is that place? It may be that Li Tian's voice was a little louder, and the attention of the girls who had been talking was also attracted. Except for Melissa, the other girls became curious.
It's over there. A playground on the other side of my island, similar to Hero's Robot Hell, using robots to simulate villain, and then competing to clear the level. Green Valley only took 11 seconds to clear the level. Li Tian said with a smile, pointing to a rockery not far away.
11 seconds, that's amazing. Melissa immediately exclaimed. He knew about that competition. Usually, it takes more than 20 seconds or even 30 to 40 seconds for ordinary professional hero challenges. It's nothing. The grades must have been broken, after all, there are so many powerful professional hero on the island. Green Valley scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Okay. Then let's go and have a look. Uraraka raised his hand excitedly and shouted. The other women obviously didn't intend to refute, and they all agreed with interest. 14 seconds. It's such a pity, it's only 3 seconds away from the first place of 11 seconds. The host said regretfully, although today's record of 11 seconds is shocking enough. But 11 seconds if the second record is broken, it will be a real shock. 11 seconds? Deku. Will it be Green Valley? On the field, Hong casually put his left hand on the iceberg, and the iceberg that killed all the robots on the field turned into water vapor with a puff sound quietly dissipated. Mr. Hong, you did a great job. On the stage at the edge of the venue, Iida Jung shouted excitedly. Iida-kun, Hong-kun. Suddenly, Green Valley's voice sounded behind Iida.
Mr. Lugu, Mr. Li Tian, and Iida was stunned, watching Lugu leave behind him, and the 5 girls couldn't help showing surprise.
Why are Iida-kun and Hong-kun here, and they are still together? Lugu asked curiously. My family and I received an invitation letter for the My Island Expo, but we didn't have time at home, so we came here. As for getting together, it was a coincidence that we met on my island. Iida explained with a sound. Green Valley and Iida chatted, but Li Tian was rarely distracted.
Sure enough, the consciousness of the universe is at work, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence? Li Tian looked at Hong and Iida, and his eyes could not help revealing a look of solemnity. If we say, they are in Nuoda. If the coincidence of the island's encounter is caused by the consciousness of the universe, wouldn't the content of the theatrical version be?
How is it possible? Li Tian secretly laughed in his heart. Just because they met his classmates by chance, he suspected that the theatrical version of Villain Invasion would also happen. Haha, this is simply too possible. According to Murphy's Law, the more you worry about something, the more it will happen. It looks like you have to be careful tonight, Li Tian said solemnly. Then Green Valley, what's going on with you, Mr. Li Tian, classmate Uraraka, classmate Yaoyorozu Wan, classmate Yi Yin, classmate Jiro, and this one? That's right. Green Valley quickly pointed to Melissa and introduced, this is Melissa, the daughter of a scientist on the island. She invited me and Li Tian to come to my island to play. Hi. I'm Melissa. Melissa greeted with a smile. This is Ida, a classmate of Mr. Midoriya in Shangying. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ida's serious self-introduction made Melissa a little embarrassed. Student Uraraka, we are. Before Green Valley finished speaking, Uraraka on the side smiled and said. We met by chance when we were playing on the island. It's an invitation from Bye Bye. I see. Iida nodded knowingly. He has been a classmate for a semester, and Iida has also learned about Yaoyorozu Wan's family. Green Valley. Hong on the field also came over at this time, looked at Green Valley calmly and said, that Deku on the field is you, Green Valley. Ah, it's me. Lu Jiyu was stunned for a moment, and then nodded generously in response. This is not something to be ashamed of, isn't it? Sure enough, it's you. Sure enough, he said so, sure enough. I still need to hone, and I have to become stronger faster. Sooner or later, one day, I will surpass your Green Valley. And you? Hong turned his eyes and looked at Li Tian, who was wandering in the sky. I will find a way to defeat you sooner or later. Ah. Li Tian blinked, looking at the fighting spirit full of Hong, with an unaccustomed expression on his face. Not to mention Li Tian, Laguiita and the other girls on the side are all very awkward at this time, and they are not used to it. After a semester, except for 1 or 2 grades during the sports festival, other times they can be loud. They are all extremely cold. Maybe. The pop that developed the ability of the left half of the body? After the hot blood passed, Hong's right half of his body began to exert strength, and he easily suppressed the scalding heat. Hong's expression immediately calmed down, and his expression of coldness returned. Seeing the recovery of Hong, everyone undoubtedly breathed a sigh of relief. Next, team of the heroic special team that carried out the special operation of my island has grown a little bit, and has already called up all the members of Class A here in the inner city of my island expo. And this is something that worries Li Tian. The protagonist team has arrived. Isn't it the turn of the villain team to appear? A corner of my island that no one pays attention to. A group of purple-black smoke appeared out of thin air, and slowly rotated to form a pitch-black door. Afterwards, more than a dozen heavily armed figures walked out of Kurogiri one after another. Finally, the group of purple-black mist turned into a figure.
League of Villains, Kurogiri. This is my island. Villain Carl looked at the exit of the alley not far away. His face could not help showing a touch of excitement. There has never been a villain who can step into my island, since from today onwards, it will be our Silver Fox's Medal of Merit.
It doesn't matter what is there or what is not. From here on, we will separate and go our separate ways, Kurogiri said in a deep voice to the 10 men in front of Kurogiri with ugly steel. Go ahead, Carl said with a casual smile, looking at Kurogiri and the man. Open the portal. Let's go. The man in the steel mask also ordered to Kurogiri with a chuckle. Yes, Master Kori, Kurogiri responded, and the purple-black weapon portal opened. The villain called Kori stepped into Kurogiri, and the black mist dissipated out of thin air. My lord, is it really okay to let them go like this? The retreat after we completed the mission. Some of the remaining villain who were heavily armed could not help but send back. No problem. Carl grinned, and didn't care about the problems of his team members. It was even more strange not to ask about matters related to his wealth and life. After we finish the mission and get the things, our submarines and helicopters will be on standby around my island, and there will be ships to pick us up in the far sea. By then, you will all be our Silver Fox heroes, Carl joked with a grin. Haha, we are also hero. It's the abominable hero. I still want to be villain. A group of people laughed happily, not caring about the surrounding environment. If you look carefully, you can find that the surroundings of their group of more than a dozen people have long been surrounded by an imperceptible layer of ripples in the air. Not only the sound, but even the video, if no one accidentally breaks into this area, it will not be discovered from the outside. This is the quality of a professional villain. Hey, it's time for you to start working. Carl suddenly turned around and looked at Bahong, the only one in the group. It was a middle-aged man who was not armed at all and looked a little scruffy, unlike other villains. Of course. The sloppy middle-aged man didn't pay attention to Carl's words, took out a laptop from behind him, opened it, casually connected to the data of the surrounding my island, and with a single finger, the sloppy middle-aged man directly launched quirks. Data that cannot be seen by the naked eye invaded the computer from the finger of the sloppy middle-aged man, and then used the computer as a springboard to spread across the island. 3 hours. The sloppy middle-aged man estimated in his heart and said, in about 3 hours, I can replace the entire defense system of my island. 3 hours? Can't it go any faster? Carl frowned and said in a deep voice. I can't hurry up. This is my island. It's not easy to invade. If you hurry up, you will be discovered easily, unless. The sloppy middle-aged man shook his head and said softly.
Unless what? Carl asked in a deep voice. Unless you can send me to the control room of the central station in charge of the security defense system. If it is there, I can control the security defense system of my island in 3 seconds. The sloppy middle-aged man chuckled lightly. The control room in the central tower. Carl's face froze. There is no doubt that there will definitely be the most heavily defended place on my island. How could he send people there quietly?
Of course, if he hadn't been so anxious to let Kurogiri leave just now, it wouldn't be so. 3 hours is 3 hours. It's 5:30 now, and 3 hours later it will be 8:30. It's just convenient to organize and arrange our retreat. Carl coughed lightly and said seriously.
The sloppy middle-aged man chuckled suddenly, and then explained, also, you still need to send me to the control room at the first moment of action, or find someone to seal the control room. Otherwise you only need me. There are people who know a little about computers on the island, and they can easily reinstall the system to crack my control.
It's so troublesome. Carl frowned, looking at the sloppy middle-aged man with disgust in his eyes. It's my island after all. The defense system is naturally the world's top level. The slovenly middle-aged man shrugged his shoulders, not caring about Carl's disgust, and said casually. I see. Even if Carl is disgusted, but is among them, except for this sloppy middle-aged man, few of them know computers, let alone invade the security defense system of my island, but this is the most critical part of the. Marvin, Ian, when the operation starts, you two take him to the Lao Su's room. Carl directed to the two people in the team. Yes. The two looked at each other, and agreed simply. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kurogiri and villain Cory left. Start action at 8:30. Cory murmured, listening to the voice in the earphones. Obviously, the suspicious Silver Fox never thought that they were being monitored by the two people who had left. On the side, Kurogiri stood respectfully. The handwriting of the monitor obviously came from him quickly. This is the newly awakened problem of Kurogiri after the Annunciator was pulled out from his body last time. As long as you pass through his portal, you have to be careful if there are two small things left on your body.
That's right. It's said that there was an exhibition at that time, and with that group of people attracting Hero's attention, our operation must go much smoother. Cory couldn't help showing a ferocious smile on his face. It's just a pity that now is not the time to attract governments from all over the world, and we can't wantonly destroy it.
The exhibition halls will be closed at 6 p.m. today. Thank you for coming today. The sound of closing echoed over the sky above my island. It's finally over. Today is the pre-opening and I'm so busy. Tomorrow will be the real opening, how busy it will be. At the door of the restaurant, Kaminari and Putao collapsed in front of the door with dejected faces.
Obviously, the popularity of this restaurant and the intensity of their work far exceeded their imagination. Of course, the more reason was that they were doing this kind of work for the first time, and their bodies were not used to it.
It only takes 1 or 2 months in a row, and you should be able to get used to it. After 1 or 2 years, this kind of intensive work is nothing at all. Bastard, who wants to do this kind of work for a year or 2? We are Hero Reserve. Kaminari and Putao turned around with grim faces. Hi. Li Tian smiled and waved. Obviously, the narration just now was exactly Li Tian's configuration. Why are you here? In an instant, the ferocious faces of Kaminari and Putao disappeared, and they spoke politely. Of course, it's not because he's afraid of Li Tian, but because a beautiful woman is in front of her, so she naturally wants Yuga's demeanor. Here to deliver things. Li Tian couldn't help admiring the two people whose faces changed in an instant. The speed, if he hadn't started hanging, he really couldn't see clearly. Send something? Kaminari and Putao were both taken aback. That's right. It's the invitation for the reception tonight. Li Tian took out 2 invitations and handed them to Kaminari and Putao. This is really for us. Kaminari and Putao couldn't believe it. Even though they were at the reception tonight, they knew about it. The professional hero on the entire island, as well as a large number of scientists and dignitaries from various countries, will all gather at the welcome reception tonight. Even the places for adapted students are extremely sought after, and the two of them can't grab it arrive. As a result, now, he actually participated in it as a guest. You should thank Melissa very much. This invitation is specially made for you by her. On the side, Iida said with a righteous face. It's nothing. Melissa said with a smile and waved her hands. Thank you so much, great benefactor. There is no way to repay great kindness and virtue, only by showing your body. Forget it. Li Tian said angrily as he presented 2 hand knives. Seeing the 2 people playing tricks in front of them, everyone beside them couldn't help laughing, and Melissa also covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Next, because of the need to change into formal dresses for the following reception, and because everyone's residences are not in the same place, they separated soon. Li Tian, Green Valley, can you and I go to the same place? Walking back, Melissa suddenly said. Going to a place? Lu Jiyu was taken aback, a little strange. But Li Tian is clear, although he doesn't know why, but the plot seems to be back on track again. My island, College of Science and Technology. I dare not say that this is the best science school in the world, but it is definitely a world-class institution, and its academic atmosphere can even be called the best in the world. And Melissa is the student here. This is my laboratory. Melissa pushed open the door and invited the two into the laboratory. The laboratory is not big, although there are a few research equipment, but it is much simpler than the laboratory where the two inspected quirks today. But it's surprisingly warm. Li Tian smiled as he looked at the small laboratory. I always thought that a scientist's laboratory was just an empty room full of cold instruments. Actually, it's almost the same. Melissa walked into the back room, rummaged through her things, and said casually, most of the laboratories on this island of mine are similar to what you said, but most of the private research laboratories kind of like me. Green Valley looked at the rows of trophies and marveled, are these trophies won by you, Melissa? It's amazing. Melissa came out of the back room with 2 boxes, and said with a light smile, actually, my previous grades were not very good, and it was only after studying hard that I slowly caught up. Now. You can barely become a trainee researcher on my island. That's already amazing. Melissa, you became a researcher of my island at such a young age. Green Valley couldn't help but said. Although he can barely be regarded as a top student in the class, but in this school where the gods of learning are everywhere, he is completely a scumbag, let alone Melissa who is arrogant among the gods of learning. It is the top of the mountain that he can only stand at the foot of the mountain and look up to. As for Li Tian, he felt that if he transferred to another school, went to this science and technology college, and then started to study, he would be able to catch up with Melissa in about a year or 2. Haha, a gift for you. Melissa smiled and handed the box to the 2 of them. Gift? Li Tian and Lu Jiyu were both dumbfounded. Li Tian didn't expect that besides Green Valley, even he would have a gift. Open it and have a look, Melissa said with her hands behind her back. This. Green Valley looked at Melissa with some hesitation. After signaling again, Green Valley finally opened the box in front of him, which contained a red bracelet. Obviously. Melissa smiled and said, Green Valley, put it on and press the panel to try it out. Panel? Green Valley put on the bracelet obediently, and then pressed the panel on the bracelet. Whoosh! In an instant, the small bracelet suddenly swelled up rapidly, wrapping round and round around Green Valley's forearm and fist. This is. Green Valley looked at the gauntlet on his hand in surprise. Universal Gauntlet, its name, Melissa said. I asked about you from Mad Uncle a long time ago, so your body can't bear all the quirks because the quirks are too strong. Mad Uncle also told me about it, so, after returning to my island, I designed and completed this gauntlet. This gauntlet, even with the strength of Mad Uncle, can withstand the reaction force of 3 punches. The power of All Might can withstand 3 punches. Lu Jiyu was shocked. Doesn't this mean that he can use one for all to swing 3 punches without any scruples? This is too precious, I can't take it. Green Valley hurriedly wanted to tear it down and return it to Melissa. This is specially made for you, Green Valley. Even if you give it back to me, I can't let him use the raw materials or give it to someone else. So only you, Green Valley, can make my piece of equipment a hero a member of. Melissa waved her hand and said, and, we are already friends, aren't we? But. Lu Jiyu still hesitated. Okay. What are you doing coyly? You just accept Melissa's kindness. I'll find an opportunity to return the gift to Melissa in the future. Li Tian patted Lagu on the shoulder. Said angrily. That's good. Green Valley thought for a while, nodded heavily, touched the gauntlet of his right hand with a firm expression on his face. I will definitely use it well. I will definitely not embarrass Melissa. Melissa smiled and nodded, then turned her head to look at Li Tian, pointed to the box in Li Tian's hand and said, Li Tian, don't you want to open it to see your present? Just open it, presents. Of course, you have to open them one by one to be sincere. Li Tian said, opening the box in his hand. Then. This is. Li Tian looked at a box full of gummy bears with a dazed expression. Fudge? Green Valley on the side also had a look of astonishment, looking at Li Tian and Melissa on the side for some unknown reason. Hey. Melissa looked at Li Tian's bewildered expression, and immediately showed a smile of successful prank. Melissa's children's shoes. Li Tian looked at Melissa who was smiling happily and frowned, then picked up a piece of soft candy, put it in his mouth, and said, I like the gift very much. As long as you like it. Melissa suppressed a smile and nodded, and then. Peeved. Melissa couldn't help laughing immediately. Okay. Let's stop playing. This candy is made by me and a sister in the research institute. A normal adult candy is shrunk inside a candy. Hundreds of times the heat required. 100 times the heat. Li Tian and Lu Jiyu were startled. However, Green Valley was puzzled, but Li Tian was pleasantly surprised. Calorie, or if you say it fiercely, some people will be puzzled, but if it is translated into calories, you can probably understand a lot. Just as computers consume electricity, vehicles and airplanes consume fuel, the daily activities of the human body also consume energy, and this energy is heat, which is obtained from food. Moreover, for the human body, not only daily activities need to consume calories, but also normal life activities of the human body also need energy, such as blood circulation, respiration, digestion and absorption, etc. all need to consume calories from the human body. As for Li Tian, the biggest reason why he has such a terrifying appetite is that his body needs to consume 100 times the calories of ordinary people to maintain its functioning. And if this jelly candy contains 100 times the calories required by a normal adult, then Li Tian is definitely just what he needs. Much stronger than that universal gauntlet. Melissa, I don't even know how to thank you. This fudge is really important to me. Li Tian held a box full of fudge in his hand, with a look of excitement on his face. At least it's his rations for more than 3 months. Actually, there is still a little problem with that jelly bean. Melissa suddenly showed an embarrassed look on her face, because this box of jelly beans was an experiment when my sister and I jointly developed it. Products, so it's no problem to give it to Li Tian, but if you still need Li Tian, I am afraid. Buy it with money. Li Tian said with a smile, haha, isn't this a natural thing? Also, the price of this fudge is a bit expensive. Although it has already been produced in energy, because other people hardly need such a calorie fudge, it can be said that it can only be made by special customization. A fudge the price is 30,000 yen. Melissa said embarrassingly. No problem. Li Tian didn't care. Calories didn't just appear out of thin air. To be honest, 30,000 yen a jelly candy felt a little cheap to Li Tian. Now he was choosing normal prices for every meal. The meals that need to be eaten, will be between 80,000 and 150,000 yen. Even in Xiangyang, each meal exceeds 30,000 yen, reaching the level of 40,000 to 50,000 yen. Seeing that Li Tian didn't look like a fake, Melissa was also relieved, and smiled again. To be honest, if Melissa felt that Li Tian needed food for 100 people for every meal and was shocked, then after giving Li Tian a quirks check, she would not be surprised at all, with that level of quirks factor. Even if Li Tian's body collapsed immediately, she wouldn't be surprised. In contrast, Li Tian can maintain this kind of body operation with the energy consumption of 100 servings of ordinary people. It's just not too cost-effective.